jáná ìyàwó. Kí ló ṣe mí ṣe wọ́n ṣe jáná ìyàwó. Abu bàbá ọkọ, abu màmá ọkọ. Bó bá ń bá kan sọ̀rọ̀, awú bí búrẹ́dì omi. Amọ́kọ lójú tẹ́yìn, bẹ́ẹ̀ni kọ́kọ́ ò jẹ́ nǹkankan. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanumọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanudé.
there it is right there. So there it is right there. If you know, you know. If you don't know, forget about it. Forget about it. So if you know, you know. And if you don't know, forget about it. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Good day to you. Good to there's this song actually. Let me play you this song. Should I play you? It's a very controversial song, by the way. Do I want to do this? Let me know in the comment section if I should do this. There's a very controversial song that I have. If you want me to play it, let me know. I'll do my opening monologue. If somebody indicates in the comment section, then I will play it. It's a very controversial song, so I'll explain it to you before I play it. But I'll do my opening greetings. If nobody says in the comment section that I should play it, then I won't play it. But if you want me to play it, tell me in the comment section, then I will. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how? Okay, so that's Boston right there. So let me play it. So you see this song that I'm about to play you right here. It's a very controversial song. It lasts for about 3 minutes, but it's a very controversial song. Do you remember the Biafran War? So now, shortly after the Biafran, we all know what happened during the Biafran War. A lot of the northern elites were killed, and the Southern and everything. But then after that, they said it was as a result of corruption. So after that, then the country was then waiting to see what happened subsequently. But the people who perpetrated that coup, they took it ethnically, and their ethnic stock began to mock the people that were the victims of that coup. And there was this particularly controversial song that was speaking to how the northerners were slaughtered like cattle, like pigs, and they were making pig noises. So this is a song coming out of the Biafran War. So there it is right there. If you've ever wondered what the sound of the starting pistol sounded like that ignited the Nigerian Civil War, it's essentially that song. It's traceable. That was the tipping point that tipped everything over. That song right there. And you know those sounds you were hearing were the sounds essentially of northern elite being slaughtered. So there's that. So we have that in stock. Very controversial, very divisive song as well. I was a bit reticent to play it, but it's part of the historical backdrop of our country. But there's that. So good day to you, good to be your company. And how are you? Adam, George, not George, Kayode Popola, and of course, the mighty Boson, who kicks it off with a smile on the face of the host. So everybody follow examples of Boson. Super Chat was the stream. Good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading into yet another evening with your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man. One man went to mow. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed. The eagle is I, and I am now perched to engage with you. So one man went to mow. The eagle has landed. A glorious day to you all. Happy to be in your company. Always a delight anytime I'm in your company. Always a pleasure, never a chore. Always a pleasure, never a task. So always a pleasure. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you hear me invite you to do so. Click on the like button. We need numbers going up. There was a time we used to get well in excess of 100 likes to the point that we started to take it for granted. But in the afterglow of the election, some people are not so pleased with us anymore. So hopefully they'll be happy again. Click on the like button just as soon as you hear me invite you to do so. Not already subscribed, please correct that as well. Come and join me on the screen via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. The link, share them as widely as you can. The example already set by Boson, super chat towards the stream. So those are the go-to, the 5 call to actions always. Only 4 you have to adhere to every single day. So every single day you have to click on like. Every single day you have to like the stream. Every single day, only if you feel inclined, you have to click on the hyperlink to come and join me on the screen. And certainly you have to super chat every single day. But the subscription is only a once in a lifetime event. So once you are already subscribed, then please don't click on that button again. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Super chat towards the stream. Engage in conversation in the comment section. So all those things, it's an event, or the sessions are events. You know, I hate the word show. I think I've said it often enough. I'm not Liberace. I'm not MC Hammer. So I'm not a showman. I'm just some bald-headed guy that talks in a peculiar way. So it's not a show. It's a session. It's a gathering. It's not even a session. It's a gathering. So let's gather and discuss matters pertinent, germane to our dear country. So gather, discuss matters pertinent. We'll be launching. There is something happening in the underbellies of the news that a lot of people are not paying attention to. But I have been tracking it, and I want to bring it to your attention, providing the evidence that's leading me to the thoughts that I am forming, and then invite your thoughts. TINUBU has already started campaigning for the Lagos State governorship. He has already started campaigning. And I've been tracking that campaign over the last few months. But over the last few weeks, over the last 3-4 weeks, he has ratcheted up that campaign in quite an aggressive manner. So there is no equivocation. And all of the interplays, all of the Machiavellian maneuverings that we're seeing, in the Lagos State House, all of it still part of a 3-dimensional chess play that ultimately lands the son of the president as the governor of the premier state in the country. So without equivocation, forget whatever Baba or Larry or Enigmatic has to say. Without equivocation, TINUBU is gunning for that seat. Forget it's the turn of this local government, or forget all of that. TINUBU is gunning for that seat. And does he stand a chance of getting it? There's a very good chance that he will get it. we will have the unusual specter of a president preeminating over the Nigerian state and his son straddling our premier state. So a president presides over the country, and the largest, most lucrative, most forward-thrusting state, Lagos, his son, oversights that as well. That is what is going to happen in 2027. And all of the chess pieces, all of the jigsaw pieces are being put in their slot. And I've been tracking the movements, and I will bring you some of those movements in the course of this engagement. So I'll propose that as a theory. And after having seen the evidence, if you have a counterweight thought, then you can come and engage me on it. But to my mind, I would not yield on this, actually. I am absolutely categorically convinced that Seyi TINUBU is gunning for Lagos State, and almost certainly will get it as well. And is also moving them to inherit his father's political base. You know, so that inheritance, you can see him going round all of his father's estates, not in terms of the properties, but his political estates, to establish then the handover then, because of course after 2031, TINUBU is pretty much done. It will just sit then alongside the Obasanjos, etc., the Buharis and all of them, and make occasional statesman pronouncement into the space. But the active politicking under still that name, the baton essentially being picked up now by Seyi TINUBU, and it's all playing out in the public glare, but nobody seems to be especially paying any attention to it. Nothing gets past me, of course. I am from Oyo Alafin, which makes me a super brain. So I'll bring all of that to your attention. But before, of course, the never-ending saga, the gift that just keeps on giving, the NATASHA Akpoti narrative is showing no signs of abating. It continues to ratchet up in octaves. And we'll take the latest installment, of course, in the course of this session as well. As former Minister Uju Kennedy, she's in trouble. The EFCC are after her. And the headline on your screen right here, it looks as though Senator Adeleke, the Ade dancer, as Enigmatic often calls him, it looks as though Senator Adeleke is about to cross carpet. So a whole myriad, a rich blend of all sorts. This is how this session will go. So a rich blend of all sorts, but let's kick it off with this one. APC reacts strongly as Adeleke meets Bisi Akande over Osun local government crisis. So yes, the reason why I am actually, because you say this has nothing to do with anything, but the reason why I am proposing then that the indications are that this guy might well cross carpet. He's always been friendly. He's always lent towards the APC sort of zeitgeist anyway. Their sort of overall space. He's always lent into that. But now it looks as though he might well make that leap into APC. But we'll discuss that in a moment. APC reacts strongly as Adeleke meets Bisi Akande. Bisi Akande is the preeminent name. It's the puppet master, is that shadowy figure in the background that orchestrates both the APC and essentially the TINUBU administration. Is the Baba Isale of everything. APC reacts strongly as Adeleke meets Bisi Akande over Osun local government crisis. So let's see. And it's no business of his, by the way, because it's of a different party. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke held a closed-door meeting with the former interim national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bisi Akande, in Ibadan on Tuesday over the ongoing tussle for the control of local government councils in the state. Correspondents report that the meeting, which lasted about 2 hours, came amid a heated dispute between the ruling People's Democratic Party (PDP) and the APC regarding the rightful leadership of the local government following a recent Court of Appeal ruling in Akure. Adeleke was accompanied by the Secretary to the State Government, Teslim Igwaliaye. So that's an unusual name. That sounds more like an Ondo name than anything else, actually. Let me take it from the top again, actually. I'll just read it in one go. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke held a closed-door meeting with the former interim national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bisi Akande, in Ibadan on Tuesday over the ongoing tussle for control of local government councils in the state. So the local governments now very much in contention. Oh, is nothing not showing on the screen? This should be showing. Is this not showing on the screen? Hold on, it should be showing on the screen. Let me put it on the screen. I like to have it on the screen just in case people want to read along. So hopefully it is now showing. Let's see what's going on here. What's going on here? You do remember who says that? Is that that guy that says Omokomo? What's his name again? You know that comedy skit. Okay, let's just let's get into it again. Hopefully, yeah, it's there now. APC reacts strongly as Adeleke meets Bisi Akande over Osun local government crisis. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke held a closed-door meeting with the former interim national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bisi Akande, in Ibadan on Tuesday over the ongoing tussle for control of local government councils in the state. Correspondents report that the meeting, which lasted about 2 hours, came amidst a heated dispute between the ruling People's Democratic Party (PDP) and the APC regarding the rightful leadership of the local government areas following a recent Court of Appeal ruling in Akure. Adeleke was accompanied by the Secretary to the State Government, Teslim Igwaliaye, Chief of Staff Kazim Akinleye, Speaker of the Osun State House of Assembly Adewale Egbedun, Commissioner for Commerce Bumi Jenyo, and the Commissioner for Information and Public Enlightenment Kolapo Alimi. The governor and Akande initially held discussions in the presence of his aides before proceeding into a private session. Speaking on the purpose of the meeting, Osun's Commissioner for Information, Kolapo Alimi, clarified that Governor Adeleke briefed Akande on the legal complexities. Imagine Adeleke briefing. Imagine Adeleke briefing, and it doesn't even understand. Can he even write his own name? Never mind briefing somebody as educated as Bisi. It should be Bisi Akande briefing him on the complexity. Imagine Adeleke briefing Bisi Akande on anything. Speaking on the purpose of the meeting, Osun's Commissioner for Information, Kolapo Alimi, clarified that Governor Adeleke briefed Akande on the legal complexities surrounding the crisis and sought his intervention to prevent further tension. The governor deemed it necessary to inform Baba Akande about the situation, particularly regarding the judicial ruling and their interpretations. He emphasized that as a peace-loving leader, he expects the APC to seek legal redress rather than resorting to self-help, which could lead to violence and loss of innocent lives in the state, Alimi said. He further noted that Akande welcomed Adeleke warmly and agreed that violence should not be an option in resolving the dispute. However, the APC reacted harshly to the visit, alleging that Adeleke's move was an attempt to secure a soft landing regarding the reinstatement of sacked local government chairmen. In a statement issued by the Osun APC Publicity Secretary, Kola Olabisi, the party claimed that the governor's visit was hypocritical, especially after alleged attacks on his members. It is shocking that Governor Adeleke would visit Chief Akande after APC-backed talks, acting under his administration's body language, killed one of our reinstated local government chairmen, Honorable REMI Abbas, in Ikere. along with other APC members in different parts of the state, the statement reads. So the localized politics of Osun State is not sufficient enough to move the eminence of Bisi Akode. The only thing that moves the eminences like Bisi Akode are power moves. So look at it right there now. That is essentially a welcome to the party handshake. So that's essentially a welcome to the party handshake. We go on from that to the next. So yeah, you remember Uju Kennedy, of course, everybody's favorite. What was that? There's a particular phrase that they used to when you say a sexy mommy. What do they used to call them? It's not yummies. MILF. Yes, everybody's favorite MILF, Uju Kennedy. It looks as though she's in the throes now of the EFCC. EFCC grills TINUBU's ex-minister Uju Ohanenye. So hopefully I pronounced that right. The operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, on Thursday grilled a former Minister for Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy Ohanenye. So now, the cesspool, the portal of corruption within the Nigerian space is that is women affairs. And what was that one that they kicked that fine babe off? Those are the go-to spaces. Humanitarian affairs, those are the go-to spaces for corruption, completely unaudited, awash with money. The operatives of the Economic and Financial Commission, EFCC, on Thursday grilled former Minister for Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy. Correspondents report that the minister, who was sacked by President Bola Tinubu, was questioned over her alleged role in misappropriation, violation of procurement process, and diversion of public funds to the tune of 138 million naira. So she's not even able to steal in the billions. I thought they stole in the billions in Nigeria. I rich could not. You know, that's just the thing, though. The way that woman used to bling up, all decked out in gold and everything, she was always a candidate for the EFCC. So no surprises here. Correspondents report that the minister, who was sacked by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was questioned over her alleged role in misappropriation, violation of procurement process, and diversion of public funds to the tune of 138 million naira in the course of disbursing the 2023 budgeted funds of the ministry. So, that's the thing. You know the first thing these ministers do? Yes, where is better do, my babe? That's the question, isn't it? Everybody, this is better do, Jare. Don't mind for getting rid of that girl. The first thing these ministers do, and the governors and everybody, the first thing that they do is to replace the person in charge of accounts. And then they just put their own person there and give him the account numbers that he should be funneling the parastatal or the state's money into. That's just how Nigeria operates. According to our correspondents, Kennedy Ohanenye arrived at the commission headquarters around 11 a.m. on Thursday and is facing interrogators on her alleged involvement in the fraud. Investigations by EFCC showed that funds donated by the funding of PBAT Cares for Women initiative were diverted for her self-enrichment. Investigations are still ongoing. She has not been admitted to administrative bail. So if she has not been admitted to administrative bail, then the suggestion then is that she's still very much in the custody of the EFCC. So she's still very much in the custody of the EFCC. So we now go from there and we go back to the future, to the do we want to go to NATASHA Akpoti just yet? Is there one more that I want to? Okay, let me bring you this one before we go into NATASHA Akpoti. Let me bring you this one. Let's go to Simon Ekpa. Federal government freezes account of Simon Ekpa, 16 others for terrorism. I didn't even know Simon Ekpa would have an account in Nigeria. Certainly, you wouldn't have the expectation that it will be under his name, but apparently, allegedly, according to the headline, federal government freezes accounts of Simon Ekpa, 16 others for terrorism. I think he actually comes out, or he comes up for review, doesn't he, in Finland, is it in April? I wonder what happens when he gets his release, or even if he does get his release. The federal government has taken action against individuals and entities. Let's see, am I taking that from the top? Yes, the federal government has taken action. The federal government has taken action against individuals and entities implicated in terrorism financing by designating them on the Nigerian sanctions list and freezing their bank accounts. This move, recommended by the Nigerian Sanctions Committee during a meeting in Abuja on Thursday, aligns with Section 54 of the Terrorism Preventions and Prohibitions Act. Amongst those designated is Simon Ekpa Njoku, known for his involvement with the proscribed Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB. Ekpa's accounts with Guarantee Trust Bank numbers, and then he gives us 3 numbers, have been frozen. The Finnish authorities had earlier arrested Ekpa on November the 21st, 2024 for alleged terrorist activities in Nigeria, leading to the freezing of his assets and those of associated companies. So there is Simon Ekpa. It gets darker before the light comes. Will the light ever come for him? A lot of people will hope not. But that's Simon Ekpa still in the throes of... we breathe easier, don't we, with that guy not being around. But don't breathe too easy, because this next headline now very much laden with foreboding. Don't breathe too easily. The next headline very much laden with foreboding. Feel that sense of foreboding. Sharia Council backs school closures during Ramadan. So this is now becoming it started from Bala Mohammed's state, didn't, and they closed all institutions of learning, right from primary school all the way to university in that state. And then very, very quickly, within the next 2 days after that pronouncement, about 5-7 states in the north followed suit. Now the Sharia Council is adopting it as a policy position. So it may well apply, they may well just declare school holidays during Ramadan. This is the trajectory for the future. Sharia Council backs school closures during Ramadan. You will argue that the Christians get Christmas, so why shouldn't the Muslims get Ramadan? That would be the argument. But the Christian is a global. Anyway, let me just leave that. The argument for it counterweights itself. The Supreme Court for Sharia in Nigeria has defended the decision of some state governments to close primary and secondary schools during Ramadan, citing concerns for students' well-being amidst extreme heated conditions in parts of the north. In a statement signed by its Secretary General, Nafia Baba Ahmed, the council urged states such as Zamfara, Sokoto, and Jigawa to follow suit, emphasizing that the move prioritizes students' health and religious observance. So we're a completely divided country. We're 2 countries in one, aren't we really? Because the northern part of Nigeria is so foreign and alien to our, it's anatomic even. Maybe we can reach to that superlative. It's anatomic to our way of being. There's still somewhat of some convergence amongst. There's still a familiar strap line that runs through the southern space where we can identify with cultural norms of cultural malaise. But in the north, it's a diametric opposition to our worldview in the south, which is then to tell you then that we're 2 countries in one. even this thing now, they are weighing it essentially towards their region. The Supreme Council for Sharia, by the way, is meant to be a nationwide body, but then, of course, is very much a northern entity. The Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria has defended the decision of some state governments to close primary and secondary schools during Ramadan, citing concerns for students' well-being amidst extreme heat conditions in parts of the north. In a statement signed by its Secretary General Nafiu Baba Ahmed, the council urged states such as Zamfara, Sokoto, and Jigawa to follow suit, emphasizing that the move prioritizes students' health and religious observance. The body dismissed objections. The Christian Association of Nigeria actually, it was actually going to be the topic of discussion in one of those sessions that I abandoned. The Christian Association of Nigeria has actually come out to note caution, to implore pause for caution in this sort of a thing that is sweeping through the north, shutting down schools for Ramadan. So I think now the Sharia people are coming out to counterweight the Christian Association of Nigeria. SCSN dismissed objections raised by the Christian Association of Nigeria and some non-governmental organizations, NGO, asserting that state governments have been fully authorized to determine school schedules. This decision ensures continuous learning whilst preventing. It doesn't ensure continuous learning, because the Nigerian curriculum is a national curriculum and it aligns with the West African curriculum, and there's no embedment of Sharia breaks or Ramadan breaks in that. So that period, they lose that gap because the southern students are still in school, they are still taking their learning, and the exam slots, how are they going to vary this? You know, they're dumbing down education for religion. I'm not quite sure that even their religion supports that. The Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria has defended the decision of some state governments to close primary and secondary schools during Ramadan, citing concerns for students' well-being amidst extreme heat conditions in parts of the north. In a statement signed by its Secretary General Nafiu Baba Ahmed, the council urged states such as Zamfara, Sokoto, and Jigawa to follow suit, emphasizing that the move prioritizes students' health and religious observance. SCSN dismissed objections raised by the Christian Association of Nigeria and some non-governmental organizations, asserting that the state governments have full authority to determine school schedules. This decision ensures continuous learning whilst preventing students from remaining idle for extended periods. It was carefully reviewed by the respective ministry. What sort of review will take place in a Ministry of Education in Bauchi State that will have any meaning? Does anybody even have an education in the Ministry of Education in Bauchi State? It's unbelievable stuff. SCSN dismissed objections by the Christian Association of Nigeria and some non-governmental organizations asserting that state governments have full authority to determine school schedules. This decision ensures continuous learning whilst preventing students from remaining idle for extended periods. It was carefully reviewed by the respective ministries of education and widely welcomed by parents, the statement reads. The council also criticized threats of legal or industrial action over the school closure, describing them as unnecessary and an affront to the state government's authorities. It is baffling that Christian Association of Nigeria, which remained silent when prolonged ASU strikes disrupted entire academic sessions, is now opposing a temporary structured adjustment of just 25 school days. SCSN added, citing the education law of January the 1st, 1964, So we're pre-colonial. It's just first step into post-colonial era. This is the law. It's the back. It just hints to the backwardness of it, isn't it? They're applying what regulates in 1964 to regulate 2025. If that doesn't indicate towards backwardness, then I don't know what does. Pardon me, when you hear me pause, I'm just having a sip of water. Citing the education law of January the 1st, 1960, where are the supercharts, by the way? It's only Bosun that brought his wallet to the session today. Citing the education law of January the 1st, 1964, the council stressed that the state governors have the exclusive right to set school holidays except in Kogi, where the law does not apply. SESN, why doesn't it apply in Kogi is the next question, of course. SESN insisted that the Christian Association of Nigeria is not a stakeholder in northern states' education policies, stating that no government is obliged to seek external approval before making decisions that impact schools. The council commended the affected state governments for their foresight in prioritizing students' welfare and urged other northern states to adopt similar measures. It further called on all stakeholders to respect state governments' decisions and avoid interfering in policies directly affecting students and their family. So there it is right there. The divide line still very much, it widens rather than constricts. The lines of division of ethno-religion, it widens rather than constricts within the Nigerian space. So let's go on now. Have we covered everything? Let's go. All right, we've tried to put it off for as long as we can. So we now go. We go into NATASHA, and then I'll bring you the narrative of SEYI TINUBU shortly. So let's kick it off with NATASHA, and let's start the NATASHA storyline from Aso Rock. Let's start it from the first family. We should not be hearing things like that. It is a matured chamber. REMI TINUBU weighs in on NATASHA's harassment allegation against Akpabio. So, First Lady, of course, REMI TINUBU. So now, what does she have to say? We'll read this first, and then we'll go to the inherent hypocrisy of this woman. She's a hypocrite, of course. I don't think that's breaking news to anybody. A gold standard hypocrite. We should not be hearing things like that. It is a matured chamber. REMI TINUBU weighs in on NATASHA's harassment allegation against Akpabio. REMI TINUBU, wife of Nigeria's president, has weighed in on the harassment allegations leveled against Senate President GODSWILL Akpabio by Senator NATASHA Akpoti Ugbagwan. We call her Akpoti because I will not attempt Uduagan. It's Uduagan, isn't it? So let me attempt it. It's Uduagan. Correct me if I'm saying it wrong, but I think in all of the news platforms they'll be calling it Uduagan. REMI TINUBU, wife of Nigeria's president, has weighed in on the harassment allegations leveled against Senate President GODSWILL Akpabio by Senator NATASHA Akpoti Uduagan. The controversy began on February the 20th when Akpoti and Akpabio engaged in a heated debate over sitting arrangement in the upper legislative chamber. Akpoti Uduagan later alleged that her troubles started after she rejected Akpabio's sexual advances. Akpoti Uduagan submitted a sexual harassment petition against Akpabio, but the Senate Committee on Ethics and Privileges rejected it, citing due process and legal limitations. Reacting, we'll get into that as well shortly, this rejection. Reacting to the saga, Mrs. TINUBU expressed her belief that the Senate is taking necessary steps to address the allegations. She said, I know with what is going on in the Senate, you may say, why am I not taking a position? I believe the Senate is doing what is needful. Why would people say you should take a position? You are not an elected anything. You are an appendage by reasons of marriage to the person that was elected to preside over the country. So you have no designation formally, constitutionally. She said, I know with what is going on in the Senate, you may say, why am I not taking a position? I believe the Senate is doing what is needful because that is what it is. We shouldn't be hearing things like that. It is a matured chamber. So pay close attention to our words. Pay close attention to our words. She said, I know with what is going on in the Senate, you may say, why am I not taking a position? I believe the Senate is doing what is needful because that is what it is. We should not be hearing things like that. It is a matured chamber and it should be treated with respect. So a matured chamber to be treated with respect. Pay attention to that. We shouldn't be hearing things like that. Pay attention to that. It is an honor for you to be in that place. So pay attention to that. I was there for 12 years, even in my younger days, and I am still trying to look young. But people I was there for 12 years, even in my younger days, and I am still trying to look young. But people compliment you all the time. Women, raise yourself. Don't be in a position that men will be talking to you anyhow. So that don't be in a position that men will be talking to you anyhow. It's an asabic, it's a dog whistle to the commentaries that she dresses scantily to the chambers. So that's that dog whistle. I was there for 12 years, even in my younger days, and I am still trying to look young. People compliment you all the time. Women, raise yourselves. Don't be in a position that men will be talking to you anyhow. You can always shut them down before they start, she added. Mrs. TINUBU added that Nigerian youths are equipped with what it takes to excel, urging women to continue lifting their heads high and doing their best. She acknowledged the progress women have made and encouraged them to continue striving for excellence. So the space that I wanted to highlight to you is this space. It says, I know what's going on in the Senate. No, not that space. Where I wanted to highlight to you is this particular paragraph right here. We shouldn't be hearing things like that. Pay attention. It is a matured chamber. Pay attention. It should be treated with respect. Pay attention. It is an honor for you to be in that place alone. So that was what REMI TINUBU said. And she also reminded us, of course, that she had been in that Senate, she was in that Senate for a good 12 years. So why don't we go back in time then to see how she fared when she was a senator. So this is REMI TINUBU, who is now cautioning decorum. Here she is.
And son of the president, SEYI TINUBU, has visited Kano State to break the fast.
No, not that one. Here she is. And yes, you are correct. The woman throwing hands, the woman throwing punches in that was in the Senate chambers, of course. I'm sure you know that. The woman throwing hands, the woman throwing punches in that clip is your First Lady, REMI TINUBU. But what did she say again? It says that we shouldn't be hearing things like that. It is a mature chambers. It should be treated with respect. It is an honor for you to be in that place alone. So that is the sort of honor that she bestows that space. Let's see her other. Let's. Here she is again. Let me just play it. Here she is again.
Because of certain things which I explained and we discussed. So you can ask him that question now. But distinguished colleagues, order. Why I'm taking order. Order, distinguished Senator TINUBU.
Somebody's on the floor. On that side.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, why I'm taking us through this thing is because the nation is watching us.
So there she is right there. A mature chamber indeed, the hypocritical woman. So, pardon me. So that is yes. Well, you know, she still shouldn't be throwing hands. So, Larry. So that is REMI TINUBU. We'll get to Sheikh TINUBU in a moment. That is REMI TINUBU right there in her younger days, telling us just how much of a hypocrite she is. So now let's not get into the latest installment, read the NATASHA Akpoti saga, and we'll start it off with the UK, where a note of caution was sounded decades ago. So we'll kick it off from here.
A court of law is the place where you deal with these matters. If you ever get trial by television or guilt by accusation, that day, freedom dies.
So that was Margaret Thatcher, of course, RIP. If you ever get trial by television or guilt by accusation, that day freedom dies. So that seems to be the fate that is about to bestow GODSWILL Akpabio if he doesn't move with dexterity, if it's not fleet of foot and dexterous of movement. So all that. So we get into the NATASHA Akpoti. So she submitted the petition, of course, but you know, this is the petition was rejected. We all know that, but the reasons why the reason why that petition was rejected is indicative of the malaise that afflicts the particular mindset that particular mindset of that sort of a person represented by NATASHA Akpoti. It's all fluffy-haired, something fluffy-brained sort of existence where they just glide through life using bottom power and whatever beauty, if she constitutes beauty and whatever beauty that constitutes. So not any of the rigors that you need to go through in order to establish something on a solid foundation. So and this is the problem she's having, by the way. She thinks it's a catwalk, the Senate chambers, that you just go there and do glamour. It's not a glamorous place. It should not even be a glamorous place. It should be a boring place. That is what every parliament should be. But she's not really read the memo. So the reason why her petition was rejected was because she signed it by herself. And if you are going to institute a petition in this high-profile situation that you have created, at least make the effort to get it right. But she couldn't even make that effort. So if she had made the effort to understand how petitions were meant to have been submitted, then she could have easily known, she would have easily seen, easily read that she could not have signed the petition herself. Just a small little anomaly was sufficient enough for that petition to be rejected. So she signed the petition herself. Anybody could have signed it, by the way. It doesn't necessarily have to be a parliamentarian that signs the petition. A citizen can sign the petition. So the petition was rejected. So it was rejected, and that already it defeats because it speaks to the quality and character of the person that is instituting the petition. So that already it puts somewhat of a dark cloud of a negation over that petition being submitted. And those are not even my words. That is those are the words of the analytical space. So we pick it up from here.
The Senator NATASHA presented the case dead on arrival. I was very, very disappointed. Not at the panel that she presented to, but that she didn't even as much as follow, according to what we've read, the normal procedure that is designed for a presentation like this. Whatever sentiments you might have, procedures are put there for a reason.
That's right. No
senator may present to the Senate a petition signed by himself. I'm surprised that she didn't, Doesn't she have a lawyer? When you want to do something like this, you need to guide yourself and tidy yourself up. She should have had it, because it's a very strong allegation. Akpabio is number 3 in the country. He's the number 3. He's the president in waiting. So when you are going to do things like this, also with the seriousness that this entails, you need to follow the proper procedure. And I'm highly disappointed. From the body language of the senators, you can see that it's not likely they are going to cooperate. So you will have to come with your facts blaring. You'll have to tidy up. And like I said, in this case, you'll have to give a knockout. You're not going to be waiting on the referee.
So rightly, people should be disappointed. It's such a mundane little thing. It's such just a minor procedural little thing. It's not something you should oversight. And if you have created this situation that NATASHA has created, that has forced the country's attention on her, you should make sure to dot your I's and cross your T's so that everything is in total. Just do something as basic and as elementary as that. She couldn't even get it right. So you could hear the pain in that guy's voice. That if you can't even do something at this elementary level, then of what quality of a being are you? And he's saying, doesn't she have a lawyer? You don't even need a lawyer for that. And I think, by training, she's even a lawyer. I think she parades as a lawyer. So it begins there. So her petition, of course, rejected, but that doesn't say that that case is dismissed. It's only really an invitation for her to represent the petition, which she duly does. So what's this?
Senate President, I have before me a petition by a Nigerian citizen and a constituent of Kogi Central under the name Suberu Azamari Yakubu. And the petition is against the President of the Nigerian Senate, Senator GODSWILL Akpabio, for sexual harassment, abuses of office, and malicious obstruction of legislative functions of distinguished Senator NATASHA Akpoti. So with your kind permission, may I please lay this petition? Because as you know, yesterday...
Is there any legal impediment?
On the subject matter, none, sir. None, sir.
Please proceed to lay the petition. Since you said there is no legal impediment.
There is none, sir. Thank you.
Don't worry, somebody...
Which order is she talking?
Don't give this person any PR. Don't.
All right, so that is NATASHA then. And by the way, protocol, etiquette demands that having won an election, we should really refer to her both by, I think it was even Professor Kida that was highlighting this on our Rise the other day. We should refer to her both by her title and her last name, because referring to somebody by first name shows an over-familiarity. But then if you refer to her by her title and last name, that infers respect. And since the landscape doesn't really have any regard for this woman, you can just call her Natasha, the Russian siren that has held the Nigerian Senate at siege. So the Russian siren that has held the Nigerian Senate at siege, or to siege, or even. So now she represents the petition. But then there are two matters going on in Parliament. There's the original matter of insubordination that started off around the sitting arrangement. I won't sit where I am designated to because the cameras won't pick me up. So there was that. And that of course, was referred to the Senate Ethics Committee. So she was referred to the Senate Ethics Committee. And all of that happened, by the way, prior to this now latest drama that she has created. So the allegations of sexual harassment completely separate and distinct from reasons why she was referred to the Senate Ethics Committee for insubordination and bringing the House to disrepute and acting generally like an agbero in Parliament. So that was why she was referred to the Ethics Committee. The Ethics Committee, duly composed, set a date to sit, and Natasha duly notified. But of course, she's bigger than the Senate now, so she just disregarded the invitation of the Senate Ethics Committee. So she disregards the invitation of the Senate. She didn't appear. So she didn't appear, but that committee sat anyway, and they sat and came to a decision. So we pick it up from here.
Prayer 1. That the Senate do suspend Senator Natasha Akpoti for 6 months for a total violation of the Senate Standing Rules 2023 as amended, for bringing the presiding officer and the entire Nigerian Senate in general to public opprobrium. Those in support of prayer 1 say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. I'd put the question. Those in support of prayer 1 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. How do you amend a prayer that is unanimous? Prayer 2, that for the Senate to consider lifting this suspension or reducing the tenor of the suspension, Senator Natasha Akpoti shall submit a written apology to the Senate before any reconsideration by the Nigerian Senate. Those in support of prayer 2 say aye. Those against say nay. I don't think Senator Baribe, as a landlord of the Senate, I don't think they heard what I read. So let me just repeat for clarity. That for the Senate to consider lifting the suspension or reducing the tenor of the suspension, Senator Natasha Akpoti shall submit a written apology to the Senate before the reconsideration by the Senate. Those in support of prayer 2 say aye. Those against say nay.
All right. So Akpabio repeated that question there, both to stick the knife further into Natasha and really for comic effect. And that's one of the things that got him into trouble, by the way. He jokes around too much. Akpabio. So that's one of the things that got him into trouble. But there are two things that actually happened in that little cameo right there. Two things. So the first prayer was that should NATASHA Akpoti be suspended? And he invited that those that agree say aye, or which is to say yes, those that disagree say nay, which is to say no. So now, you all heard it. The ayes ricocheted around the chambers. It was a loud yes, but then the no's, and they invited the no, but nobody said no, that she should not be suspended. So now, what does that tell? NATASHA Akpoti is a parliamentarian of the People's Democratic Party's talk. She's a PDP senator. So the PDP, then the second largest party in parliament. And there is not one single, we heard it. If you want me to play it again, I can play it. And I probably almost will play it again. Yet we did not hear one single PDP candidate say nay, that she should not be suspended. So there is unanimity. There are 4 female parliamentarians. We already know their views. Ereti Kingigbe came out. She's of Labour Party, who detests the sitting administration. But what she detests more is somebody that cannot abide by rule and structure. So you heard the yes ricochet around the chambers, and you could hear crickets when he invited the no. So we heard that. And then the second stanza, the second prayer, was that would they like if she made that she makes a public apology and her punishment is reduced. So some people said yes, a few people said yes, but the abundance said no. So they want her to get the fullness of the punishment for what she did. We listen to it again.
Prayer 1.
Yes.
That the Senate do suspend Senator NATASHA Akpoti for 6 months for a total violation of the Senate Standing Rules 2023 as amended, for bringing the presiding officer and the entire Nigerian Senate in general to public opprobrium. Those in support of prayer 1 say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. I'd put the question. Those in support of prayer 1 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. How do you amend a prayer that is unanimous? Prayer 2, that for the Senate to consider lifting this suspension or reducing the tenor of the suspension, Senator NATASHA Akpoti shall submit a written apology to the Senate before any reconsideration by the Nigerian Senate. Those in support of prayer 2 say aye. Those against say nay.
So the mood of the chamber is quite clear. There is unanimity that that step is a step too far. Coming into the chamber, screaming and shouting, trying to turn it into Ron's girl sort of a setup. So that's the verdict from the people say misogyny. There's nothing misogynistic about it. There's nothing misogynistic about being invited to abide by rules. So that was the verdict. She was there, but was she sufficiently sobered? Was she humbled by the experience? Was there any contrition coming from her? Well, let's find out. Was she contrite? Let's find out.
This injustice will not be sustained. The pursuit for justice.
So there it is. No remorse, no contrition, no. The lesson not learned. The lesson not learned. So this is the thing. Maybe she has some form of cranial dysfunctioning that incapacitates to the level of being able to take on new learnings. Maybe some sort of maybe she's afflicted or inflicted in some sort of way that she can. This is the thing now. People like that are used to flouncing around life, just rolling hips to get their way. Well, the chambers is not a place for, all of those men that you have in the chambers, they have side chicks all over the world. If they want a Latino girl today, they will just go on Instagram, pick their choice, and have her flown in. So they are not after NATASHA. NATASHA is 5 years from 50. She's not the babe that she thinks she used to be, but that's the verdict of the parliament right there. And of course, NATASHA still stuck in the loop, thinking she's playing hijinks games. So people try to plead on her behalf, including the immediate past Senate president. But how did that go? Let's watch this.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, my name is Ahmed Lawan, I represent here North. Mr. President, the later part of number 6 talks of withdrawal of all security details for the duration of her suspension. Mr. President, I want to believe that we still feel we are one, and any injury to any of us should be injury to all. I believe withdrawal of security aids at this moment from a senator is not the best way to go. And we should not really create a precedence where the moment something happens with a member of the National Assembly, the security agencies will say withdraw the security aids, because this could be a problem to us later. So I just want us to reflect on this. Thank you.
Well, if your security is given to you as a leverage to your being a senator, then there will be no need for them to hang around with you when you are no longer a senator. In other words, if you are no longer a president of the Senate, you cannot continue to sit in the car of the president of the Senate. I was with you in the villa the day you declared support for me. And I saw you off as a sign of respect as the outgoing Senate president. When we got to the vehicle, you just pointed out and said, this will be withdrawn from me tomorrow. I will come to your house after you win. so if you are telling me that, assuming I had failed that day, would that vehicle come to my house?
Well, Mr. Senate President, I don't want it to be like I'm trying to make a case, but I believe that this is a suspended senator, not someone who ceases to be a senator. It's suspension.
But without arguing with you,
that's my case, yes.
Without arguing with you, let me remind you, you are a landlord in the Senate or in the National Assembly. Do you remember a senator that was called Oton Zeribe? A distinguished senator who was one of the richest people in southeastern Nigeria. And when he entered into the Senate, he carried along on his shoulders his wealth.
So there it is right there. No room for maneuver. Just some of the details of the just some of the pardon me. Just some of the details of that suspension. Her security details will be withdrawn. She's not allowed to parade herself as a senator. Her salary and security details will be withdrawn. So her salary will not be withdrawn, of course, what she's already been paid, but she will not be paid for those 6-month period. The security details will be withdrawn. She's not allowed to parade herself as a senator, and she's barred from accessing the premises. So her office will be locked. Her legislative aides will not receive their salary and all of that. So unless she tenders a public apology, which will then somewhat reduce the sentence. So there it is right there. So the blade is sharp and the cut is swift. Off with the head. The blade is sharp and the cut is swift.
I listened to distinguished Senator NATASHA on Arise News. And I'm saying to all my distinguished colleagues, I had no regrets about what she said about me. She said I called her at exactly 13 minutes past 12. I had no regrets. And every one of you know it is characteristic of my own person and leadership role to try to reconcile everybody. I went to the Senate president and I got there that night. And I said, sir, tomorrow in chamber, you will have to tender a public apology to distinguished Senator NATASHA. I beg you in the name of God. Because her understanding of what you said is different from the way you are interpreting it. By saying she...
Anyway, so that's, who was that again? Let's just... I think that might well be Senator Koyemi Bamidele. There is not one single person. You know, one of the senators from her constituency, he actually came out to apologize to the Senate president for promoting her. There's not one single person in that. I wonder, you know, I think she should actually be expelled because she's clearly not suited to that. She's not ready for that space. She still wants to be out there in the hip hop and the razzmatazz of it all. And that place is not a razzmatazz place. So she's not ready for that space yet. I think she should either recuse herself from that place or she should just be expelled because she will do it again. But I think now this is the final full stop on her sexual allegations. I don't think she can allege after this again because then even her supporters will go against her. But there it is. That's NATASHA Akpoti right there. Dead and buried, would you say, but in the process of being. So I was also saying to you then that in the underbellies of the goings on, there's been something happening that a lot of people have not been paying attention to. SEYI TINUBU has been, let me actually just do this. Yes, let me do this. I'm going to show you something in a moment. So let me line it up. So SEYI TINUBU has been actively, aggressively campaigning. So what is SEYI TINUBU campaigning for? It's campaigning, one, to inherit, it's campaigning primarily to inherit his father's legacy. It's campaigning for the baton to transit from father to son. So that is what it's campaigning for. So that's what it's campaigning for, and it's doing that campaign openly. So if it's campaigning for his father's legacy, and his father's legacy is inheritance, the inheritance of SEYI TINUBU includes, and the gem in the crown of that inheritance is very much Lagos State. So that and his father's political base, his political structure, is essentially campaigning to inherit that. And that has been going on now. It's been going on for months, but it's ratcheted it up quite severely over the last few weeks or so. So why am I saying this? We pick it up from here. All right, so that was SEYI TINUBU as early as sometime this week, visiting then the former military dictator Abdulsalami Abubakar. So that's one. No reasons at all for him to visit him. He's not a political actor, unless, of course, he is a political actor. So that was SEYI TINUBU visiting Abdulsalami Abubakar. So you are saying, so what? He can visit him, his father. You can't even say Abdulsalami Abubakar was Tinubu's friend, but they belong to the same political echelon. So you say he may visit him. So what does that prove? Let me bring you more. Here is SEYI TINUBU on another visitation. Hold on, there was one that he went to Buhari. I thought I downloaded that. But here is SEYI TINUBU again, anyway, on yet on another campaign trail.
And son of the president, SEYI TINUBU has visited Kano State to break the fast with youths in the state. SEYI TINUBU also distributed food items to the poor and vulnerable groups. He emphasized the importance of the younger generation in fostering unity to achieve national development goals. He also mentioned that he plans to visit more states during the month of Ramadan to engage with young people.
All right, so that's Sheyi Tinubu distributing food to northerners during Ramadan. So you'll again argue that, so what? He's a Muslim, it comes from wealth, and it's part of this sadaqah or zakat or whatever it is that they do. It's part of the, it's doctrinally, it's still along the same strap line. So you make that argument. So now let's now go to YouTube and we type in Sheyi Tinubu, which I've already typed in there. So we go Sheyi Tinubu. So that's a YouTube search for Sheyi Tinubu's name right there. So now let's now filter that search to 1 week. We did the last week. So within the last 1 week, you look at that. This is Sheyi Tinubu on an engagement in Sheyi Tinubu visits Kaduna, engages youth on harnessing potential. So there he is. So there he is in Kaduna. There he is. We just saw that distributing food to the vulnerable in Kano State. Here is Sheyi Tinubu on a visitation to Buhari. You can see it right there. All within this week. This has been reported all within this week. Here is somebody running commentaries on that. And here it is. It says Sheyi Tinubu set to declare his ambition as Lagos State Governor. So this is coming out of some platform or the other. And here he is again. So it's on the campaign trail. There's absolutely no equivocation about that. So he visits Buhari, visits Kaduna, visits, I think he also visited Babangida, but we'll look for that clip. So this guy, without any misstep, is on an aggressive campaign for that Lagos State ticket. So, yeah, so there it is right there. Sheyi Tinubu coming to a state house near you. So Sheyi Tinubu coming to a state house near you. Other clips we have, let's just rattle through them. Do you remember your former Minister of Information, Issa Pantami, a virulent jihadist wanted by the Americans? Do you remember him? Issa Pantami, who was in charge of, what was he in charge of? Even? Let me Google it. I think it wasn't information, it was technology, wasn't he? Issa Pantami. Yes, it was the Minister for Communications and Digital Economy. He was the one harvesting everybody's data then, telling us to go and get BVN and all of it, so he can put us on the database of the jihadist countries. Do you remember him? He is a jihadist, and he still is a jihadist. Watch this.
Sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam. Talhat ibn Ubaydullah ya ce ban san lokacin da na firgita ba da na gafiyayyen halitta bainal mushrikin, ya ce haka na sauko na ɗauke shi na fita da shi, ya ce ana sara ana yankan jikina, amma haka da hankalina ya tashi ina ga in mun ɗauke shi ba za su yi halaka shi. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Da wannan ake masa kirari saƙur yaumi uhudin, wato shi ne shafar ranar uhud. Ana ce masa zu a shahadatai, wanda ya shahada guda biyu. Ana ce masa a shahidul hayyi, wato shahidi ne kuma rayayye ne.
So that was your former Minister of Communications and Digital, what was it again? I just checked now. Communications and Digital Economy. That was he calls himself a doctor. He tried to buy a professorship, you remember, from some Eastern University. That was Issa bin Laden Pantami. So a very lost jihadist. We are all in trouble. I'm out of information as this guy harvested and sent off to the Wahhabi sect in Saudi Arabia. We're all in trouble, though. We're all in trouble. These people, they've got us. We just don't know it. So now, let's now go back in time. You know, this, a lot of people say this, what you're about to hear in this clip now, a lot of people say that it's conspiracy theory, but it has been recurring as so often as a decimal that it has to have its own truth. What you're about to hear in this clip that I'm about to play you now, a lot of people dismiss it with a scoff and a huff as a conspiracy theory, but it has been recurring as so regular over decades. It's been recurring as a decimal that it must have its own grain of truth. What this?
And met this gentleman, a professor. This gentleman told him that he knew why we were out. We wanted to get support and sympathy for Nigeria and to explain the federal course to the international community. And he explained that the international community was not particularly interested in Nigeria as such. All that people were interested in were our resources. And he even went further to say, if we could get robots to exploit your resources for us to develop our economies, we wouldn't mind the whole lot of you being eliminated. But, he said, in the case of Nigeria, there is a difference. And the difference is that Nigerians are very hard-working and very intelligent. And they have got resources, most of which they know next to nothing about. If this country, Nigeria, with all these resources, both human and material, was to have an uninterrupted period of 20 years of peace and stability, it would be another Japan. Because these intelligent, hard-working Nigerians would come to know about their resources, they would use their intelligence and work hard and exploit those resources and develop their economy. A developing economy needs a market, he said. In our own case, you have no problem with the market. Your population is large enough to provide the market that you need. And even without that, the Nigerian market is the entire West African region and beyond. So you will have no problem with the market. Therefore, if you are given an uninterrupted period of 20 years of peace and stability, you would become another Japan, you would threaten our economy, you would be a thorn in our flesh. That was the view of this professor in 1967. And he therefore ended by saying that even after the Civil War, we will not allow you to rest. We will create one problem after another for you. Knowing this, therefore, I feel that in spite of our shortcomings, which I must admit we have, there is a kind of orchestrated campaign against Nigeria so that it may not emerge the economic giant that it is destined to be.
So right, a lot of people have theorized that so often that there's a grand conspiracy to keep Nigeria down. You know, if Nigeria ever breaks through, then the black race breaks through off the back of it. And by the way, if you're listening or watching, thank you, but please click on the like button, make sure you're subscribed. We're trying to push numbers up. The viewership continues to ratchet up. Let us see that reflected in the likes and the subscriptions and all that. So like and subscribe if you haven't already done that. Like and subscribe as Solomon is urging you in the comment section. Yes, it's been theorized for such a long time that Nigeria is being deliberately held down because the evolution of Nigeria essentially means the emancipation of black people, because then they have a reference point. You know, they have because the black race has no reference point now. And Nigeria, being the biggest, most potent black country known to mankind, if it's ever going to evolve, and we're seeing it evolving out of its malaise now, we're seeing the phoenix rise out of the ashes with the sort of governance we're having now. So if we have that, then Dangote refinery already destroying businesses across the world. You know, and that is their greatest fear, but they cannot hold us back anymore. So that was, I didn't actually know who that was, but the comment section are telling me that was Maitama Sule. So that was Maitama Sule. They spoke English better then than we do now. That's for sure. Anytime you hear them back in those days, they speak like upper class English gentlemen. So they start. Let me bring you one more headline and then one more clip. I'll send the link in the comment section. If you want the conversation, come on. If you don't, we say goodbye. We meet tomorrow. So now, this is there's a lot of big things that needs to happen in the course of this year. The population census, of course, but the rebasing of the economy as well, to let us actually know the actual true value of the economy. rebase GDP to reveal Nigeria's underlying economic realities. So economic realities, positive or negative, a lot of people are advocating for this. I'm not going to read the fullness of, but I will read you just as soon as I've had a sneeze. I feel like I should have a sneeze. So let me play you a 1 minute thing just so I can let me give you 1 minute ditty.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate, we come along.
So like I was saying, a lot of heavy. I'll send the link if you want to come in. There's a lot of big ticket items to happen in the course of this year. The population census is one, then the rebasing of the economy too. Nigeria is not a $350 billion economy. I think we all just, we know that just from the interaction with the space, just the view and the activities of the landscape. It tells us even Lagos is about a 50 billion economy, if not 70. Never mind the oil resource place. So Nigeria is not a 350 billion economy, but what is it? So the rebasing of the economy will tell us that. So there's a push to have that rebasing. So the two big ticket items at least one of the two big ticket items, two of the big ticket items, I should say, the rebasing of the economy and the population census. So those two things, they have to get those right, especially the population. I'm just going to read you the meaning then, because we talk about this, we talk in acronyms, we talk in jargon so often, we forget sometimes that people don't actually understand what a lot of these acronyms mean. The meaning of GDP rebasing. So when they're talking about rebasing the economy, is essentially what these two paragraphs will tell you now. GDP rebasing is a process of updating the reference year used to calculate economic activity to account for structural changes and price movements. It ensures that GDP, anyway, it will explain itself. I don't need to explain it to you. GDP rebasing is a process of updating the reference year used to calculate economic activity to account for structural changes and price movements. It ensures that GDP figures accurately reflect modern economic activities, consumer patterns, and sectorial contributions. So what that means is, the economic changes. Nigeria started as an agrarian economy. It evolved into a mineral economy. Evolved into an. There was a time that Nigeria was built on. It was built on the groundnut pyramids in the north. Then the cocoa in the southwest. Then gems here and there, and then evolved into an oil-based economy. So those are economic structures evolving that redefined the general net worth of the country. So that's what the rebasing essentially speaks to take in the new things and how impactful they are on the economy. GDP rebasing is a process of updating the reference year used to calculate economic activity to account for structural changes and price movements. It ensures that GDP figures accurately reflect modern economic activities, consumer patterns, and sectorial contributions. Over time, an economy evolves, and industries that may not have been significant in the past emerge as major contributors to outputs. Without rebasing, official GDP estimates can become outdated and fail to capture the true extent of economic progress. I'll give you one more paragraph. In Nigeria, the last rebasing in 2014 significantly altered the perception of the country's economy, showing that sectors such as telecommunications, entertainment, and financial services had grown far beyond previous estimates. With the upcoming rebasing, the economy's structure will again be reassessed, incorporating new industries that have become vital drivers of economic growth in recent years. The expected increase in GDP size is likely to influence key economic indicators such as the debt to GDP ratio, tax revenue as a share of output, and fiscal planning. So that's what GDP rebasing is. So don't tell us you don't learn anything from here. You learn stuff. So you learn stuff. I'll play you one more clip. Send the link one last time. Play the Kegite music, and then we'll see what happens next. We may have an early night. So yeah. Let me play you this clip. The American, we're going international with the last clip, by the way. You know, the American president, Donald Trump, is what they call a Marmite sort of a character in this country. It's a bit yin and it's a bit yang. It's as loathsome as it can get it right somewhat. So in this particular clip that I'm about to play you now, tell me, you find it very difficult to disagree with him on this one. Watch this.
And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you.
Who could possibly disagree with that? I just thank God that they are putting a pause on the woke culture. It's not being stopped or being reversed. It's just being paused because the next person that replaces him in 4 years, he will ratchet it up again. Imagine that a 13-year-old boy, he tells you he's trapped in the wrong body. The guy that couldn't even speak 5 years ago, he couldn't utter words that will be understood outside of his family. He's not trapped in the wrong body. We play the Kegite music.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Nerua, which may death have nothing to do with us. So joining us, Ola, there's Ola right there, the mighty man, and there's Larry right there, escaping the comment section into the studio. Break your spaces still. Anybody also hop on. We kick it off, start it off. Who wants to start it off? Actually, it's just three of us so far. Who wants to start it off? Who wants to disagree?
Oh yeah, Larry start too. Larry start.
Mr. Lahwai now. You can start now. I know you. No, I can start, but no, we can be talking, but you can
Okay.
start. I can interject. Either way, I'm fine.
Okay, no problem, sir.
So
The
what
thing
are
I
we
like
talking
about
go on.
one man, I like the way you are playing my favorite music this day. That Orlando, you know, a wise man who died in the backyard of a foolish man. He get that CBO.
Yeah, it's his voice, you know. That voice that nobody else has that voice in Nigeria. That
Very
raspy
unique.
baritone. Yeah. Yes.
Very unique.
So we're talking about. Yeah, go on.
No, I think you want to start with economy reality or Natasha, whichever one.
No, I just wanted to present the menu, and then you guys can pick from it. We were talking about Senator Adeleke possibly crossing over to the APC. We're talking about the EFCC having Uju Kennedy, a lot of people's favorite ex-minister, having Uju Kennedy in their clutches. Simon Ekpa's account blocked. REMI TINUBU's hypocrisy. Sharia Council backing school closure for Ramadan. NATASHA Akpoti and TINUBU are campaigning for election or not. So all those or anything else that interests you, or did we miss something?
No. So good evening, woman, and good evening to our viewers. Let me start with Natasha. I think that's the hottest headline today.
The story will just not go away. I don't know what are we 3-4 days into it now. Is Natasha?
No. I think the Senate actually did the right thing, right? Because there's a lot of distraction in the Senate, and I think they just want to get all those distractions out. They have very important things to look into. The tax reform is there. There are several other things that are really important for them to look into, rather than, some of them, a lot of them are really tired of Senator Natasha's drama.
Was it quite striking that when he was inviting that should we suspend that, everybody said yes, should we not? Nobody said no.
If you watch the proceedings today, even before that time, she did something which is actually against the rule of the Senate. If the presiding officer of the Senate enters, every senator is supposed to stand up. While every other senator stood up, she sat down. And the chief whip of the Senate raised it. And those are the major things, right? You need to learn their rules. It's their rule. It's the rule of the Senate. Immediately you decide to be a senator, you must abide by those rules. And I think a lot of them were just tired. Like, yeah, let her just go. So that they can actually focus and concentrate on more important things. Because every day, for the last 2 days, it's been one day, one drama, right? She wants to come in, bring a drama in, hopefully, and I think they were just tired of the whole drama. Right? And this issue of sexual harassment and everything, right? Because if she had, put it out in the Senate in the right way, probably it will have, people in the Senate will have even taken notice of that. But the problem I have is, if there's anything, the next thing you want to quickly jump to Arise TV, jump to Channels TV, because you believe that you are going to see that audience. Because for her, I think it's more of content creation, right? Because
she wants to be the center of attention. Even the way she dresses into the parliament, she even said it, that she doesn't want to sit in the new seat because the cameras will not be there.
So which for me, it's funny, right? It's funny because you are a senator. Those are not things that you are supposed to really be interested in. You want the camera, you want to be in a place that the camera will capture you very well, and those are not really the thing. Because if you are a senator, in as much as you are contributing to things that are being discussed in the Senate, there is no way the camera will not get to you, right? It's not about, I just want, even her sitting the other place she was sitting, it was a whole lot of things because she was not even supposed to sit there. But I think, and the whole thing came out today, people that were begging Akpabio to ensure they give her committee chairman and everything. You're right. So for me, I think it's good. I think she just needs to go back and learn more about the rules of the Senate. Now, I'm not talking about, oh, probably there's sexual abuse, there's no sexual harassment. No. But there are some things that are basically related to the rules of engagement. The rules of the Senate, you need to study that rule. If you understand that rule, it helps you. It gives you that confidence to be able to debate in the Senate. And which is exactly what I think, she's missing. Yeah, they say she's a lawyer, and I think what she's supposed to do is just that small red book. Learn that small book. Learn it in-house so that you will be able to champion whatever arguments you have. So that, because a lot of things that actually cause all these things, right?
Other 10 on privileges, other 10 on privileges.
Yeah. But I think it's only on that 10 that
ridiculous woman.
on the 10 and on the 10, but there are a lot of things, right? There are a lot of things that she still needs to learn. There are a lot of things that she still needs to learn. And if you look at the Senate, the difference between the Senate and House of Rep is really, really wide. In House of Rep, you can see a whole lot of things happening in House of Rep. But Senate is always, you see them, they are always distinguished. That's why they call them distinguished senators. Because that's where you see a lot of people, right, that, they've seen life, they've been into governance, they've been in spaces, and they are out there. And you have a lot of things to learn from them. Not because, okay, imagine you have 109 senators. And out of 109 people, you can't even boast of at least 2 or 3 people to be able to stand with you. That shows that she needs to...
She claims she's fighting for women, but if you actually want to look at it, she's actually fighting against women. She's doing a real disservice to women in a powerful... It's a real disservice to what we're all advocating for more women representation in parliament. Imagine if they had 10 Natashas in that parliament. They would just burn the building down.
No. You see, for me, right, I don't even care about sexual... Yeah, because I don't know, right? Sexual harassment. Was there sexual harassment? Was there no sexual harassment? I don't know.
No. Setting aside the sexual and harassment.
That's what I'm trying to point out.
It's her conduct. The way she overtalks the Senate president, raises her voice, acts in a loud
That's why I'm not even talking about probably the sexual harassment. I'm really focused on the rules of engagement. If you're in a place, you need to learn the rules of engagement. Me and one person were talking today. They said, oh, the husband just went in to support her, and they had to share a kiss and all those things. And I told
they were kissing and groping in the parliament. Imagine that.
Is that necessary? I understand it's not illegal to do that, but morally, right? Is that really necessary? It's not necessary. And you see,
what I see there is the point why it may be true that the sexual harassment thing, why it may be true, but when Natasha has no evidence, because when you are trying to accuse someone, evidence really matters, because we know how Nigerians respond to things like this. Because no matter what, he has even messed the case up for herself. But what I don't want is the long time of sending her away for a very long time. I don't think it makes sense to me, because
no,
that is like insulting, or just trying to downplay the fact that some people send this senator to the assembly. Why I agree that this person here, in the sense that when you are coming against someone with such huge allegation, you should just get your evidence and where it is necessary.
She wasn't suspended for the allegation. She was suspended for her conduct in parliament around the city.
There's one thing there, you understand. Okay, he was suspended for, yes, even at that, you shouldn't send her away for how many months? 6 months, or what did I hear?
6 months.
So it's telling you that people can come up tomorrow and say, okay, we don't even need this Senate. It's telling you that, okay, for you to take a representative of the people, and you send the person away, it's either the person is so useless in the house and it's not doing anything, or the entire Senate themselves, they are not really serious, they are not doing anything, and they should be scrapped.
No, that's an overreach now. They have rules.
I'm overreaching because no, there's a way you can punish than sending the representative. See, it is these people you are punishing.
No, you said that. But are you saying that how grievous is what she did? That's the first thing. Okay, so she was yes, Fatai. Already we know your politics just from your name, Fatai. How grievous is what she did is the first thing. So there are two phases of it. She acted in an unruly manner, unbecoming of the Senate, violating the rules, shouting over the Senate president, and causing ruckus in the House. So that was the first thing. And then the second thing is she did not abide by the guidance of the sergeant at arms or the administrator that rearranged the sitting. That's the second thing. So now they set up a committee to address that, and she deemed that the committee not beneath her to a level that she did not attend. So she causes ruckus. She did not follow as directed by the administrators of the House. A committee set up to address it. She did not attend, given sufficient notice to attend. So what do? They serve her tea. What will be the consequence of that?
Okay. If she did that, I quite agree that.
No, she did do that. Now, why are you saying if she did do that?
No. She can be punished, but I'm just telling you that in this they put in some unhealthy politics into it, because one of such politics is withdrawing odd lists as security details. So when you start doing things like that, it's taking another dimension, because
Mr. Ola, I think they are even still more lenient with 6 months.
I disagree.
No. Let me bring up my points. Do you remember Abdul Mumin those days?
The name sound familiar.
Yeah, Abdul Mumin Jubril.
The sound familiar, yeah.
Yeah, in House of Reps. They gave Abdul Mumin that time, they gave him 180 sitting days, which is, and 180 sitting days as at that time was around 60 weeks for him to be out of National Assembly. That was 60 weeks. So for Natasha, I think for me, 6 months is okay. One thing I like that they did was the legislative aids. At least don't stop those one salary. And I think they were able to at least let those one salary keep going, because they have their own families too. So, but for Natasha, for me, I think 6 months is okay. 6 months is not really, because what she did today, because one thing is you can have allegation, you are the Senate president. But when you are against an institution, you have one or two things against an institution, all it takes you is to plead with the institution, right? Let them see that you being remorseful. And I'm very sure that if our colleague have seen that, probably she's remorseful. I think some of them were like, they might actually say, okay, fine, 3 months, let her just go for 3 months. But she did another thing this morning. And it's more like she wants.
Claiming she's a freedom fighter. What did she claim? I'm a freedom fighter.
She did another thing this morning, right? Every senator stood up. You sat down. She sat down, which shows that it's going to be one day, one drama. One day.
You see, Larry, a lot of things that people don't understand is when they feel they are fighting somebody in position, you are not actually like these people that try to ridicule TINUBU or all of that. They are not actually. It's not TINUBU now. It's an office, and that office is the president of Nigeria. So if you think you are diminishing the man, you are actually diminishing the office he occupies. You know, and that's the thing as well. You know, she feels that she's beefing with Akpabio, therefore she won't stand up for him. You know, Akpabio is outside of the chambers, but in that chamber, so it's a third citizen, number 3 citizen of the country. You know, so everybody stands up, you sit down because you think you are beefing him. It's just, I think they should just expel her, save us the because she why not? They should expel her now.
When they didn't elect her, why?
No, they can't expel her. But I think 6 months is good. Hopefully, by after, you know, if she's gone for 6 months, coming back, she will have at least learned 1 or 2 things. She needs to learn 1 or 2 things. Even those days, if you remember those days of Dino Melaye, you know, there's this, you know, he's always garrulous. He wants to, you know, be everywhere. I think at the point they had to put him to check. They had to put him to check, and that's how it's supposed to be. Because as a senator, there are some things that you need to learn, because you learn a lot of things from these men. A lot of these men, they've been everywhere, right? They've been governors. They understand what power means. They've tested power, and they know how to use that power. But you are just, you are just starting. As far as I'm concerned, Natasha is just starting. What you can do with this Kogi guy, you can't do it in a space like National Assembly. So for me, I think it's good. At least for that 6 months, it's at least you would, you know, hopefully we don't see her running from Arise to channels.
I think we will, you know, as early as tomorrow, we will see her.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't see her do that if she... And if you look at this whole thing, how did it start? After that day, she called into, I think, probably Berekete. There's this radio station in Abuja, Berekete. Now, she didn't bring that issue of sexual harassment at that point. She started with, they changed me because they changed me from my committee to another committee because they felt I was really pushing things to the north. You understand what I'm saying? Now, that was the first thing she used. They felt I was pushing things to the north, which is a strategy, north versus south. That was how it started. Because they felt I was pushing things to the north. A lot of senators are against me. You understand what I'm saying? And, you know, that did not fly. Because the intention of saying that was basically get some northern supporters and make it look like it's the southern senators that are against her. That was why they had to remove her from that committee. But that did not fly. I think it was 2 days after that this issue of sexual harassment actually came out. And it's just more, so I followed the whole thing. It's more like one strategy did not work. Let me try
It's an afterthought. It's an afterthought.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the committee they gave you, ordinarily, and I like the Senator Karimi actually said it today, right? They had to lobby and lobby and lobby to a point of, using everything to ensure they gave her that committee. And if you look at all the other female senators, out of all the female senators, they gave her the best committee, right? In terms of privilege, she has more privilege than all the other senators. She's just a first-timer, like Ireti Kinjibe. And they still give her they gave her this, they gave her that. And for me, I think it's good for her. Hopefully she takes that time to really learn more about decorum, learn more about institutions. You can have 1 or 2 things against
Well, she's not demonstrating that she's capacitated to learn. I don't think there's any capacity for learning there.
Yeah. Well, she will learn. Something will make people to learn. Something will definitely push you to learn. Because I'm very sure on her own, what she definitely want to do is to go back and read that red book in out. Because if you understand that book, you'll be able to have a better argument and you'll be able to have something to defend yourself. Because that's what I think is missing. Right? There are a lot of things that she doesn't really understand in those rules. And at every point, they are always pointing out the rules. So because if she understands the rules, it's just like, yeah, you are a lawyer, right? You don't even understand the Constitution and you want to go to court. And they are quoting the Constitution. And at every point, you're quoting something else, and the judge keeps pointing you back to the Constitution. And it gets to a point that they ask you, right, are you sure you are a lawyer?
Larry, let's look at the punishment. So now, her salary and security details withdrawn. The salary, yes, if you are suspended, then you don't get a salary. But the security details, is that excessive? And then she's barred from accessing the assembly premises. I think that still falls within that's still acceptability. But the security details being withdrawn, her office will be locked. Her legislative aides would not receive their salary.
No, they will.
No. This is what it is saying. It says that the legislative aides.
No, they will. I think which of them? Somebody pleaded. I think Ojiuzo Kalu. Senator Ojiuzo Kalu pleaded for the legislative aid.
Oh, all right. So that was reversed.
Yes.
All right.
So Senator Ojiuzo Kalu pleaded for the legislative aids, and I think they re-amended that so that the legislative aids can actually have something. So for the oddlies and everything, yeah, it's normal. They have to take the oddlies, right? Because
why is it normal for a politically exposed person?
No.
Because that's not the problem.
No.
Why is it normal?
No.
In a country like Nigeria. So
yeah.
That's why I thought the person.
You see the problem I have. You see this issue of oddlies. So as far as I'm concerned, ask me one thing, right? I think a lot of those issues of oddlies and a lot of somebody you put like 5, 10, 6 policemen guiding one person, I think it's just excessive. So if they are taking the oddlies, it's just more like, yeah, the oddlies should go and report back to their office. That's just it.
No. See, Larry, say this.
Okay.
See, I understand. In a country like Nigeria, normally, I will not be saying this, but we know our politics in that country, and we know what it means to be politically exposed. So, see, all those punishments that you mentioned,
Mr. Ola, she's for that 6 months, she is a private citizen.
Yeah, she's a private citizen with political opponents.
No, forget about political opponents. She's a private citizen. And she's entitled to what every other private citizens are entitled to. Right? So giving her 6, 7 oddly, they gave it to her basically because she's a senator, right? And if they say
protection.
Yeah, for protection, which every other private citizens do not really have access to.
No. Look at it this way. I believe you are in America. I don't know why I'm not equating.
So is it every private citizen in Nigeria that have access to oddly?
Wait now. The day you announce your president, the next president, the person already have his own security details. I don't know whether it applies to other political office holder. But the thing is, immediately you are faced with a particular office that some people convert. We have issues there. And
ex-governors, ex-ministers, ex-this, ex-that, they don't have security details, do they? Does Uju Kennedy have security details?
They don't have the one they used to have.
Better do have security details.
No, they don't.
They don't.
No. I see.
Do you know how many
former governor can have by virtue of the office,
the executive position that they.
It's just like former president, but probably you're a former minister. You feel like, oh, they should give you. No, it doesn't really work like that. So I think
what I'm saying is this: why seeing that office? Some people may have interest in that office. Once you are out of that office, it's another thing entirely. Because let me tell you one thing. If you get the governors and the president exposed today, All those ones they are talking of impeachment, some bad guys, they know exactly what to do just because they covered that position.
No, but you can't equate you can't equate the president or a governor to a senator now.
One man, did you hear about
all
the
former senators, Mr. Olawait, all the former senators, right? Do they all have orderlies?
That's not what I'm saying. All the former senators, they are no longer a threat to someone that covets a political position.
How?
That's former.
How?
Like, okay, look at it this way.
Mm-hmm.
You want to become a governor, you have a competitor.
Mm-hmm.
We are in that country where we know one Funshaw Williams that aspire, just aspiration.
Mm-hmm.
They buy the guy. We're in that country when just because Bola Ige was a threat to some people, despite having ugly, they buy the guy.
No, see,
political position in Nigeria is a D or D. Wait now, it's a D or D affairs. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't think not having orderly can stop her from getting police protection. Let's not mix it up.
Okay.
If she feels
that's another perspective.
If she feels her life is not safe, she has the right to request for police protection. As a normal citizen, you also have the right to request for police protection. All you just need to do is to lay it down to the police. Because of this, I don't think I am safe. Right? Give me protection. Request from DSS. You have the right to request for protection. But when it comes to orderlies are attached to you because of your office. Not because you just need police protection. Take, for instance, now, if you're a Senate president, there are a number of police that are supposed to be with you. There are a number of DSS officers that are supposed to be with you. There are numbers of civil defense officers that are supposed to be with you, because that is what comes with that office. If you are a National Assembly, if you are a principal officer, take for instance in the Senate, your office is supposed to be on the last floor, because that comes with that office of being a principal officer in the Senate. The moment you leave that office as a principal officer, the Senate has the right to change your office to probably on the ground floor if they want to. So let's not mix this up, right?
No, as this is good that you address that point. I'm okay with it. That's fine.
All right. Let's bring other voices in as they continue to join us. We've got War Peace and Fatai, NATASHA as well. So we know where Fatai is going already. But let's bring War Peace in. So we thought we would have been done and buried with NATASHA's storyline, but it continues to give War Peace. So now she's been suspended, and there's every justification that justifies the suspension. But the accoutrement of that suspension, a lot of people feel might be excessive. So what are you then making of the latest installment in the never-ending saga that is NATASHA Akpoti? What please?
Yeah, one man, good morning. Thank you. In a much, I love to contribute, but right now I'm busy. I'm cooking. So please, can you move to the next person? When I'm done, I can signal you to bring me back. Please.
So you didn't show you sabi cook, abi?
Where do they cook? Na Nigeria or Tinko?
I think they make scrambled eggs and toast and toast bread and that's a few things. I beg.
People still eat that. I remember when I used to be obsessed with that.
No, my daughter introduced me to Ramo. My daughter, she likes it so much.
How do you make it? How do you make it?
I actually have a machine that can actually toast the bread for me the way I want it.
No. Toast the scrambled now. Yeah.
The scrambled, I'm not using oil. The way my wife taught me anyway. I'm just doing it like that. Like
you should use butter, not oil.
No, I don't want butter at all. That's why I don't want butter. I don't want oil. I just want to make it dry.
And you should sprinkle cheese on top of it as well. Grated cheese.
Yeah, that one. Only that one I'm considering because I'm watching my cholesterol level. So try not to add too much to it. One man, my pan is hot. Please, can you go to the next person, please? Thank you.
All right, Fatai, are you with us, Fatai?
Hello.
You will never. You will never be in the kitchen. You should tell me just why.
Life be
Uber Eats is our best. Uber Eats.
We always be in the library.
The only one thing I don't know how to do. One thing I regret I don't know how to do.
Do you know how to boil an? Can you boil an egg? No. I've seen people boil egg before. So can you boil an egg? Yeah? I suspect that you might not even be able to boil an egg. But
oh man, I know say you won't yab me, but I don't go yab myself. So this is the only thing I can guarantee you. I cannot yab myself.
We are still on this Natasha case. Now she's been suspended after
that. So I would like to say two things, before I say anything. So the one thing I want to say is a comment. The second thing I want to say, I want to ask you for a favor. So the first thing I want to say is, not even, how do I even put it? As somebody, Stan, who have been serious, by the way, serious victim of people that don't know how to stop. Now, I'm not even talking whatever anymore. I don't want to say what I'm saying is something that is personal in my life, nothing to do with YouTube or anything. People that don't know how to stop, all they know is now we're the wrong town. So as a all you requested is, can you please stop? Can you please leave me alone? Stop and leave me alone. That's all your request. So as a victim of that, serious victim of that, by the way, I identify with Natasha. So that's my one commentary. My second comment, it's also an identification, so that leads to the request. I would like for you, one man, I would like to ask
you identify with Natasha if her allegation is true. You have to put that proviso if her allegation is true.
There's no proviso in my comment. It's exactly as I said it. The other thing I wanted to say...
Why are you identifying with her when we don't know if she's telling, and every chance is that she is telling a lie? So you are identifying with
Natasha's Natasha's request is very simple. She said, leave me alone. That's her request. You see, every other thing is a development. Natasha's request is leave me alone. But that's all right. I just wanted to say that just to show that I identify with her. The second thing I wanted to ask Omar, I said that before, that it's a favor. And I want to say, it's also like an identification. I identify also with her. Can you please show my photo, because because I identify with her as she said, or they said of her, that she loves camera. So just as a lover of camera, can you please, thank you very much. I just wanted to share that for Natasha, just as a lover of camera. So I identify with her.
You mean as a lover of women? You always wait with the women, Fatai. You always wait. You
always take that. Well, if you accuse me of that, I don't mind. But that's not really the point. I really identify with Natasha in both ways. So that I don't want to only today not be. Actually, I just jumped in quickly. It's not really that, because the problem I have these days is concentration. Because when I'm not concentrated, I'm missing my words. I don't like feeling like I said something I want to read. I didn't say that I would have loved to say it, So, but there is one thing that only I wanted to say, that is very certain, is that I was very disappointed, by the way. I didn't know we have such a Senate. So when I read out the first thing for her to be suspended, it was mind-blowing. There's nobody that opposed it. So that was mind-blowing. I don't believe that we have such a country.
What does that tell you? What does that tell you?
Well, that tells me that we have a serious problem. That's what it tells me. To even make it worse, so I remember one time, Ajahn Lekoko used to steal come regularly that time. I also came on board. I think even before they gave judgment on Ningi's case, I think we were talking about Onyema, and then I remember I also talked about Ningi. So Ningi was suspended. Okay, that is, I think the court later said something along the line, the Senate don't have a right to do that, the Senate president or whatever, the Senate. But anyway, I don't need the court to tell me, Fatai, that. It's the same thing I said about Ningi. It is not Akpabio's private company. The Senate is not anybody's private company to suspend anybody. You did not elect that person. You're not going to suspend her because you cannot sort yourselves out. You did not elect her. Forget, today is not for me even to, because I listen to the Lord as much as I can, a lot of things around, but I don't even want to touch anything. This is just a simple stuff. And it's not even just, so as you're saying, maybe love women or something. I said so also about Ningi. It's not your private company to be suspending people, like suspend her. It's not your private company. So just suspend. Her people
even if she flouted the rules, she should not be suspended.
What rule? By the way, who told you she flouted any rule? What rule did she flout? But I don't want to even discuss that because people, they are talking a lot about rules. She flouted rules. Who told you she flouted any rule? Any?
But we saw it play out in Technicolor now. We saw her flouting the rules.
She didn't flout any rule. We have a serious problem of comprehension in the country. Even in the Senate, that is the problem. She is following the rules. They should check their own comprehension level about the rule. That is it. But I don't even care about that. At this point, it doesn't even matter. Maybe we don't tell them now. You are going to cause a problem over nothing. But the thing say, now them they run town. That is what is going on. You are going to cause a problem, serious problem over nothing. Look at the cost, the huge amount of cost. All of these things is cost. What does it cost to notify somebody that you are changing their seat? 0, maybe 1 naira.
She was told, she refused.
Look at all of this cost that is cost. You say she refused. Okay, so the worst case against her is that she's petty. So because
it's not pettiness. Just give me 1 second, Fatai. You know, when they changed the rules, they assigned your name to when they changed the seat, they assign your name to the seat now that's been allocated you. And then every seat has an allocation, so a name attached to it. So even if you are speaking from the wrong seat, then you're essentially speaking on behalf of the person that should be in that seat. It's not a simple thing now.
One man, okay, fine, very nice. But who told you she doesn't have a right to object?
To object
to being moved? In the video, who said that she doesn't have a right to object?
To be seated?
Yes.
What will be the basis of that objection?
I don't care. I don't know. I don't care. I don't want to know. Who told you she has no right to object? Even for the worst reason, she wants to object that there's no camera where they are putting her. Okay, that is even the reason. Because of the camera. Who told you she has no right to object that she wants to be moved to where there's no camera? Who among them, don't tell me one politician that you know that doesn't love camera? And that is the reason we are going to spend all this cost. It's a total disgrace. But I don't care. I don't want to speak about that.
Do you think she's a distraction? Do you think she should be expelled from that house? Do you think she's a distraction?
No. Mama, you don't even need to stress yourself. The ethics committee, that committee that brought out, that recommended that decision, and then the Senate itself took that action. They have now succeeded with Akpabio, all of them. They have succeeded to create for themselves. Nothing NATASHA didn't do. They brought it on themselves. They have succeeded to create a constitutional crisis. All we will see now is whether the court is going to send that chairman of that committee and Akpabio to prison for contempt of court. The court told them, they gave them an order not to continue with that whatever they sent to the Senate, the petition, the ethics and committee, the investigation, whatever, what body suspension. The court gave them an order, and yet they continue. If the court gives you an order as an ordinary citizen, you probably will go to jail. Let's see what they're going to do. Let's just wait and see what the judiciary will do. They have a bigger problem in their hand and they don't realize it. It's okay. Shebi, they know the year what Abi. Then go learn now. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Give us a little flavor on this headline as well. Rebase GDP to reveal Nigeria's underlying economic realities. So it's about time that economy was rebased, though, because there are so many. I was watching an interview with the founder of Flutterwave, which is now a $1 billion company, and there are other sort of shoot-ups or other sort of entities within that economy. We last rebased our economy in 2014 thereabout. So there are other industry spaces that have mushroomed and ballooned up that adds to the economy that is not yet being captured in the general net worth of the country. So how important is this rebasing, and how does it impact us?
You know how interesting this conversation is? There is nothing that is more interesting than what the court is going to do in this regard, because that is very serious problem they have now. This one is nothing compared to what problem they have created. Okay.
The rebasing of the economy is not important.
Nothing compared to what because that is a foundation of a country. If you don't have the rule of law, what do I care about? What is this picture? Why are you smiling? Or rebase GDP? What does it matter to me? If you don't have a rule of law, you don't have nothing. So let's see what the court will do. Let's see what country we have.
What is before the court, though? She's challenging I'm not quite sure even if you can challenge what actually goes on in Parliament.
No.
I think there's immunity in terms of.
The court there is immunity for what you say.
No.
The rule of law is above everything. There's nothing. The Senate is not a country of its own. Okay,
no.
Not a country of its own. I can do whatever I want. Nobody can.
The court.
Okay? Who's checking the checker? No. Their job is to make law. Okay, they are not the interpreter of the law. There's nothing. Nobody can see us or whatever.
I think it's
At any rate, it doesn't matter. There is a court order. That is what matters. There is a court order.
What court order? Compelling what? Compelling what?
Compelling them not to continue what they did, not to even touch it.
The court cannot.
There is a court order telling them not to touch it.
That interim injunction, right? The court cannot stop Senate proceedings.
Woma, thank you very much. I have said what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Stay now for time. Angara with us.
There's no point. I mean, what's the point? There's no point.
No, you can entertain contrary views now because as much as I know you like to champion the oppressed, the right of the oppressed. But sometimes we're lost in the fog of it, especially, the worst victim is to have somebody that is a minority and then a female. Everybody lives to the defense of a female voice, especially when a powerful man is waiting against her. But this woman is not a victim. She's the aggressor in this matter.
Woman, you are interpreting. You are interpreting me. All I said is, we have a constitutional crisis. Okay, that is what I'm standing on. The earlier two things I said is very clear. I identify with Natasha, both on what she's going through, on the leave me alone. They won't stop. Number one. Number two, they say she loves camera, and I identify with her because I don't know a politician who doesn't love camera. So that I don't actually, that argument is I don't know what actually that means. So I identify with her for those two things. My earlier commentary about minority, that is for that time. It was good at that time. Everything is developed fast, you understand? Now, That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there is a court order that said don't do something. If that court order is to somebody else, you're going to face consequences. You're going to face serious problem. They will throw you in jail for contempt of court. So that's it. If you don't have the rule of law, so what is the? I have my own opinion on different layers of these things, but the whole doesn't. All of them doesn't matter. All of them, whether it is right, it is left, it is forward, it is backward, it is this. You are wrong, you are right, I'm right, I'm right. All of them doesn't matter. We have a very serious problem. These people have succeeded to create a constitutional crisis, which is the court said is an order from the court. Don't go ahead. They went ahead. So what is the court going to do about it? And the gravity of it is, what is the court going to do to the Senate president? And that one. That's a very
in what regard?
That is the big question of the court. You have created a problem.
In what regard? In what regard will the courts do something about the Senate president? In what regard?
Contempt of court. There is a court order. So the violation of the court order creates a serious problem for the court because of the position of this person. Because naturally, it's respect me, I respect you kind of relationship is supposed to be. But as it stands now, there is a serious problem. If the court doesn't do anything about it, it's a serious problem, maybe even the biggest problem. Who knows? It depends. But whatever it is, whether you agree it's a biggest problem or not, but it's a big problem for the court. They have created a big problem for the court, for the judiciary, the entirety of the judiciary. Then we know when they tell somebody, say,
I think you're over embellishing.
Over embellishing.
Yes.
Over embellishing.
One, I'm not aware of this court injunction, and even if the injunction is in place, what happens within the this is not unique or peculiar. So I know that certainly obtains here in the UK. I suspect it obtains in America as well. What happens in the senatorial chambers is covered by is constitutionally immune. You know
what? This is also what I'm saying. It's different things. What you say on the floor of the Senate, okay, you can't be prosecuted for it, okay. That is different from carrying out something. You can go and get a court injunction again. It doesn't even matter what it is. The legislature, even the executive, you can go again. If the easiest way to understand it is, you can go get a court order to stop the president from demolishing your house. It doesn't mean that the president doesn't have immunity against prosecution. That is the easiest way to a comparable understanding of it. It doesn't mean the governor might sign a letter for your house to be demolished, and you can get a court injunction to stop the demolition of your house. So the court can stop an activity from going on. But the problem here is not even that. The problem here is an order has been made. Whether it's even right or wrong, an order has been made. Do we even have a court? Whether you think it's right or wrong, an order has been made and they violated the order. Why? Because they want to punish Natasha. So in trying to punish Natasha is bigger than the order of court.
All right. Let's bring Baba into the conversation as we await World Peace to finish. I wonder how long it takes to fry an egg. It's just a minute. This guy is making a meal out of frying an egg. But Baba, are you not? Are you any good in the kitchen, Baba?
One man, I'm done. Just that I'm making dishes. Making dishes.
All right. Just indicate when you're ready. Let's hear from Baba.
Okay.
Yeah, Baba.
Okay. How are you on, man?
I'm good. Good to have you.
Salutations to fellow panelists and then the commentariats. I greet you. And our esteemed watchers, please click the like button and enjoy the platform, the session. One man, in governance, in a democracy, right from medieval times, in the times of Caesar, we have the legislature, the judiciary, we have the executive. Basic interpretation of their functions. The legislature, they make the law. They make the law. Judiciary interprets it. The executive executes it. That is why a court, for instance, can only judge a case, sentence a man. It is the executive that takes him into custody. The law that the court used will be made by the judiciary. It is called separation of powers. And they are equal. The three tiers are equal. One cannot infringe on the other. That is settled law. Anywhere democracy is practiced. Now, for the NATASHA case, let's look at the Senate, the Hollow Chamber, as a club. For instance, every club you belong to, debate society, tennis club, soccer club, anything, there are rules that applies to everybody, man, woman, and everybody have to observe it. And it really doesn't, it's not about hierarchy when it comes to that. I'll give you an example. A very, very rich man whose wife is a billionaire. This is Island Club in Lagos during COVID times. He went into one of the bars in Island Club, was not wearing his mask. One of the biggest sponsors. I don't know if he's a billionaire in dollars, but the wife is a billionaire in dollars. And an Indian man who is maxed, also a member, challenged him. It almost turned into a fisticuff. The story I was told, he was under the influence, actually. And he was thrown out and suspended for 1 year. Not minding his status, not minding that he had a confrontation with somebody that would be considered a foreigner. Rules are rules. I belong to clubs, mostly tennis club. I can tell you the number of cartons of beer, because it is cartons we pay as fines. Not be small. Once you infringe upon the laws. That woman was unruly. There's a level of decorum you have to exhibit when you come into an hollow chamber. It's what you signed into. That is why you are called distinguished. And you have to carry yourself distinguishedly. You are like Senator Itagiwa said, I follow this thing from the courts to the public I follow this religiously. It's a study for me. I can give you blow by blow accounts. I mean, look at her countenance, her demeanor in the house. That's not respectable. She's not above anybody else. They are all equal, 109 of them.
Did you hear her parting shot as she was escorted off the
I don't mind. She doesn't know what's going to hit her. She doesn't know what's going to hit her. Because in this case, let me just digress. This sexual harassment case must go the full distance. Must go the full distance. Whether she likes it or not, she has to prove it. She has to prove it. I know she doesn't have a proof. It's going to be his word against Akpabio's, but she will be made to swear to an affidavit. And that's a trap. And that is a trap. When you swear to an affidavit, because there is perjury here. And the thing is not like, you don't talk. Look, she can be the Senate president tomorrow. She can be the Senate president tomorrow. Nothing stops her from being the Senate president. So if you aspire to lead the Senate, you have to respect the office of the Senate president. It is the office we are talking about. It's not about Akpabio. It is the Senate, and you have to comport yourself. She has anger management issue. She was almost going to break the microphone on her way out. That place is they call it hallowed chamber. It's not a place for content creators. It's a place for serious business, lawmaking.
So, but she's a freedom fighter now and a human rights activist fighting for the rights of women.
Activism belongs in the realm of the streets, not in the hallowed chamber. Pocket your activism when you enter that chamber and face the serious business, conduct the serious business of making laws for the nation. It's not where you have to point finger and train fingers. I listened to all the senators today, from Oshiomhole to Karimi to Cyril to Okpeyemi Bamidele, and all of them. I listen to everything. I have time on my hands because I want to see the bottom of this. And everything they said is already what I know. And it breaks my heart. I'm not saying Akpabio is innocent. He has his own issues. Neither Senator NATASHA, because people who come here and side on her and quote what's the other woman's name in NDDC, they will cleverly not talk about Reno Mokri. But with that woman, there is also a Reno Mokri. So one I will say. And that woman did not pursue her case to the logical conclusion. And that's what I suspect NATASHA is trying to do here. Just throw the accusation, let it stick with those who believe in her, and she will not follow it up. She has thrown the mud. It has sticked. Like the people are quoting the woman right now, every day, morning, noon, night. This woman said he slapped her. That said he slapped her. Then you call them, hello, please tap them on the shoulder and tell them, oh, what about Reno, who saw his own to his logical conclusion, and he got paid.
Baba Josh, oh,
why not? Go ahead, please.
Baba.
Bawo, Ayeo.
Yeah, she gone. Baba, I just wanted to, before I say something, I wanted to ask, Baba, but do you feel it seems that it might actually be the case that she didn't actually go out to tarnish Akpabio's reputation? I think I think she deserved commendation. I think she deserved commendation because her explanation of why she's being targeted, because her claim is that she's being targeted for whatever it is, whatever is going on with their committees, rearrangement. She feels targeted, and she feels that the reason is these sexual advances. Okay, but if she feels the reason is the sexual advances, and she's telling her husband's friend that she doesn't appreciate, I mean, isn't it possible for somebody not to appreciate sexual advances from her husband's friend? So if that was true, couldn't it be that she was actually doing Akpabio a favor by telling her, look, let's not be doing this? But I don't care. I want to, because I was just shocked by the news. I thought it was a prank, you know. So, but I want to leave it another time, another day. But I don't understand what I don't understand from as much I've been able to listen to. I don't understand what rule they said that she violated. They said she is about the rule of the Senate, but what rule? Okay, fine, it's about the rule of Senate, generally speaking. But what rule did she violate?
Okay, I will explain it to you.
Thank you, Baba.
Yeah, when you come into the senator, as elected senator, once they swear you in, they give you the Senate order book, rules and order book, the red one. That red, I think, is 140 something page. I can't remember now how many pages it contains.
You want an Instagram babe to be reading 140 pages? Must be joking.
She's a lawyer. What do lawyers do?
She's an Instagram babe.
You read, as lawyers, you read your brief properly.
No, I mean what?
I will explain it. I'm answering one man. Look, they give you you study it. This is what the rule says. Where you are assigned to, that's why they have chief whip. It's like the policeman amongst the senators. They assign seats to everybody. It's not a place you can come and just go sit down. It's only for distinguished senators. You have your assigned seats. And as at when, at the pleasure or displeasure of the Senate president and his coterie of officers, when they reassign seats, they would tell the marshal there, what's his name now, to inform everybody.
Sergeant of Arms.
Sergeant of Arms. They will inform you beforehand.
Sergeant at Arms.
At Arms.
This is the seat now assigned. They will take your plate, not your name plate, and put it in the place, let you know that your seat has been reassigned, and you go sit down there. It is only when you are sitting down there you can conduct business of the house. I'll give you an example. In a court, we have the bench, we have the bar. The bar is where lawyers sit. Are you following my point, Fatai? The bar is where the lawyers sit. Even if the bar is filled, they have to bring more seats so that all other lawyers can sit in line with all the lawyers at the bar. You don't go and sit with people who are attendees in court, because if you sit with them and they call your case and you stand in amongst the crowd, the bench will not recognize you because you are not seated in the correct position. So the same thing with the Senate. No, let me finish so that you can understand the perspective. On this particular day, there was this vacancy hollow here and there because some senators have defected, cross carpets. So this now said, assigned to her another seat. She came in, she sat at a normal position. Previously, she refused to take up the new assigned seat. And the rule says in the book she has that if you choose to disobey, then you don't have business of contributing until you do the proper thing. Then she came under Order 10. Order 10 says that no matter how tight or involved the business of the Senate is, once a senator stands up and invoke Order 10, everything has to be dropped to listen to that senator immediately. But there is a caveat there. You can only invoke Order 10 when you are seated in the proper place assigned to you.
Baba, there is no caveat in the order.
You
there is no caveat. There is no caveat.
What?
In that Order 10.
Have you read the rule book?
Woman, that Order 10, there is no condition. There is no condition. It's a straight order. It's a fire alarm order. If you're whatever it is, you can raise it. You understand? It happens everywhere. Even in America Congress, it happens. You say, hey, all the privilege, something, they will shout it. In fact, they can shout it 1 million times. Even the head of the Congress will even rule. The congressman will still shout it again. And then they will say, okay, put it to vote. They will then put it to vote to decide, and the majority will then win. Even after whatever they call their Congress head decided on the privilege raised by the congressman or the senator, the congressman or congresswoman or the senator will still raise it again, and then okay, we put it to vote. So there is no that.
No, but you have to be seated in your position. I watch the Congress every day here. No, there is plenty. There is a Honorable Jasmine Crockett. She is the most vocal. After you can talk about Ocasio-Cortez. Then you go to the Michigan woman, the Somalian. Look, I follow these things properly. You cannot do that in American Congress.
There is no condition attached to that order. Okay? If they destroy it for Natasha, Natasha doesn't even need to worry about that. Now them go chop all of them.
No. Listen. Akpabio has run afoul. Akpabio, couple of years back, run afoul of the same situation. Akpabio himself. But the difference was while standing on his feet, when he saw he was wrong, he apologized profusely.
No, yeah, but the Senate president at that time, Saraki, did not say Akpabio was wrong. Saraki said there is no microphone where you are. You can speak there, but there is no microphone there.
No. They've already asked because the microphone was not working. Listen,
the microphone was not working. Yeah. He said
his microphone was not working. They assigned another seat to him where the microphone was.
All right, gentlemen, we have to start moving from Natasha, but say that, and then Baba bring it home, and then I'll play you a clip after that.
No, me. I want to, because I have to kind of.
You make your point, and then Baba will wrap up Natasha, and then we'll move on to. I think we've been 3 days on Natasha now.
Yeah. There other when the situation of Saraki did not say Akpabio could not speak. Saraki said, "This place you are shouting order where you want to speak. The microphone there is not working." That is what Saraki said.
Look, it's like even where you are. Even if we allow you, follow the Saraki listing. I listen to that. The microphone is not even working. It's like, what do you want? The microphone is not even working there. So that was where he apologized. But this lady, it's not about microphone. It's about assignment.
Baba, I just want to make my submission. I don't really, like I said, all I'm interested in, I just want to see how the judiciary, as a Nigerian, as one Nigerian, as a person, that's what I mean. As one Nigerian, just to see how the judiciary deals with this. Everything is more than this, bigger than this now. managed to make it bigger than this.
But in a case, the case too, you have to put the other party in notice. That's what the court said. Serve them. I'll give you 3 days injunction. Let me finish. Let me. We are enlightening people here.
All right, we must move on from this topic at some point.
The court ruled that I'll come back on Friday, but in the meantime, I'll give you an injunctive junction. Serve these people, all the papers you brought here before me, serve them so that they can come to court on Friday. On Friday, which is tomorrow. But then, have you served them? Did they sign it?
Baba,
did they sign it? So those are the questions you have to ask yourself, because these are points of procedure. Things are not automatic when it comes to administration. Everything follows procedure. There are rules to be followed. You can't hurry things. So this is where I'm going. And just like as an addition, there is Senator Onyekachi. He said something today again.
The ones that said she had 6 children or something with different men.
No. What he said today is said Senator Sani Musa, Niger State, has had a call from Natasha to go one, that the Senator Musa of Niger should go one Akpabio to return her back to the chairmanship of the Content Creator Committee, failing which she will deal with Akpabio. And one man, you know what? I want to see that senator.
We should believe him, but we shouldn't believe her.
You say?
We should believe him, but we shouldn't believe her.
This is their words. They are senators. And in courts.
But she also is senator. She also is saying something. So we should believe Onyekachi, but we shouldn't believe Natasha.
It is their business. But I know one thing in court. I know one thing in court. When you stand and you have 5 people saying the same thing, and you have one person saying another thing, the court will believe the preponderance of the 5 people. These witnesses are stacking up. So, like you said, let's leave it, wait and see. It's a don't look affair. So, one man, let me quickly go to River State issue that the CTC happened today to be issued. And then Supreme Court has brought that case to rest. Finally. In the last couple of days, everyone has been talking of, let's see the CTC. Even though those who sat in the chamber of the Supreme Court and had the judgment read, they still doubt what they heard. And the CTC has come out now. The Supreme Court has affirmed that the Amewule group, if they are not registered with APC, so they are still deemed to be members of PDP. They should return back to the House and continue their legislative duty. And no other court, they put a caveat, no other court should rule on the matter again. So Fubara is stuck with the Amewule group till 2027.
I really pity Fubara.
But I know one thing certainly. Asiwaju has given his word up front. Fubara will not be impeached. People should not even stoke that fire at all. I believe if Asiwaju gave him the word, he will stick to it. Fubara has come to stay till 2027. After 2027, I don't know what will happen. But then, I want to also say this for the benefit of AB and Ainzon. I said the other time concerning the Ogoni people, because now they've moved in, they want to start fixing the tap head. And of course, the person I mentioned the other time, they've started mentioning his name because he was the one who visited the place in company of Nuhu Ribadu, Ledum Miti. He's on the board of NMPC, and the Ogune people, Masop, they've warned him seriously. And the women say, look, we'll go naked in the square and dance for you. Let us sort this thing out before you guys come to start taking the oil. I'm happy, though, that the Rivers State University campus in, I think, Buri, which is the heartland of Ogoni land, has been given to the federal government so they can use it to start up the University of Environmental Technology. So that's a plus for them, and I wish they will build campuses around the 4 local governments of Ogoni land, which is Gukana, Kana, what's the other one? LMA and one other one. So it's going to be very interesting, and I think if TINUBU can pull that off, I think that would be nice.
There's been improvements. I was even I just caught a headline at a glance that was saying that we are now actually exceeding our OPEC quota in terms of oil output.
No, we're doing 1.7 now, minus derivatives, actually, and I think, but oil prices have dropped below 70. I hope Zita will not come and because we took a dry bet that she said oil price would drop this year drastically, and I said no. So she should not. It's early days yet.
Zita is often right. Oh, she's.
It's early days yet now. We are just in March. It's gone. I think today, West Texas is I think $68 or so, if my memory serves me correctly. It's $68, but and our budget I think is based on 73 or so. So there is trouble there, but budget is budget. It's just a suggestion. So that's why there was always a meeting point at the end of the day. What's your performance level? Oh, at least we did 60% this year. Because at times I see people talk about budget, but they forget that budget is something you put on paper. It's a kind of paper you think you can follow, but if you cannot, do what you can do about it. So I yield one man.
All right, brilliant. Excellent.
If I make my submission and can go and sleep and go
all right, do that. And then after that, I want to bring War Peace and the style to the conversation. They're with us as well. But let's hear from you, Fatai.
Yeah, it's not going to be too long. So I just wanted to say that I didn't still understand what rule that she violated. I don't understand it. And I say all these, even, okay, maybe this is like the third go around, like 3 sessions. And the only reason I say that is, like I said, even from day one, even from the way I saw it, the cost is a big cost, you know. I mean, I don't even need to, it doesn't need to be repeated, it's obvious now. Somebody did not violate any rule. Can you stop it at some point? They have caused a lot of problem. I'm not sure they can even stop it now. If they can stop it, can you just leave her alone? That is the problem. That is the issue. She did not violate any rule. The rule that gives the Senate president, say the president has authority to arrange seats, did not put diagram of exactly in what way he does it. It doesn't say, that rule does not say you cannot negotiate where you sit. It doesn't leave out anything. It just says the Senate president has authority to arrange rules. The one man has authority to decide who speaks first. It doesn't mean I cannot come 10th and I say, one man, please, I have to go, let me speak first. So, but it doesn't mean, it just says the Senate president has authority to assign seats. And so it did not say this way, this other, that other, blah, 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 blah. And then she violated that specific thing. So it's a general statement to say the Senate president. That's why the big problem in Nigeria is the professional class. You listen to this, all of this thing for all these years, not one. And before you know, they say they're all lawyers, they're all it's a very simple stuff. That rule says the Senate has authority No, I hope they get it. The Senate President has authority to assign seats. Does not mean I cannot say, the Senate President, can you please, as you are making this decision, can I just make a request to sit in so and so place? And that rule does not say you cannot raise objection. So what rule did she violate? I don't even understand what rule they are claiming she violated. This is the big problem. She's innocent. I think there's too much punishment for an innocent person. It's not because she's a woman. I do identify because she's a woman. I do recognize that she's a woman. I mean, I have a soft spot in that regard. But you forget that she's a woman. Why should the innocent be punished this much? She's totally innocent. She knows everything. What rule did she violate? You say other 10, of course you can say other 10. Nigeria is not the only country we have seen. You can raise your privilege. You can even raise 1 million times. We saw it everywhere. I think you say that thank God say we don't see other people. If we never see anybody else now, it will be something. And actually, I'm very happy Baba said that separation of powers, the judiciary interprets the rule, the legislative makes the rule, the executive executes. So the job of the legislative is to make the rule, not to interpret it. The judiciary already, who has the power to interpret, gave an order not to continue. They violated the order of court because of NATASHA. What the heck is going on? Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let me play this clip. I think we should move on from NATASHA now. Enough of NATASHA. Let me play this clip. This clip actually speaks to something that Babati was speaking about yesterday. So let me play this clip, and then we start to bring in War Peace, the Star, and still more room. Anybody that wants.
The First Bank Group for really having the heart of building this massive structure. I think other banks too, I'm sure they will follow. But First Bank is always first. So you have rolled the ball. I must also congratulate the new, board and management of First Bank. They have actually been doing very, very well in terms of performance. And this wouldn't have actually been possible without the support of Central Bank of Nigeria. So congratulations, to the Deputy Governor and the whole board and management of Central Bank. I think this is something that will definitely now open up. A lot of people will now come and start opening their head office in the new city of Lagos, which is Eco Atlantic. I think I've been challenged also by Femi that I should please join. Femi, I'll join soon, not now. I'm resting right now. I will deliver the refinery. I think I need some rest, but I will come. I'll be here very, very soon. So I want to congratulate you and the entire board and management of First Bank Group and also First Bank for actually taking this bold move of building this massive edifice in the city of Eco Atlantic in Lagos State. So congratulations. Mr. Governor of Lagos.
So there it is. I think BT was actually hinting at that yesterday. This edifice now, so Eco Atlantic, I think people are now saying it's going to be the Manhattan of Nigeria. So is anybody following that space?
Yeah, that's 43-story building. The tallest in Nigeria.
That's the richest, the richest place, the richest place to buy now. I think in Africa, I don't know everywhere else.
Yeah, you're right.
To buy just 600 square meter in Eco Atlantic is nothing less than like 3 billion.
How much?
3 billion.
Well, I thought you want to know. You're right.
And Femi, that Femi guy, if you know the land that Femi has in Eco Atlantic, it's massive. Directly opposite American Embassy. Femi bought almost bought the whole side. That guy.
Tete Lujeo, I did vex for him, but Tete Luje.
No.
All the rest move ahead of him. Aliku move ahead. Elumelu move ahead. All of them, and Jim. He don't come later. I'm happy for him, though.
No, I'm happy for him too.
But Elumedo stabbed him in the back on so many deals, you know.
All of them, including Aliko.
All of them stabbed him. All of them.
But how come he's friendly with Aliko then?
What could you do? It's big money. Once hand enter hand. In business, the high wire deals like that, there is nothing you can do. It's about money. After all, you will not sleep in the same bed. It's profit that will bring all of you together again. And they've reached a stage where that acrimony during their growing up years brought out them about. I told you about the fisticuff between Aliko and Femi and things like that. But they've all those now they've settled, and Femi came last. He's supposed to be there even ahead of most of them. But hey, it's when God figures it out.
I remember that Transcorp. I think Elumedo stabbed him in the back on that. This this energy company, this oil company that he has, I think Elumedo stabbed him in the back on that. So many deals. Elumedo stabbed him in the back on it. I think he hates that guy actually.
No, Femi, I don't think he has that.
Oh man,
in
it's
his
business.
blood.
It's business.
It's all business.
Nothing
When you are
like
beating, you are
Because
beating.
there was a time, I think this was a few months ago, he wrote this very bitter piece in the papers on
That was last year.
That was last year.
Early last
Oh man,
year.
it's nothing personal. It's normal business, right? In business, everybody wants to be fast. The fastest hand has the
I'm waiting for Wale TINUBU to come along too. He has to come home after his Angola and Granada. I think he's leased the refinery in Granada.
Those guys.
It's a different world, isn't it?
Oh man, money de Nigeria.
Yeah.
Money de Nigeria.
But the thing I'm surprised at is my Eastern brothers will be complaining of marginalization. Between them, Senomi, Atoezi, and all the rest, a lot of them are into this thing. So they are making their money. Why are they not Chrome and the other Peter something?
But not at the level of other people now. That's the problem. They're getting the crumbs.
But most of them are 700. I mean, their worth is about 700 million, 800 million. So what? Hey, what? Let it show in the space where you come from, not just in Abuja.
Yeah, the big houses in the east. Have you not seen?
I think what I'm trying to say is should be more than that. Should be more than that. Should be more than that. Because there are many. Even in Delta, there is Senomi, the Agbo guy. Sanomia, or what his name? He's still under 50. And he's making waves too. So the thing actually spread around, really, except the people that are marginalized, I think, are just basically the Jaws.
No, those are Jaws. They're just cannon fodders in Nigeria, and they are cannon fodders of the country.
But Tom Polo is making it big anyway.
But the richest man in that country should actually be from the South.
It had Niger Delta particularly, not just South, Niger Delta.
Yes. You know.
The Sahara guy, I mean, he's from they're Jaws, but I don't know. He just pretend as if there is nothing. Chop and claim out. Cool. Cool.
It's making big moves. So remember a couple of days ago, we were actually looking at companies that were spreading their wings into African countries, into other African countries, and his company is one of those.
That Toyin, is it not that guy that Wike dealt with?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was hustling to be governor at one point.
Wike a bastard.
If Tinubu opens the window a little bit, it will remove that guy
You
from.
know, it's his father that Babangida gave the oil. Patrick Dele Cole, the Daily Times managing director, one time, cigar smoking. I think he's still alive, though. It's the father actually that they gave the oil this thing, and he passed it to the son with his friend Oshunubi. And they are still together. That's good friendship anyway from school. So why I'm saying the Jaws are marginalized, I expect them to have more oil wells than any other person. That's why AB. But Tompolo actually is holding the history. When people say they join Youth Council, they join INC, they are threatening about Fubara and things like that. People are saying, no. Tompolo hold all the aces. He is this man who disburses every month to everybody, including Asari Dokubo. As far as he's there and he's getting it and equitably distributing, nothing can happen in Niger Delta against Ashiwaju. Forget it.
But Asari Dokubo is against and by the way, all right. If one piece is not ready, let's bring in the star because there are people on the screen. Their voice is not yet registered. So the star, if you're ready for us, we were talking about NATASHA. Unless you really want to speak about that, maybe we just need to move on from there. We're also looking at the Sharia. You know, there's a religious quiet war going on. Days off school that they're doing for Ramadan in the north. You know, the Christian Association of Nigeria is against it, but the Sharia Council is actually saying we should spread it nationwide.
Yeah, let me join on the issue of NATASHA, because I think issue of NATASHA and River State crisis is the most hottest news these days, and I doubt it if it's going to go soon. The person that is commenting, contesting with Baba the other time, I don't want to believe that anybody should be supporting NATASHA. As far as I'm concerned, NATASHA has been able to prove that she does not have a maturity and to be in that assorted position as a Senate. I don't want to believe that I want to believe that that will be the first elective position she will ever be. So otherwise, she's a completed disgrace. Look at the one man. Look at the debate on our issues today. Or out of is this 103 or 105 senator present today? No single souls among them supported her, and the ethics and disciplinary committee was headed by an opposition. The women, out of the four women senators, all the three of them were against her. Ex senators, Olujimi, that was even a minority leader when she was in the National Assemblies, was very, very bitter about her conduct. Same thing goes with this former senator. During she was not only senator, but during second term of Itagiwa, these are the experienced senators. That are even women. Everybody were against her. If you are talking that if you are talking of order 10, nobody is saying that she cannot talk, but you cannot be in a wrong position. I want to claim and you want to seek a redress in a wrong positions. It is Senate rules that for you to get the privilege of that section, you have to be in an assigned where your name is. Where your name is, you cannot talk. So for all the senators unilaterally to condemn to condemn her, you should know that she was totally wrong. But like I said, she was full of herself, and she wanted to. If you just like Baba said, I listened to the live interview when they came when that senator. In fact, the senator did not even want to bring. He didn't want to. She did not. He did not want to expose the name of the that Senator Sonny. When it was when the Sheung probed him, he said yes, that okay. Let me reveal his name. That Senator Sonny, that if you doubt me, that you can, that he challenge him, that he can call him, and of course, this is something that there is a proof, because they can check the phone log, and he said she called him and told him to tell Akpabio that her former committee, if Akpabio did not return it, that is going to deal with him, and that is has been the mode of our operations, blackmailing. So I don't think look at it. Okay, apart from I even doubt the way she graduated as a law graduate, law graduate for that matter. Single role in that Senate, he did not know. Look at the way she embarrassed herself. Common petitions that she want to present, it was that period that they rejected it, she did not even know that she was not supposed to sign it by herself. This is a basic deal. This is a basic rule. She has been in that place now, not less than 6 months as a lawyer. What is she doing in that place that she did not know common law? So as far as I'm concerned, she's a bad example for the women folks. And in the nearest future now, you will now see that the way they will be relating with women is going to be quite different. It's going to be disadvantages to the women. That is for that. Concerning Rivers State, I want to disagree with Baba. Baba, you are referring to the commitment by TINUBU, which was the same commitment he made in with Ondo. That's Lucky yeah. He made that yes, he made that commitment. That's a political, the same political solutions he made in that place, and made commitment that it should not be impeached, and he signed that while every other positions go to the House of Assembly and the governor side, and he ensures that everybody follow the Bible of what they signed. But in the case of Fubara, yeah, it will have. But at the end of the day, Fubara himself even embarrassed president, because at the end of the day, after signing this gentleman agreement, then he went back. He was arranging all these emergency supporters in the name of concerned River State stakeholders, and they went to court. He was the one sponsoring them. If you are Baba, if you are in the position of TINUBU, sir, what will you like? What will you do in this circumstance now that the Fubara is now holding the short side of the gun? I'm telling you, I cannot guarantee that Fubara will not be impeached. And I can bear with you, sir.
If you look at the cost, the West, the cost against this thing is too much trouble. So it's just 2 years away. So why not leave him so that you can enjoy big numbers from the next election there? That's my calculation.
The issue now is one. I did mean that Fubara, if you look at the trajectory of what Fubara has been doing since then, you will see that the oppositions, those that were fighting the articles of this world, this what is his name? This Senator Siri, the campaign coordinator of article in 2023 elections. If you see all of them, they are now the one that is in the camp of Fubara. So you cannot both TINUBU cannot afford to leave that place, River State to the opposition, and you'll expect him to close his eyes. I'm telling you, you cannot. River State cannot be as a fertile as Kano. If TINUBU can stand with the Ganduje, with Emir Bayero in that Emir crisis, that is more volatile than Rivers. And let me tell you, this Tompolo of this world, because of the money they were getting in that surveillance stuff, I'm telling you, they will not allow any crisis to happen in that place. And if it happens,
that is the reason why they will not touch Fubara. They just manage him till 2027.
What I'm saying is, Tompolo, they will not want anything.
Sorry, the star. Ola, if you are there, check the private chat. Sorry, carry on, the star.
Okay, Baba, what I'm saying is, look at those people that they show. The military that were threatened. Didn't they appear like a bunch of jesters? You want to Tompolo people are the one in charge of that place, and because of the money the Tompolo people are getting, because TINUBU, they have power to raise opposition militants, because even this guy that is supporting Fubara now, the other militant,
Asari Dokubo.
Asari Dokubo, most of these militants, they were even jealous. They were jealous of Tompolo. So Tompolo will be very, very careful because if Tompolo, if anything happens, it means that it's failed. So they are going to call these people on to order. I'm telling you, by the time the military, wherever comes in, look at what happened during Obasanjo period now. So they cannot. As far as I'm concerned, it's just an empty threat. Nothing will happen. What of
that is if Ashwaju handles it well. Don't discount it because of the terrain. It's different from Kano entirely.
Greetings, the house where some of us are still on standby.
Okay, let me round up. But Baba, I want you to realize that ahead of 2015 elections, the Jaws, the Niger Deltas, they made threats higher than this. That if Jonathan was defeated, was removed, blah blah blah, that they are going to what happened at the end of the day.
No, it's because Jonathan surrendered. If you remember, what's that man's name now? The one who went to INEC this thing. I forgot his name.
I can't remember his name now.
Yeah.
It's
Jonathan. When he surrendered, the arm fall.
I just look. Let's see the game how it goes, sir.
Nothing will happen. At the end of the day, you will see that. I think what Fubara was waiting for.
Yeah, Urubebe is the man.
Urubebe.
All right, start to bring it up so we can have Maurice.
Yeah, I've concluded.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the stuff. Of course, stay with us, the star. Maurice joins us. So Maurice, the floor is yours. We were talking about Natasha, but we were hopeful that the conversation will move on from Natasha. We were also talking about that the economy is going to be rebased this year, and what value is the size of the Nigerian economy. So that is to be established, and also we're likely to have a census this year. So a lot of big event things to happen this year. And then Uju Kennedy, she's with the EFCC. So that's not surprising the way she was parading with all the jewelries and all that. So we're just talking about those things. And we're also talking about the Sharia Council of Nigeria insisting that Ramadan should be declared a public holiday. So all those or whatever else interests you, Maurice. Maurice? Was it Bono Maurice that was telling us?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, one man. And special greetings to everybody in the house. I want to sincerely say that democracy is not a license for political rascality. It's unfortunate that the Natasha situation is handled in this manner. The truth of the matter is I am particularly disappointed by the unfortunate situation, and it is a total laugh to Nigerians' democracy that Natasha can just be suspended like that by her colleagues. When you look at what is on ground or what is playing, it is a power play thing, and she's just a victim of situation. Come to think of it, the affirmation they talk about, the Beijing Convention, encouraging women to participate in politics and what have you. I do not see that happening in Nigeria. How many of the women are in Senate, right? And that a woman alleged, right? The committee a committee is suspending somebody without hearing from the person. Even before the petition came, the chairman of the committee has already declared that the petition is dead on arrival.
Do you know why they suspended her?
Do I know why they suspended her?
Yes.
Is it not because of the change of seat? That is where the whole issue started.
Yes, so it's different from the petition. So there are two matters. There's the harassment allegation, but the original matter was the seating arrangement.
Yeah, but the truth of the matter, yes, one man.
They invited her. She did not attend.
No, one man. You were not there, and I was not there, right?
No,
If you had listened, listen. If you had listened to one of the speakers today, Right Honorable Dr. West Ehioge Daosa, 3-time member of the Federal House of Reps, the first chairman of the House Rule Committee, who reviewed himself and his committee members were the ones that reviewed the standing house, the one they call the rules of the house, 1999. It was after the house did their review that they forwarded to the Senate, and Senate did some changes. He spoke today on the channels television, and he talked about some very critical silent situation. Fortunately, today he's a senior advocate of Nigeria. My brother, what you see happening is a show of shame. Forget whether NATASHA said this or that. The procedures and process was not followed. You understand me? And I do not want to spend my time arguing, but I want to say that if we as Nigerians will continue to condole this kind of unfortunate situation, one day we may be victim of this kind of situation. And not NATASHA. If not us, it could be our daughter. If not our daughter, our sister. If not our sister, our wife. If not our wife, our friend's wife, our relation, our associate. We must learn to do things rightly. If this has happened in one of the developing democracies, what the Senate president ought to do honorably is to step aside. Not as Senate president, though. He will step aside to allow independent individuals, colleagues of his, to actually to look at this problem and see how they can solve it, properly. You understand? NATASHA is not.
I don't understand, actually.
Yeah.
I don't. Because you are saying it's a show of shame.
Yes.
So a committee was set up to look into the seating arrangement saga.
Yes.
NATASHA, it was Senator Neda Imasuen. That was the chairman of, and he's a Labour Party man, by the way. Nothing to do with the ruling party.
Can I say something? It may interest you to know that.
Let me just land the point.
Yes.
So they set up the committee to look into breach of ethics and procedures.
Yes.
She was invited as being central to that particular incident, and she refused to attend.
She did not refuse to attend. She did not. You see, let me tell you what. Let me give another example. It's just like in Edo State during the Governor Obaseki's tenure, when they were supposed to inaugurate the house. Are you aware that 14 members were not invited? Right? Where on earth have you seen inauguration and elected member of the house will wear short knicker for inauguration? Because they just went and bundled them, to do inauguration, because there was this belief that when these guys come on board, they will impeach the governor. That is the truth. I do politics and I know what I'm saying. It's power play. I don't want you to believe me, but you see, majority will have their way, minority will have their say. I am saying that NATASHA should pursue this thing head on through legal process, and the truth will definitely come in. We must change our method. We must change our attitude. We must have what we call political hygiene in Nigeria to change some of these things that are happening. This cannot happen in developed democracy. Most of us in this platform, we stay in Western world.
No. I don't think you've laid the groundings to be doing the indignation, whatever. Natasha, the Senator Neda Emaswe, the chairman of the ethics committee, it was all over the news today. It told us that she was sent ample notification. She did not attend. Senator Ireti Kingibe was there. She was late by an hour.
Can I say something to you? Listen, it's okay. He just expressed, he said that, look, they have the media. They have the resources. This is one woman. You understand me? This is one woman.
No.
One among thousands of millions of women that have been oppressed.
Don't worry about all of that. You are taking it to territories that it doesn't belong. But let's take it. Let's look at the cold facts of it. You know, she breached rules, whether you're a woman or not. In fact, they're actually saying even when you come into the Senate, you should really be a person. Neither a man nor a woman, because all this, all the women, forget all of that.
One man.
She breached rules.
One man, please take your time. Please take your please take your time to look out for channels. Sheun's interview with West Idahosa today.
We listen to Idahosa.
Okay. So
I think one man also listened to
you were talking,
so
and
when people were talking,
when people were talking, excuse me,
so there are a lot of
when people were talking, you know, we listen to them, right? Let me say all my jargons, right? Let me express myself, then you can take on it. Okay, allow me to express myself, except if, you know, there are certain persons that are favored to speak here and others are second-class members, so that we'll know. You understand me? So I listen to what you guys are saying. I am telling you that for our country, Nigeria, to grow, we must purge ourselves from sentiment. That is the truth. You understand me? My prayers is, let this Senator Natasha pursue this process to the best of our ability. You understand me? So that things like this will stop. Senator Dino was suspended one time in the Senate. It was not up to 6 months. Undume was suspended. It was not up to 6 months. Right? Chinda was suspended. It was not up to 6 months. Why is Natasha's own up to 6 months? You understand me? You are talking about a chairman that is appointed by the president of the Senate. Everybody is struggling to be chairman of committee, and you think they will not want to do the bidding of the Senate president? I don't know how we think or how we look at things. That is the truth. You understand me? Go and listen to senators independently, and they will tell you what is their own opinion about this whole thing. How can you be a judge in your own case? In the case of Dr. Saraki, when he was being accused on certain things, Saraki announced his stepping aside for an independent, committee to be set up to look at this whole issue. So why can't Akpabio do the same? In the Western world, can this kind of a thing happen? The answer is no. You understand me? We must learn to teach and educate our people some of the good things that we have seen and observed in the Western world to change the narrative of democracy in Nigeria. You understand me?
You like to moralize a lot. Don't worry about the...
No, it is not about moralize. Whether you take it from... See, whether you take it from moral perspective...
No, on this platform, we don't like... we prefer cold facts rather than sanctimony. So don't be sanctimonious. I just take the cold facts. Yeah?
No, it's not about being... how did you say what it's not about being sanctimonious. It's about looking at things from the right perspective. You see, when people talk about technicalities and what have you, in a case of allegation that has to do with harassment, you talk about technicalities. You understand what I'm saying? Ideally, the Senate ought to cover itself from shame by ensuring that due process is properly followed so that this kind of a thing will not happen again. You understand me? And if Natasha is found wanting, let her face the music. You cannot shave a man's head when he's not around. You understand me?
But you're
Now,
arguing against that.
excuse me, can I say something?
No,
Due
no, you
process.
said,
For instance, NATASHA was not around. Can they give her one more opportunity to call her again to see? It is only when she refused to come, you now say, okay, she didn't come. You understand what I'm saying? Anyway, that is for NATASHA. Let me go to the River State.
All right.
Time will definitely vindicate in this issue of NATASHA. In the case of River State, I think the River State issue is a political issue. And, you know, even though some persons will say that the former governor is overbearing, right? But the truth of the matter is, yes, he could be overbearing. The process in political activities is that when a group of persons, which we all know that politics is a power play game, from nowhere, some persons, you know, pick you or nominate you from their group to be the flag bearer of that group, right? And somewhere along the line, they tried all their best, and at the end of the day, you are being elected. I think it was actually too early for both the political leader and the executive governor of the states to find themselves in this situation. I sympathize with the good people of River State because at the end of the day, situations like this tend to hinder development. It will seem as if development is going on. Yes, but the truth of the matter is the undercurrent resources that is spent in trying to, you know, show power and then strength is so enormous. All those energies and resources would have been channeled into development of the state, and it will help in rapid growth. You understand what I'm saying? I honestly believe that there are certain things that politicians in Nigeria do that ordinarily they cannot try in other developed democracy. For instance, how can a budget be presented to 4 persons? This also happened in Edo State during Obaseki's time. Because of the quest to control power, because of the desperate need or intention to hold on to power, you split the state parliament into 2. The symbol of democracy is the parliament. Where there are no parliaments, it means that democratic process is not in existence. So I'm not happy with the situation. And I feel that this is a political issue and can be handled in a political manner. But the sad story is those who are for the governor, they don't want these things to be settled. Those who are for the political leader in the state, Wike, they also do not want this thing to be settled because both parties are benefiting from this whole situation, which is just a benefit of some few at the detriment of the entire, River State people. Because if everything was going on well, all this whole thing wouldn't have happened. And it is very important for us to know that trust and betrayal, they are 2 different things. When you were seeking for power, you displayed an attitude of a saint and you were giving the maximum support. Somewhere along the line, there is a disagreement. And normally when there's disagreement, people crop up with different stories like he asked for this, he was demanding too much for this, and that is why this happened and stuff like that. Just because you want to pet the dog or give the dog a bad name. But the nitty-gritty of the whole process, you know how politics is in developing democracy, not only in Nigeria, in Africa as a whole, because of our backwardness in, adhering to democratic ethics, norms, and values. So my own concern is that the River State people are the ones suffering, and the need for, reconciliation, to take place is very key so that development can be solid, development can be progressive. The good people of River State should benefit from the dividends of democracy. That is my own concern. I'm not interested in say this one has fault, that one has fault, because at the time you even bring them to a round table for them to come and discuss, lot of issues will come on board that, at the end of the day, they may not come to, a very reasonable agreement, because everybody is interested in power. Everybody wants to take control. The governor will tell you, I am the governor of the state. The leader will tell you, we put you there. So I think there should be some sense of understanding amongst the both of them. And the supporters club, that is those supporting the governor and those supporting Wike, should also think about the development of their state. They should not always think about what will they get during this process, because that is where the peddle lie. This one will come and tell the governor a very wrong story. That other person will go and tell the leader of the group a different story, just simply because I want to be in the good book of the governor, or I want to be in the good book of Wike, just for my own selfish interest, rather than considering the interests of the entirety of the state. That's my submission on that. Then on the case of Sharia, right? The truth of the matter is, Nigeria has never been has not in any way been credited to one particular religion. We have come a long way as a people, right from even the 1914 amalgamation. I was born in the North, and I enjoyed. I enjoy growing up in the North. I spent all my growing up years in the North. I'm from Edo State. I'm a Benin. I'm from Igobazwa, right? Of your Southwest local government. And by the special grace of God, my people have reposed some level of trust and commitment to me. They gave me opportunity to serve them. If you ask me, one of the best time or the best time of my life, I'll tell you when I was growing up in the North, which is the truth, because there was mutual understanding, good relationship that I enjoyed with my contemporaries. That's where I met Dino Melaye. That's where I met Dr. Umar Tanko Yakase. That's where I met Baba Kazala. That's where I met so many persons we did student unionism with. They are my friends. And I'll tell you that my friends that I have absolute confidence in are the Northerners. I enjoy good relationship with them. But if because of the interest of some group of persons, and they feel that they can impose, a particular religion, amongst, large number of persons, definitely is going to be conflict of interest, conflict of religion, and it's like you are trying to cow some persons to be part of your religion against their interests. This, to a large extent, it's not going to be an easy thing. It's really going to be a very, very difficult process, to pass through. And I would just want to advise that those who have such thoughts or thinking, you just stay away from that, because it's not going to be an easy thing. We have been an homogeneous community as a country, and if we want to burn down Nigeria, that's when we'll begin to project such kind of idea. This is my submission on this whole process, because I've come to realize that most times why we see or why we find things difficult is because everybody wants to claim they know too much rather than trying to proffer solutions, right? Everybody wants to claim they are master of the game. And when you take a critical analysis of this whole process, you find out that it's all about interest. And that's why I'm saying that Nigeria will do better when we begin to purge ourselves from personal interest to collective interest. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. That's the
Yeah,
excellent
one man.
point.
May I
Yeah.
correct an impression there?
Yes,
Because
correct it briefly, and then we bring on Ekene.
we don't have to compare oranges and apples. They are both two different things entirely. The Saraki case was a case already with Code of Conduct Bureau. It's about a car imported, bulletproof cars. Saraki claimed he imported it for the Senate President use. It was found out that the suspected voice was for his private use. So the matter was sent to the Code of Conduct Bureau. And Saraki has to vacate the Senate presidency to attend court. Not because the case has been instituted, but in the case we are talking about of Akpabio, the case has not even started. What they've done today is just about the ethics issue. So there are two legs in this case: the ethics issue, the sexual harassment issue. So they are two distinct, separate things entirely. Saraki was playing politics, of course. And when I hear Western world here, if we start now for the next 1 hour, I can regale you. Different season for different rules. There was the rules for the senator, I've forgotten him, the one they call who was in a boat with a married woman or something like that. The same thing, there was a Clinton era, there was a Trump era, there was a Gingrich era, there was a Justice Thomas era. We all know how it all panned out. So when we come here to say West, we live in the West. We know the West. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. That's a blast from the past, actually, no Gingrich. But thank you, Baba. Stay with us. Ekene joins us. So, Ekene, you are late for class. So have you brought a note from mommy to explain your late coming? Ekene?
Oh, man, how far now?
Adeo, we were just discussing Nigerian matters. We can't seem to escape this NATASHA narrative. And a lot of people feel that the Senate was too lenient with her. They were suggesting somebody that she should have been expelled. Do you agree with that?
Because she laid a claim of sexual harassment and she will be expelled. Well, when Senator REMI fought in the Senate, did they sanction her for anything? I just want to ask.
Yeah, but she's a different level of person.
No, one man, that clip you showed, that wasn't Senator REMI. That was not Senator REMI TINUBU. I can say it authoritatively. You can play it.
Baba, that was Senator REMI TINUBU when she fought it. That news broke out widely in Nigeria then. Don't defend it.
Was she not fighting Dino then, if we remember right?
No, that one was different. That one was different. TINUBU and Dino fight was, but the clip you showed is what I'm talking about. That clip,
you mean this one?
Because of certain things which I explained and we discussed. So you can ask him that question now. But distinguished colleagues, order. Why I'm taking
no, one man, the one they were fighting, not this one.
Order, distinguished Senator TINUBU.
Somebody's on the floor.
That was REMI now.
No, the one you played first.
Is she not disrupting the section? Is she not disrupting the session here?
No, let's put it in perspective. The one I'm talking about is different from this one.
Baba, allow somebody else to talk now. You've talked.
I don't know.
Don't come for me. What you've been doing, I'm not talking out to you.
It's not everything you
from one man.
Baba.
So you keep quiet.
No. Allow him to talk, please, so that we can learn. We can learn. All of us can learn. Please.
I took permission from one man. So don't come for me. Stay in your lane.
I'm not coming for.
Okay?
Look, I'm not coming for you. I'm not coming for you. What I'm saying is,
it looks
let's
like
allow
that to
this
me.
man. Ekene to talk so that we can
Are you
learn from
one
him.
man? I asked permission from one man, didn't I? Are you one man? Are you the coordinator?
But Morris is just joining us, so hopefully he'll spend a long time with us. Morris, often instances is conversational rather than people just making long speeches. Sometimes people, even Ekene does it often. So somebody will pause you just to interrogate what you're saying, like I did with you. So we do that sometimes. We do that often, actually. Yeah.
One man, Ekene asked a question concerning Remi TINUBU. It reminds me, the Remi TINUBU was even worse. Do you know, in the life hacking, he said that he impregnated Remi TINUBU. What is the worst? What is worse than that? And Remi TINUBU did not take it higher than that. And he did not ask Ekene, and you all know Ekene, you all know how powerful TINUBU was, is till now. He never take it beyond that. But look at the National for crying loud. Bring her husband to the preliminary, and they even kissing. I was ashamed.
Let me say what I want to say. Let me say what before this thing there was interruption by Remi TINUBU. It was what the Senate is judging now is that they don't want to treat the sexual harassment case brought up by the woman. They only went to treat her disruption or distraction in the Senate, according to their code of conduct. You understand? So
yes.
don't bring me that this. If Remi TINUBU, after she disrupted the Senate and the Mayor did what he did, and they decided not to take up the case, it's up to her. You understand? So you cannot be saying the other thing when it happens to other person. In this case, nobody wants to hear the case of NATASHA. They only want to hear the other side say that she disrupted the Senate. So whatever we want to defend, we know how this country is working. There are people that is above the law in this country. And if you want to deny it, then you are deceiving yourself. But I'm just looking at them. I don't have anything to say.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it is right that she should be suspended for the initial incident, especially when they set up a disciplinary committee and she refused to attend? Do you think she should have been suspended for that?
Well, for me, I different people with different opinion. If the woman, these women are the only people in the Senate. I just few of them in the Senate. And if they're asking for their rights, I think they are okay with it. If they say for us to be heard, this is where I want to be seated, it's a fair argument to me. It's a fair argument to me. But just because the Senate president thinks he's so powerful, then other people's opinion doesn't matter. You know, even your wife you marry in your house, you know how they argue sometimes. Because the power of women are sometimes they want to act sometimes in the other way. So, but if you say that you can, because I saw when somebody like Adam Soshomole was asking for her to plead or whatever, and that was not recognized also. So they have already made up in their mind that she must be suspended before they even came for that section. But the other opinion that was raised for maybe fair hearing and fair treatment was not heard, including Adam Soshomolo's own. So we know how those things work. If they wanted maybe other opinions to come in, I think Adam Soshomolo's opinion would also be regarded, because I think he was the person that made a different opinion. So if that is what you want, that whenever an opposition raises a voice,
so you are supporting lawlessness in the parliament.
I'm not telling you that I'm supporting lawlessness, but sometimes there might be disruption. And I just give you an example of destruction that have happened that concerns the hierarchy member of this nation, who is the first lady. And nothing was done about that. And if you want to deny it that she is not the person, then that is up to you. We know when it happened.
You know, when they wanted to suspend her, they put it to vote. Everybody said yes, suspend her. Nobody said no. Not even, you know, her party is the second largest in that parliament, not a single person. There were 3 other women there. Not one single person said don't suspend her. They put it to public vote now.
Whether those women say whatever they want to say.
One man, you want them to oppose so that tomorrow they announce their dethronement.
Everybody knows that, in this country, you know how it works.
Let us be fair now. It was a
One
ordinary
man.
voice
One man.
vote now. It is not a...
One man, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You played 2 clips. The other one, the woman was wearing one your sea lace, light brown, tore the shirt of Dino Melaye. That's the clip I'm referring to. I know what I say on this platform.
One man.
Very observant.
Regarding that Shinet and the amount, I don't want to. I want to say other things before this. Let them sort it out. I know that. Let's see what happens ahead. According to NATASHA, you understand?
So sorry, Ekene. Baba, I'll play that clip after Ekene, the one you want to see. But carry on, Ekene.
So, but I had other things to say apart from all these things. You know, today the military invaded the headquarters of Ikeja Electricity Distribution Company today, and bring out all their staff and flog them to make them to do flog jump, and beat a lot of them.
Now. That's good now.
So it is because of people that say that electricity has improved in Nigeria. I just want to know when and they even give them command that if they come back next, they will receive more beating. If they go now and did not see light in their headquarters, in their military base, if they don't see any light, they will still come back again to beat them. You understand? So. Thank God you said it's right, but you know it's for people that defend and say Ekene always come here to speak negative about the country. Ekene never say anything. And when I made an opinion that for the past few months the electricity distribution in this country is deteriorating, even worse than what it used to be. For even in my village now that used to have for the past 2 weeks, no single light, no shine, nothing, not even a blink of it. And I don't even know the problem. At the point where I'm living in Lagos, it started to. So I never knew that the thing is touching the military also. They have to go to their headquarters, bring all of them out and flog them one by one. I saw them when they were being interviewed and they were crying. So I really love this country so much. It's very.
Are you in support of the military beating married men? Flogging?
No, it's not. I don't know. It's because of people that say that is always bringing negative news here. And Nigeria is not working. I never knew that even the military is also feeling the heat. Because the heat is very... If you know the kind of heat in Nigeria today, rain has not fallen, ceased. Everywhere is very hot. There was a day I was making a session here. I was just abusing one person that if I use the kind of heat that is doing me in this country and abuse you, so, and that is what I'm experiencing then. I don't know that the military people are even experiencing it. They have to pick themselves in the truck, went into their headquarters, bring all of them. They think that the military came for a different thing. They make sure that they line up and they begin to flog them one by one.
But Ekene, that is actually wrong for the military to do that too.
I don't care whether it's wrong or nothing.
No,
My
but
own
you
is
see,
that
no, on a more serious note, the military took laws into their hands. That is, harassing those people. How can you? It's just like somebody comes to your house because you operate a business, and because that person has certain powers over you, he will bring you out in the presence of your children and begin to flog you. It's wrong. These are
anyway,
part of the things we must help to
if
change
it
our
is wrong,
country.
let the government deal with it. Let them make maybe if they can sack the military. Let me know if they will sack those numbers of military. Oh, we are even lacking some forces, and the issue is that the military, they are not one, they are not two. So maybe they should sack all of them if what they did is wrong.
I saw it on the news. I was so embarrassed. I was not happy. In fact, I saw them jumping through the fence, jumping through the gate, the long big gate. They were jumping through it. That is taking laws into their hands. It's not right. You understand me? And I also heard that the senior man in the electric power company was placed inside the booth. What about if the man died? What would have happened? They'll say because of light issue, that is why they will now kill somebody's father. Then his wife and children will not be left uncared for. It's wrong. We must follow due process. You understand me?
That is all. That is all. But when the government start to, I think, do the right thing, this country will balance.
Somebody is debunking you in the comment section. It says, Ekene is twisting the story as usual. The military went there over an unpaid energy bill, nothing to do with electricity provision. So
this one is just saying what he wants to say. Maybe I saw the interview. No, it's not what he read. I saw the video of the interview with the News Central. They even gave them a command that they are coming back. Interviewed.
News Central now, obedient platform now. You can't.
Whether it's an obedient platform or whatever, it's an interview of the people that were beaten. The man was almost crying in that interview, saying they even threatened them. They still come back. You know, most of other news might not show it, but News Central showed it when they were complaining about the beating, and even tell them that if they don't see light, they are coming back again to beat them. So let him say what he wants to say.
Stop lying now. It was due to bill. It was not due to electricity supply now. Why are you coming here to lie to us now?
Okay, no problem. One man, you can check the interview. You understand? If I'm lying.
If you want to prove that there is no light, you can't use this one to prove it now. They gave them a bill. It was due to bill that they are giving the Nigerian Air Force. So it's not due to electricity supply to their base.
Yeah, my brother, whether light supply, the action the military took was wrong. That's the truth.
But Ekene came here, he was laughing. He said he liked it, and he also linked it to a wrong perception that he has.
The good thing about this platform is it gives us room as individuals to express our opinion on how we feel on issues.
But at the same time,
not also fail to correct ourselves.
Exactly, we don't tolerate lies. We don't tolerate lies.
Simba, whatever it is, whether you said I'm lying because you only read the headline. I read the headline and also watched the interview.
How can you be reading the headline and then you come here and be giving
I did not read the headline. I did not read the headline. I said I go read the headline and I also had the interview by the electricity workers that we are beating. You understand? Maybe some of other news might not like to show it, but News Central showed the interview, and I think there were just two of them, the few television channels that were there to interview them.
So what did they say? Yeah, tell us. What did they say?
They said that they are lacking energy supply. You understand? And if they go back and they did not see any electricity, they are coming back again. And they also apologize to them that they are sorry for their action, but they will still come back. If the electricity supply system did not change,
that is wrong. Honestly, Ekene, the action of the military, is totally wrong. That's the truth. I'm telling you that because people are military men, Yes, we appreciate their role in defending the Nigerian territory, but that is not a license for them to take laws
No,
into their hands.
in honesty, it is not. But you know, when these things happens, and you see maybe when people come and lie here that Ekene is doing, and they see military people, go and take those actions.
You don't know Ekene. If you know Ekene, you know that he likes. He's only when the team favor him. He comes here and promote immorality, to promote every sort of bad things.
No. Can I come in?
You can come in.
You are saying that military went and beat up power station.
Sorry, Zita. Good to see you, Zita, by the way. Simba as well. Let me just bring this. This is what Ekene was talking about. It says, Ikeja electricity army invasion. Ikeja electricity CEO Folake Shonton told me she was locked in the trunk of a car. Journalist Rufai revealed. So there it is. It says, I am talking to the CEO of Ikeja Electric. She says she was locked in the trunk of a car during an assault. So and then this is the story. So this is what Ekene don't make up story. So it says unpaid electricity bill. Nigerian military raid Ikeja electricity office. Disturbing footage shows armed military personnel storming Ikeja electricity offices, forcing employees to kneel and physically assaulting staff. The dramatic crackdown took place at the Okota branch over alleged unpaid electricity bill, with reports of a similar raid at the company's Ikeja headquarters, bringing operations to a standstill. So nothing to Ekene, man. You this guy.
You know,
you this guy.
What did you just read here? You said you know the what you are saying is that unpaid bill and they stop operation of electricity supply at the same time. In that
Who did not pay
headquarters.
I don't understand what
They said the military did not pay the bill. The military did not pay the bill, and they stopped electricity supply in their defense headquarters. So the military now, because of that, came in, beat them up, and give them more few hours to start supplying them electricity, or else they will still come back.
So why is that
you understand?
a surprise to anybody?
That's what Zita. That's what Ekene came here to celebrate this morning. Now,
one man, I just love your platform. You don't give nobody can get away with bullshit.
This is that one man.
This is Ekene all over. He's always
Ekene is a serial liar now. He's a serial liar.
No.
Ekene.
One man. What did I lie there now? What did I like?
You said they went to flog them because
did they supply electricity to them? You know, it happens to a lot of many places in Nigeria. You don't see electricity also. So what is their reason?
Well, if you don't pay your bills, they will turn off your lights. I don't think that's different from not being able to supply it.
No, a lot of areas are owing electricity bill, especially that estimated one. You understand? So I don't know why they should off electricity of the military people, because even if you check, many houses in Nigeria today are owing electricity bill, because most of them cannot even pay the bill.
I agree with what you are saying. You see, if I tell you my encounter with the NEPA, it's a sympathetic situation.
But
now,
I don't know why it's actually an argument, because the military has been doing that for God knows how long. Since I was a kid, they drive pleasure in beating NEPA staff. Most of you who are Yorubans, I'm very sure you people must have heard of, or if you are a Nigerian, you must have heard about the famous, they call it the famous Owode barracks.
Owode?
Yes. They don't take life there. You dare them, they will beat you to death.
They are crazy
Go
in
and
that place now.
ask. It's a popular, all these Abacha them. What's that Yoruba man that time that Abacha dealt with? What's that popular Yoruba?
The Gada, what's his name now? I've forgotten.
I've forgotten that man's name.
This Kwara man.
Gada, what's his name now? Karim.
It's not
Adisa.
Karim.
Adisa Karim. Adisa.
Adisa. No, the other one too. All of them passed through that Uwede barracks.
Is it that one that was kneeling down in front of him as the...
That
was begging when he was charged for coup plotting.
Yes.
He's Adisa now. He's Adisa.
So maybe she wants to talk.
He died in the motor
General
accident. He died in...
Thank you.
Dia.
Okay.
All of them, when my uncle was there, was when Dia was there. All of them passed through that Uwede barrack. It's a very famous, and I will use the word they are the most aggressive barrack in Nigeria. They don't take like there. I don't know for now, but growing up as a kid.
But is it?
I
One
don't know
of the
whether
major
they pay
problems.
below. Let me finish before somebody will say I'm carrying fake news. I don't know whether they pay bill or they don't pay bill. But what I know as a kid, if they take light in Uwede barracks, the 3 NEPA offices around will be beaten to stupor. In fact, it got to a point, if they have a fault, they have to come to Uwede barracks to report the fault.
So what is your point now, Zita? Are you now
my point is that
eulogizing them for doing that or what?
No, let me finish. I have said this severally in this platform. And I am sure even those in the United States or elsewhere in the world, those people called the military. When I mean the military, I mean the khaki, the Air Force, the Navy, the Army. They are not supposed to be seen in the streets of any country. I repeat, not supposed to be seen. Why is that so? The kind of training that we are giving is not the kind of training that should be dealt in an environment where civilians are. But if any country allows such humans to come out in their streets for any reason, I repeat, for any reason, if not for extreme situation, those country administrators and their citizens should have no reason to complain. I rest my case.
Wama, let me conclude because I want to go. So let me finish what I want to say. For me, whatever that happened there, maybe Simba and other, when it's your turn, you can give your own narrative. I've given my own narrative, and that's what I understand. Another thing I want to say, one man, PDP has finished selling of their form in Anambra State, 40 million form, and no aspirant acquired their form in Anambra State.
Yeah, I saw that headline.
What is PDP?
I saw the headline.
What is PDP turning into? What is the PDP? So a whole PDP in Anambra State, no single aspirant acquired their form in Anambra State. And you say that party is a party that will survive in the next election or in the next 10 or 20 years. Don't you think that PDP is dead already?
Well, PDP is not really dead. You understand me? It will thrive on some. It will thrive in some states, right? Unfortunately, the democratic process in Nigeria, the lack of internal democracy, cut across all parties. You understand what I'm saying? Not only PDP, right? What people do is, politics is local. For instance, if I want to contest election, if my state is an APC state, right, it is usually easy for you to win election when you belong to the ruling party of your state, except if you are extremely popular amongst your people based on your past antecedents, and you now go to the second party, right? They will, mobilize for you and ensure that, they defend your vote. That is the only way that, you can defeat the ruling party, which is unfortunate. In the case of Anambra,
alive in Anambra before?
In the case of Anambra, you have ABGA, you have Labour.
No, PDP was once alive now. They were the Oba brothers
but
are the one using PDP.
they lost it. They lost it now. They lost it.
They lost it, but even if they lost it, there is no election cycle that maybe if you want to see an opposition, it's APGA and PDP. If you want to see an opposition, even in the last election, PDP came very close to Soludo. That's the Valentine Ozibo, very close to Soludo. So they were the major opposition in the state. So I can say that they are alive in the state.
Okay, look at the case of Tony Nwoye.
No.
Two-time opportunity for governorship.
Modest, please hold on for him. I can carry on.
So, but the issue now is that nobody, no aspirant deem it fit. If that's an opposition to use that platform anymore, maybe to fight for the next election. I've never seen it happen before. Whether they are relevant or not, they are the major opposition in the state. And they always
so it's only Valentine Ozigbo now in APC and probably Soludo that will contest. Is there any other party like Labour? Is there anybody coming up?
Labour, I think about two or three has bought their form. But I know that about two aspirants are coming out from Labour.
What is your take now with the deflection of Valentine? Do you think Labour stands a chance in the next
No, I
election?
think it's a straight win for Soludo. It's a straight win for Soludo. Especially especially recently. That's why most of these are politicians.
So
they behave somehow.
You think Valentine does not have the
No, Valentine doesn't have any upper hand in that election. Never. I think Soludo is coming back.
If he wins the primary of the APC and with the support of the center, you think he doesn't have a chance?
I don't think
because
so.
you people are saying that.
I don't know what you mean by. I don't know what you mean by center support by center. I don't even know that's another. I don't even know whether Valentine will win that primary in APC because a lot of there is another man from there is another this guy from Unewi. There is another this guy from Unewi that is very powerful than Valentine.
Valentine was there in Labour and everybody liked the guy when he was in Labour. In fact, he was the runner-up during the last election. He got close to Soludo now. Now he's in APC.
The symbol of Labour then was Peter Obi. That's the truth.
I don't know how you see. There are some states you give that kind of analysis.
He contested on that PDP that time now. Was it not a PDP?
Who is that?
Valentine. He contested on that PDP then.
That's what I said. Now he was the major opposition then under PDP. Major opposition. He came very close to Soludo in that election. He did excellently well.
You know why I said that? Because somebody is saying because of Obi. But Obi factor was not the factor that time now.
Obi factor was a factor because Obi was the one making him popular. Then he was the one taking him by hand, going to from market to market. Him and this guy from Abia State, this senator, I don't even Abaribe. Two of them was the major campaigner of Soludo then.
Had he been, he stayed in Labour and he contested under Labour. Do you give him a chance?
I think he would have had a chance under Labour, honestly speaking.
He may have a better chance because of the Obi factor under.
Yes, he might be the major. Even if he doesn't win, he will have a better.
Now that he has deflected to APC, he has become evil. So it doesn't have. He cannot do good again because he's in APC.
So what it simply means is, I've been in the midst of Labour Party.
Let me just tell you the narrative. Simba, let me just tell you the narrative.
Just vanished the moment he declared.
Let me just tell you. That is it. Let me just give you the narrative. The narrative is this: what I see going on ground and what I hear people say. Instead of APC to win Anambra State, let Soludo continue, whether he's doing well or not. That's the narrative. So that is why I said that even on a free fair election, or whether however we want to put it, Soludo still have an upper chance to win that election because the chances of having a better opposition is dead.
Okay. One man, can I say something?
Yeah, come in.
You see, when we come to places like this and we make comments like, instead, APC will win in Anambra. You don't like Soludo. That's what it means. But instead, APC will win in Anambra. Let Soludo continue. That is saying in essence that APC, as long as you're concerned, is extreme. Then Soludo, you can manage. Worst come to worst. You see, most people will come here and say, give Igbo people presidency. Okay. And I used to tell people that you can never in your life legislate love. It is not done. You can't legislate love. Love is something that somebody has to take a decision. It's a deep down inside emotion. Creativity, you can never legislate it. It must be inborn. You have to come from your heart. Concentrate. So when we say this from our own end, the major parties in Nigeria today, even as PDP has, what's his name? Wike has, because it's not that Wike is so powerful to destroy PDP, but he was their money-making machine. He was the one that was sponsoring all the shenanigans all over the years. What Atiku used to do is that the moment he bring out his money and win the ticket, this guy will sponsor. 2019, is it 2019? It was Wike with state money. 2023, he refused to bring out the state money, and they were like moving about like orphans. This year, the Fubara wants to go into to take that shoe with the state fund, and look at what Wike is doing, because he knows that if you allow Fubara will sponsor PDP, and PDP will come alive again. And these are the two political parties in Nigeria. And if people from a particular region will show so much hate for one, and tomorrow people will come to one man platform and say, give them. No, you cannot legislate love. Neither can you legislate creativity. I rest my case.
Madam Zita, I understand what you are saying, but the point is this: everybody with their different opinion and the way they do their politics, and I cannot take it away from us. However you want to put it, and however we want to narrate it. See, for me, on my own personal opinion, APC has not done well since 2015, and the things are going, even in terms of democracy, is going low in our country, whether you want to like it or not. And I've even made my own point clear that APC will not be given any wing in Anambra State to continue with this their mess in this country. And that's my own personal opinion. Anambra State will not be a state where APC will be given wing to continue this nonsense they are doing in every corner of this nation and say it is a politics or whatever. If that is how politics is played and that is how to win an election and become a president or whatever, let them continue with this nonsense they are doing with other states.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If you listen vividly to what the madam said, I'll ask you, it will make me to ask you this question. If they ask you to assess Hope Uzodinma's administration in Imo State? What would you say?
It's for every even blind person to know and see. If you come to East today, you cannot. Imo State used to be one of the brightest states in the East. Where are they today? Even in Ebonyi State, look at them. That APC took over from. Look at what is happening in that state today. The governor is just dead, just doing nothing. Compare
So
it
what
with
about the man who was former governor in Ebonyi State that everybody praised with his development strike is now Minister of Works and Housing, and we can see
whatever
that
the work
a lot of projects are going on.
in the
Are you
last
saying that?
administration.
Yes. Are you saying that they are not
Let
doing
me tell
well?
you. Umahi didn't win an election under APC. It's just a campaign.
That means you people did not understand. I don't think you people got what I said. I think I have to let me rephrase my statement. I will use an example to rephrase what I said, because most times when I speak, maybe the way I speak, I don't get to understand, more especially in this platform. There is a region called Northwest and Northeast. And for every time people from the South, they see those areas as underdeveloped. They see those areas as people who are not educated. But those areas have been a dancer on these two parties. And from time to time, they bring president. Next time, they bring president. Every time it is the time of the North, since 1999, it comes from their side. And then I ask, if it is done by the deliverable of a particular party, that's why you will not speak the way you are speaking. I ask, according to you people, you guys believe that the Northerners, more especially the Northeast and the Northwest, is underdeveloped. And then why are they playing the politics of major parties?
Okay, they are playing. Madam Sita, let me ask.
Let me finish now.
Okay.
I want you to understand me before you continue. I'm not going to tell you what to say or what not to say. Even when they know that those two parties, major parties, are not in their own constituents, they are not performing well, according to you people. But still, they click onto that because they know that once in a while, that party will make them to produce a president. As I said
Okay, after they produce the president and we see the result in the northern area of this country, after they produce the president and all that, it doesn't show you that what they really want is only power, not necessarily development. And as an Easterner, that is not what.
Okay, let me tell you something.
You understand? Power is not my major problem in the East, and I think everybody in the East also have the same belief.
Okay, I don't really understand.
However you want to put it. It's not about acquiring power or play the politics to gain power. At the end of the day, what we are asking is what is the result? Because if what APC is doing all over the country today is what is called power, then we are doomed as a nation.
Okay, let me answer you. I don't really understand what you mean by saying that becoming a president is not power. Because when you talk about president, you talk about power. So if
And
the
Madam
South,
Zita, before you continue, before you continue, you know there are certain individuals that even in that eastern region that the Easterners will not support. You know that if they come out tomorrow and say they want to contest, or even APC give them free tickets, you know that.
Okay, hold on. That is not actually how it works. Somebody can always be a president of Nigeria without Eastern region support. In fact, it's easier for somebody to be the president of Nigeria, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, without the Easterners. Very easy. But it will be more difficult if they come in. I can assure you that. That being said, let's go back to
No, say it again, madam, please, so that I can get you very well.
I said, somebody can easily walk into Aso Rock without the Easterners.
That's what you feel.
No, that's how it works.
Tell me why you feel that's how it works.
It happened
because a lot of people have worked.
Sorry, Zita. It happened in the last 2 cycles of election.
It happened with Buhari.
Yeah, Buhari and TINUBU. Three elections actually without the Easterners.
Yes.
Okay, well, that is at the face value. That is at the face value of general election.
If you're even one of the people that say that somebody will not walk into their solo without the Easterners, maybe that narrative also. It's okay that you believe that. But the point I am making, whether you walk into the Asorok without the Easterners.
Now I'm coming to your point. Let me finish. I said this thing I said is by the side because it's an obvious, tested and proved. So it's by the side. Let's go back to power and development. You were saying that the South Easterners, I don't know whether you are speaking for yourself or you are speaking for the whole South Easterners, that they don't want power. What they want is development. And I say, in the kind of, what do they call it? The kind of government Nigeria is running, it is actually lack of understanding for anybody to believe that the development of a state, a local government, will come from the federal government. The only way I will believe you is when you say that the allocation, funding, and financial support that is meant for that state or that area is not being disbursed. Then I can tell you, yes, the federal government is stopping them from developing. But as long as the funding is being sent to them, you have to remove the federal government from them. So power for presidency is a different thing. Development of a region is another thing. So when you say you want to be president so that you get developed, I don't really know how that works. Because I have never seen a president in Nigeria that developed his own area. Obasanjo, Ogun State. Buhari.
Jonathan Goodluck, Bayelsa.
Bayelsa. What is he called?
Buhari, Katsina.
Katsina has produced twice. I don't even know how the Katsina look like. Anyway. And now, TINUBU, Lagos was developing even before TINUBU became president. So he cannot come out tomorrow and claim that Lagos developed because he's president. So now I'm trying to make it clear to you that that power is important. And that's why you people jumped at it in 2023. You wanted it at all cost. So you can't tell me that you don't want power. Presidency is power. I mean, the highest power in a country.
Okay. Whatever.
Especially in Nigeria, it's almost a godlike power.
Who has the floor, Roman?
Ekene has the floor.
Oh, okay.
Baba is waiting.
I don't talk finish. I don't talk finish.
Okay, just an addendum. Madam, I agree with your submission. You see, take away power from development. Yes. But you see, my concern is the sub-national government, which is the state governors, are not put, the citizens of their states do not put them under serious check. Because ordinarily, every month they get their allocation. And every month they also raise funds from their internal generated revenue. If you consider what they get now has tripled what they were getting before. But these things are not translating into physical infrastructural development.
Plus, you people have forgotten the security votes. Those people.
No, it's part of, security vote is part of what they get.
Let me tell you, Mr. Morris.
Yes.
Morris. Whatever, that argument, I hate it. That argument that what we are giving to them, what they were, it was tripled or whatever. I hate that argument.
Why?
The reason why I hate it is that it's more better to work. I can tell you that during maybe before this government came in, the funding that the state governors are getting is more better than what they are getting today.
Why?
Based on inflation, high exchange rate, and the price of raw materials in the market today.
You see,
just take for instance.
Let
me finish. When you talk about infrastructure, you will engage cement, you will engage road, you engage some other building materials, and 100 million, for example, when they are selling cement for before Buhari left, I think it's about 3,000 something or 2007. Yeah, about 2007 or 3,000 something. Then
Ekene. It was around before Buhari left. It's about 5,000, not 2,000 now.
Buhari never sold cement 5,000 naira. I can check your record.
No, it was 4,800.
Okay,
4,000.
So what is the difference?
So let me finish. Then the 12 inches mm rod is about 3,000 something or so. Then let me use these two things. Then today you are giving them maybe that allocation, you double it to maybe 200 million or 250 million. Then now cement is about 9,000 something. 12 inches mm rod is about close to 10,000 naira in the market. Automatically you are giving them nothing. Don't come and make that excuse.
Okay, can I respond to you?
The minimum wage has increased also. They pay workers, they do other things. And that is why in many states today, you don't see much development. But you make argument that you give governors...
Let me say something to you.
Hold on, let me respond to Ekene. If I remember vividly, since the beginning of Nigeria, okay, let me not say Nigeria, let me say since 1999, states are always been given allocation, except when Obasanjo fell out with TINUBU in Lagos and when Jonathan fell out with Amechi in Rivers State. And that was just brief circumstances. It didn't last forever. And then I asked, since 1999, how much was a bag of cement? And how much were they being given to? And what did they do with it? That the money is being tripled now, and you're saying it is nothing. Let me remind you that in 2023, during the general election, at a point, because of Wike and his Morora, at a point, he laid it out. He said that where do River State people think he got the money that he's using to break everywhere? It was then that he told them that Buhari paid them all their money, which include River State, Delta State, Bayelsa State, partly Imo, and Abia State. And then I asked, these states I mentioned, where? And that was when the other idiot started breaking some places and did the funny flyover that I pray one day it doesn't collapse. And if he can use that money, according to what he said, Edotu was included. Delta had the highest fund.
Yeah, I think they talk about 250 billion.
And he used it to campaign
You
to be
remember
vice president.
Edwin Clark was, he asked them about what did they use their own for in Delta. You remember that time?
Okay. And then you come to the platform and said, even if they double the money, it means nothing. And somebody somewhere, you saw what the guy, you turned River State around.
Madam Zita, I'm not saying that.
Print money in his house.
I'm not saying that. Let me say this. I'm giving my argument based on inflation. I'm not talking about their performance or whatever.
You are giving excuses for the state governor. That's what
their performance. I know that most governors are not performing, but what I'm saying is based on inflation and what the economy means. And to debunk that news that always come around that let me always say that you increase the allocation or whatever. And I want to give you
it was increased
the monetary policies of it and the value of the money. You say you increase. It's just like, let me give you another example. Because I don't know how we think sometimes. You say you increase minimum wage from 30-something thousand naira to 70,000 naira. Would you tell me that your 70,000 naira is better than 19,000 naira of 2012? Would you make the argument? It's the same as what you said about increasing allocation.
Why are you shifting the post? Why are you shifting the post?
What I'm saying is the purchasing value, the value of the money you increase. I'm not talking about the amount you increase. I'm talking about the value of the money you increase.
Hold on.
I'm telling you that 19,000 naira is more valuable than 70,000 naira today.
Hold on. Let me explain. It's simple economics. The budget, I repeat, the budget for Nigeria in 1999 is not the same budget in 2024. All over the world. Why? Because of the inflation. Things are getting more expensive, so they have to budget big to be able to accommodate those things. So when you hear that they used to give a governor 50,000 as allocation before, and now they're giving him 150,000, it should not irritate you. Because
what I'm saying is there is no way you want to be giving a governor the kind of inflation today to be giving him the same allocation you are giving, and you don't make it a campaign and campaign this because what I'm saying is that if you want to use it for campaign, I'm telling you that you are still maintaining the point. You're not giving them nothing. Because that money saved is not up to what it is not the value of it. It's not, it doesn't match up with your argument. According to the inflation and the price of things in the market. That's my argument. I'm not talking about whether governor perform with the money or not. I just give you another example. When you come out and say, let me respond a little bit. When you come out and say you increase minimum wage to 70,000 naira, when I heard that argument, and some Nigerians that don't know and understand the value of that money, we start to praise them. Somebody like me, I become so mad. It's only when you enter to the market with 70,000 naira in this 2025, you will know that 70,000 naira is nothing in your hand. Compared to when you enter with 19,000 naira in the market in 2012.
Agreed. Inflation is all over the world. That is the truth. Inflation is all over the world as we speak today. even in the Western world, things are difficult. Prices of goods and services, groceries, they've increased. Okay. But what we are saying, right, is the subnational government, which is the state governors, considering the resources they get, you equate it with the percentage of development they give to their people is poor. And the need why the people need to put the state government, state governors under serious pressure is very important. You cannot be a governor and you rake in billions of naira. You have nothing tangible to show as, priority of your administration to your people. It is totally wrong. You understand what I'm trying to say? Because if there are proper checks and balance, for instance, if all the state houses of assemblies are not rubber stamped, if all the state house of assemblies are not under the control of state government, if all state house of assembly are independent in terms of what's the name, financial independence, where their resources is first line charge.
Sorry, Maurice, I don't want to break your flow. Just give me 1 microsecond. I'm going to play last hand over to Patoski, and now he's here. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. The super chatters are Tope and Boson. So others should join them as well. We need more people to be super chatting to us to stream. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay.
Good night, woman.
Good night. Yeah. So welcome, new moderator. So what I'm saying is that if every state house of assembly have their own financial autonomy, I'm sure, right? And if all parties, political parties, are operating genuine internal democracy, you will see that the governors will be on their toes, because a member of the House of Assembly will be able to challenge the governor's policies that does not represent the interests of the people.
Let me ask you a question.
Maurice, I'm not this argument. This argument we are making here, I never started it with whether performance or whatever. I'm not talking about performance.
Let me ask.
I'm talking about a campaign of increasing allocation. That's what I'm talking about. When I want to talk about performance of any governor, we talk about the performance of the federal. We talk about that one differently.
No, you started it by saying that you started it by saying that, right? Instead of APC, is better Soludo.
No, he said that he gets angry when they said they double the money or triple the money.
No, that is the first stage before he now talked about the value of money using 19,000 of some years back.
Even the argument you are making that there are inflations everywhere in the country. It's just like I even discussed it with somebody that came from abroad and went back. We discussed it to a length. He agreed that Nigeria is very expensive. You understand? Because when we are even talking about this light issue, let me finish now. Let me finish. I'm talking about somebody that came from Mozambique. You understand? So when we are discussing about electricity. How much electricity do you buy for your shop? He has a big shop in Mozambique. He said he buy 5,000. Let's say convert it 5,000 electricity every month. Then in the house where he's living, he buy 5,000 naira every week. Electricity in his apartment, that place. So
how much is Mozambique money? How much is Mozambique money to?
I don't know, but he just converted it to what they used to convert it to, and he told me it's about 5,000 naira.
Maurice, don't listen to Ekenel. That is why he comes here
about 5,000 naira. So I now give him the analysis.
How can somebody?
Let me finish. Whether you want to listen to me, Simba.
Generating their own electricity.
Let me finish. Because you always come here and tell us that inflation is everywhere. Inflation is everywhere. The amount he bought a bag of rice is even more higher than what they used to sell it there. You understand?
Let me ask you one question before you go. No, sorry. Let me just ask you one question before you go. Ekene, apart from the high bro area, like maybe Ministers Hills and then Banana Island, maybe some part of Ikoyi, is there any place you can pay just one room, $1,000?
One room.
A month.
$1,000.
I don't think so.
So continue. What I asked you this question because
Maurice,
I just want you to know that
you cannot even
here,
pay. You cannot
one
even
room
pay
is
$1,000.
$1,000.
Maurice, you cannot even in Banana Island, you can't rent one room apartment for $1,000.
I
We
know.
are talking
That's
about
why I asked him a question.
the value of the money you are getting there. Not even when you're talking about the money, you talk about value.
That's what I'm telling you. I said, what do you know what
So when you
$1,000
talk
is?
about dollar, when you talk about dollar where you live, you talk about the value of the dollar, the purchasing power of the dollar. You understand? So in Nigeria, I'm trying to tell you that the purchasing power of 19,000 naira is more better than purchasing power of 70,000 naira. That's the point.
Good luck.
And it's very more way higher.
Every time
So
you refer to good luck,
value is what you talk about, not number. Value is what you talk about, not numbers. In your country, if you earn a good $1,000, if you earn a good 1,000 naira, gives you services that you need.
Leave that one alone.
Then it was
The question I want to ask you, wait, Ekene, leave that one. You suddenly demonize APC as if this your Valentine man that you have been praising, everybody has been eulogizing before, suddenly now transformed to be an APC person, and it's now no longer a good person. Is that not what you are saying? That you rather vote? You rather vote for? You rather vote for Soludo? Wait, now let me finish what I'm saying. So you rather vote for Soludo that you have been coming here for the last 3 years to condemn that he's not doing well, than to vote
I would rather
for
do that
somebody
because I will not give. I said I have already made my opinion. I have already made my opinion. That is my opinion. I'm not a coward. You understand? Whatever I say is what I say. I said I will not give APC. I said I will not give
and let
APC.
us know what you know
I
you
said
for.
I will not give APC any chance to continue to do this nonsense they're doing in this country, in Anambra State. I will not do that. APC will not have that opportunity in my state. They can do it with the other states and have the opportunity to do it in other states, but not in Anambra State.
You want to tell me, just hold on, let me ask you this, Ekene. You want to tell me that other parties like PDP and the Labour, the state that they are ruling, they are doing better than the APC governor? Is that what you are telling us?
You cannot even compare it at all. What are they doing?
Oh.
So you just check Ebonyi State today now. Check Imo, the best performing state in Southeast is Enugu and Abia State. Go and check the record. The best performing state is Enugu State and Abia State, whether you like it or not. Whatever argument you want to bring on.
That's not the limit of PDP state. Bayelsa is a PDP state. River State is a PDP state. The last
Akwa Ibom is a PDP
I'm talking about Southeast. We are talking about Southeast that is contesting election in November. A region that has an election in November. We are comparing the parties and their performance. And the last time we heard of a Ebonyi State development is since David Umahi left office. And I want to tell you that David Umahi never won any election under APC. He's a DKP. In the second tenure, after he has used PDP and regained his popularity, it's just only this guy. What is his name? Kopus Odema. But the only state you can say that if you want to count David Umahi, if you want to count David Umahi achievement, you cannot count it under APC.
David Umahi as a PDP, he won the election as PDP, but he ruled the state as an APC man, and he still did well. So
he never ruled the state as APC man. David Umahi has already did what he did under his first term under PDP to gain him the popularity to win the second term. It was in his second year or his maybe second or at the end of his first year that he joined APC. So by then he has already mapped out his plan and did almost all his major projects.
Immediately he changed to APC. He became evil. He stopped development. He didn't perform again.
He immediately changed to APC. The person he now handed the state over. He was the person that handed the state over to.
I'm not talking about the person he handed over to. I'm talking about him. I'm not saying
that there is no power of APC. under his regime. He's just a decampi. So the person that was elected under APC
When
under
he
Ebonyi State,
decamped, what I'm
when
saying,
last did you heard about
he
Ebonyi
became
State
part of them now.
development?
When he decamped, he became APC. Did he perform when he became APC, or he stopped performing
Okay,
and
I don't
immediately
count his
become
performance as
APC?
an APC. I count his performance as a PDP because he's a decampi. So I don't make such argument. You don't ask me such questions. There are questions you don't need to ask. I said
What we are trying to tell
he's
you
the
is that
decampi.
the performance of the
If I want
state
to count David
governor
Umahi, if I
does not
want to talk
depend
about David
on the
Umahi,
party that they belongs
development
to.
or whatever.
That's what we are trying
Why
to
if I
tell
want
you.
to count about his
That the
development and whatever,
performance.
I don't count it under APC. I count it under PDP.
Wait. What we are telling you is that party at the center does not have any effect on the performance of any governor. Is whether you
Whether it
belongs
whether
to
it has
APC
effect,
or
because you
is a
just ask the question.
personal thing.
You ask the
Is a
question, is there?
personal
It does
thing.
it mean
So
that does it mean that APC state
the
are not doing well?
performance to APC. You
Let
don't
me. You
associate
just
the
say that.
performance.
You just ask the question.
We have
Does it mean? Does it mean that
states where
APC state are not
APC
doing
is
well?
winning and the governors are doing well, even better than PDP and some other parties. So it's not about the party.
There may
It's
be, but
about the person.
I'm talking about a region that has an election to conduct in few months' time. I'm not talking about any other region. I think I'm talking about the election that we hold in Anambra State, and we are giving examples of other eastern states that we are ruled by another parties. You understand? I'm not talking about other regions. So I don't make
Can you
soft
round off?
argument.
Can you round off?
So my point is this: the only thing that I would have brought this thing is that PDP sold their form 40 million and closed the selling of their form, and no aspirant didn't meet fit to
buy the form.
acquire their form. So I don't know where PDP is heading to and how they will regain this thing. And somebody asked me, PDP is not, and I said that PDP is a major opposition in Anambra State. There is no another party after Apoga in Anambra State. After Apoga is PDP. You have some of them in the State House of Assembly. Some of them. You understand? So, but today they are nowhere to be found. I don't know who will be the opposition, and I've not even declared that I will support Soludo. I only said, so after the primary, that is when I will know who to support. But I only said that APC is no go to me, and that's what I said. And I've never said I will support Soludo. It's after the primary, and I see how the wave is going, that I'll make my opinion on who to support in the state. That's all.
You guys remember when Ekene came to this show and said, "Oh, Abia has 24 hours light now," and he was like, "No, it's the best state now. We have Batinanji's power station. Everything is now 24 hours." Only to find out that was just a dream. So Ekene, support your candidate.
Adewale, my guy. How far now?
Nothing much, sure.
Yeah.
Ekene may be right. That Valentine Obi Ali that moved to APC. I don't see him making any headway. One, Ekene declaration or submission, should I say, is average thinking of average Igbo person. Anything that concern the way they are looking at the APC as far as they are concerned is a Yoruba party, is a TINUBU. So you see, if you have been following Nigerian politics right from Sikh Awolowo period. Even when Awolowo made, is it Ajilushuku or so, one Igbo man as his running mate, they voted against him. Abiola was adjudged to be the best president Nigeria never had. Compare him with Tofa, it was like aircraft to Keke Napep. But what happened?
But Abiola won in many states in the southeast now. Abiola won the
No,
southeast.
only one in Anambra. Forget it.
Don't
We
say
saw the
that.
result now.
He
won in Anambra State now.
Only Anambra.
It was
So
only
forget it.
Anambra, and he won with a little margin. And
He won with about 57%.
Wait a minute. Every state they voted against him and voted to Tofa. And Tofa, in fact, just like what you are saying, because Ekene, please be truthful. Every of your submission on since this to Soludo came in, you have always been it was a zero, it's minus, he has destroyed, he has this, is that. But just because LP person move to APC, you now declare that
let me tell you this. Recently, Soludo has started improving in security. I said it, I think, 2 weeks ago when I came in here. I said it whether you like it or not. So, but the point is this. I know what I'm saying is this. I know that his election is very close. So he's doing anything to make sure that he puts security under his control. Which I blame him, because what he's doing today is what he would have done in the first year that he started the journey. He wouldn't have allowed a lot of people to have buy before he started doing it in that state. So I think he woke up after the kidnapping of that lawmaker from Outwater. So that is when he woke up and started doing some things and arresting some of these fake money-making people and all that, which a lot of good-minded and Umbrellian will not fight him over, because these are the major issues we are facing in that state. You understand? So anybody that
But there was a time you came here, Kenneth, that you said no, everything was okay. There was also insecurity problem, especially in your state. You came here, I remember.
I did not say that. I did not say that. Go and check what I'm saying. It when I'm saying I did not say it. I was talking, and the major thing I was even discussing about Soludo is his security, this thing. Which when he started improving, I also said it. I think Baba was in the platform then. One man, we're not plenty in the platform that day. So I said this is what he did that I like recently about security, and I think it's working. And for some time now, in Anambra State there is at least peace, a little peace. Let me say 50% or 60%. The state is somehow peaceful now, and I will not deny him his right.
Ekene, you said the state is somehow peaceful, but Onitsha market was shut down now because of these people.
Well, that is not security problem. That is not a security
it is
problem.
So it's more than security.
It's not security problem, Oga.
It is more than
it's
security.
Not security problem. NAFDAC is doing their job.
There is a fake drug.
NAFDAC is doing their job differently. I'm talking about governor performance. I'm not talking about
the
NAFDAC
from
performance.
Those people producing fake drugs and
don't bring another thing from into the discussion we are having. If you want to talk about NAFDAC, then you talk it differently. We are talking about security entirely. That is the work of the NAFDAC. That is not even the work of Soludo. It's the work of the NAFDAC.
It's national security.
So what I'm saying, but the point is even that the point I am making, I've not even said that I will support Soludo in the next election. I've not said that. But
no,
I
you
said
it now. You said you would rather vote for Soludo than to vote for APC.
I have not declared my support, but I have already made my stand that I will not go anything APC.
Mm-hmm.
When Valentine wanted to decamp, I never said he will not decamp, because in Anambra State, a small party that has a good candidate can always thrive. We are not like we are not dumped like that. That when we see you, in a party and we know your pedigree, we can go for you. So I was expecting him to maybe SDP or some other party, if Labour, because I know that Labour, I'm even wondering how Labour is going to go about this election in Anambra State. I still don't know what they're doing, even though they have strong candidates like Tony Nwoye and one other guy from Nnewi. At least two of them is a very strong candidate. But I don't know how they would do it. But I expected Valentine to do SDP or any other party.
Why SDP?
He will get a good support, not like APC. It's not only my opinion. If you have done SDP or any other party, I vow to you, Valentine will still be relevant in that state. Today, nobody is talking about. Go to his channel, go to his handle whenever he makes a post. You see what people are telling him there. You're just dead on. I just forget your political career in Anambra State. Just forget it. It's gone. It's a move that he never thinks very well. He never thinks it very well.
Because of bad belly for APC, Abi.
Yes. Whether you want to say bad belly or whether if it is in my power today to end the PC, I will do it. But it's not in my power, and it's not in the power of many Nigerians. Everybody knows 2015, starting from 2015, what APC have given us compared to what you campaign against in 2012 against Goodluck Jonathan. It's incomparable. You cannot compare it in any way. You understand? So however you want to put it.
I think you're supposed to have rounded up. You have taken almost how many hours talking. Is there Patoski? Are you in charge?
For where Patoski has gone to raid the fridge. You guys didn't talk about some EPAS and co account suspended. Government please freeze the account. Every single individual connected to that guy. In fact, those people will be regretting knowing him. But I think federal government should have done this way back. I don't know why they are now realizing that they are supposed to do that. You know, I mean, something that you should have done. All the money pumping in.
But most of his supporters are in diaspora now. So
yeah, I mean,
they
were able to identify those accounts, and I wonder why it took them this long. Even though those people in diaspora
can they freeze their account in diaspora?
No, they have an account that they used to remit the fund now. Is it not coming to Nigeria bank? One way or the other, they know who owns those accounts. So they should have done the needful way before the guy was even arrested in Finland. But it's still a good move anyway, because since they're able to identify those account holders, I think they should have done that way before now. Because they are using this money to prosecute their. Yeah. It's not new. It's not strange. It's something that they've been doing all this while.
No, wow.
I believe it should have been done way before now. Because all those money they are using those guys, the vehicle, the ammunitions and all that, where are they getting the money? Forget about the America, what is it called?
I mean, you think freezing the accounts in Nigeria will stop that?
I mean,
because the money that they are using to buy all those ammunition, they are not in Naira. It's not money in Naira they are using to buy those things now. Probably they are smuggling all those things from outside the country.
But one way or the other, they still need local input. One way or the other. So everything is not going to be in the foreign currency now.
Yeah, you're right. Because at least they are foot soldiers on ground.
Yeah.
They need to pay them also.
Those people, those guys that are carrying weapons and they would need Naira to buy things now. They won't use dollar to go and buy TATASE.
I'm very sure maybe they're even on their payroll, so they're giving them money. So
yeah. When I read it in the paper today, I was like, man, you guys are just coming in late. You are really coming in late. So all those juju that the guy has been using all this while. So the thing no work on the government of Finland, are you?
Why are you talking about juju? Is there any juju that can affect government? Any government anywhere?
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Forget it. When Soludo started arresting all the juju people in Anambra State, why can't they just conjure and kill him in this and let him even die immediately in his government house?
You don't know that he also has a very strong juju past them now.
But when they arrested them, why can't they just disappear from the custody?
They threaten that they can disappear.
God. There are so many funny. The problem I used to have with people like Ekene is, it's not as if they want better things for that country. It's just that they are just too. Okay, how can somebody come here this morning and be praising how the military people went to the Ikeja distribution company
I
to go
heard
and
him
beat
too.
people,
I
and he
heard
was
him.
very happy with it.
I heard
It's
him.
just so the way Nigerians support, in fact, once if you are doing something that is wrong, I bet you are doing it, and they know that you can use it against somebody that they don't like, they don't mind you to just continue doing that wrong thing. I don't even understand their thinking. The most we talk about electricity in Nigeria because most people don't pay for electricity in Nigeria, especially government parastatals, government agencies, military. Why can you be using electricity? You have budget that you budget money for all these things. You collect money for all these things every year. You swallowed it. Instead of you to pay your electricity bill, you now go and be beating the distribution company staff. And then you see Nigerians promote, you say, oh, that is good for them because you too, you don't pay electricity, because Ekene there was a time he came here also that I said he didn't pay electricity bill. So you don't pay electricity bill, but you expect to get electricity.
You know what is even funny is that I
You know,
wonder, the Nigerians are so used to this subsidizing amenities in a way that they believe that government owe it to them to be given to them at a certain price. You
it's
know,
not even about price. They want it free. That's it.
I'm just saying, I just want to use that word, to subsidize in a way, because we're so used to it. Oh, when you have a market that has already been, it's no longer being controlled by government. It's now being controlled by the market. Now look at the competition going on among the oil marketers now. And Dangote said it's going to reduce its own price. Then NNPC was forced to do the same thing, and other importers as well. So you can imagine what implication of that on the economy. But Nigeria wants it in a way that the government say fix this price, and that is it. We're not in Venezuela. For crying out loud, we're an economy that is, more or less a capitalist system, and I think that is a very good you know system as far as I'm concerned. So there's no one person will be controlling everything now. You know, you give them free. Yeah, the electricity is not free. Even here that we're in the cold season now, you can imagine every time they turn it on in my house, I'll be like, hey, this Bisiski that you guys are putting me in every time, would you guys turn the heater on? Can you imagine? I won't cry to government to come and pay, subsidize or make it free for me. No way.
Adewale, one thing Nigerians will understand that whenever they are talking, they be talking about, oh, how much the people abroad earn. What is okay? How many people abroad can stay with one job without having other side hustle or doing more than what they require? Say, okay, basically, I'm earning minimum wage, and that with that one I can survive to have my house, to pay all my bills. How many people can boast of that?
For you to even get to that point, that means you've sacrificed, you've done whatever, in fact, a lot of things.
Because even here where I am in Saudi Arabia, I hear story in Nigeria that in Saudi Arabia, government pay every citizen 10,000 Saudi riyals every month. They give them free this, free that. All those things are lies.
Everything is free to them.
You understand? And here, let me tell you, even their doctors, you discover that they will just be they be jumping from one locum to the other, from one locum to the other. You you see, in fact, there was a time I went to Jeddah. The Uber that I took was actually being driven by a policeman. And he was asking when I was interacting with him, you know what the guy said? He said his salary is 8,000 Saudi riyal and he needs to augment it by doing Uber because it's not enough for him. But it's only in Nigeria that you see somebody that will go to work, then everybody will say, okay, we have to rely on this minimum wage. We can't do any other thing. If it's not enough, it's not enough. The government has to just make it to be enough.
No, it mustn't be. Everybody must, get free stuff because we have oil. Even in Saudi Arabia, where you live, does government hand over money to them every month, or everything has to be? You won't pay for the utility you are using. We're not in Dubai.
You pay for everything. You pay for your electricity. You pay for water. So
I wonder.
The only thing you don't pay for here, maybe probably school fees, and probably maybe health. Yeah, those things are very free.
Those are the essential things government have to be doing. Free education in a way.
Free education, free ed, yeah.
But everything has to be subsidized because you are Nigerian. Then it has to be,
What I pay as rent here, I can in a month. I cannot pay it in a year for a flat in Nigeria.
Speaking of rent,
the issue that they will say, oh, okay, no, okay, how much is the minimum wage? How much is the minimum wage? That's the question that people will be asking. But what I'm just trying that the minimum wage here, nobody is relying on the minimum wage. You see, even most of the civil servants, they have other things that they are doing. It's either they are doing business or some of them are driving Uber, and they have a lot of other things, side things that they are doing to augment whatever they are earning.
I wonder if Nigeria had to pay rent monthly. Do you think they will be able to afford it?
No. It will be suicidal if you ask Nigerians to be paying rent monthly, because there is no plan for that now. There's not even 1 year. Somebody that knows that, okay, in December, from January, he knows that in December I'm going to pay my rent in December. It's really when they get to that December that will be scrambling for that. You know that you can prorate it as, okay, out of my salary every month, this is my rent. If it is even 2,000 naira every month, you have to be depositing that one against that December. But nobody will plan for that. It is what it is, Sha. It is what it is.
Once you get a tenant to your house in Nigeria, you can't not.
No. It's a bad business. So if you want to engage in, say you build a house, you want to be getting money from, it's a bad. The only money that you can get is when they are entering. By the time they become a regular tenant, you have to be begging them before they pay.
I think
some will even be paying. If they will be paying small, say, okay, take these 3 months. This is what I have now. It's not an investment as far as I'm concerned.
The thing is, if you engage a law firm, there are some of them that are in helping into managing all those facilities in a way. Then it becomes because you have to be mindful of the kind of tenant that you are going to take too. Because it's not every tenant that apply to rent your house. Just like they do.
The law of tenancy in Nigeria also favor tenants. If you have somebody that is owing you, you can't just eject the person immediately.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, but
and you
most
know,
of the time, people don't follow. People don't follow the law, and that is where the problem is. Because everybody wants to explore, every opportunity, with the law, the one that protect them. Okay, maybe the law says six months.
6 months, exactly.
Then after 6 months, they will find a way to not pay. Maybe trying to come to a resolution with the tenant. I mean, with the landlord. At the end of the day, the one way or the other, it will. Before you know it, it will snowball into 1 year.
That's what I'm saying. That is actually not. It's not a business. I don't think that anybody that build a house, depending on the area, sha, but if you build a house in Nigeria, I don't think you can even recoup your capital before you die. It's not you that will reap, you will make any profit from that.
Well, if you build a shopping complex or some this, maybe that one will bring in more money then. That was what I was told that if you build a shopping complex or something like that, you
Let's
have
let's
to.
let's say you build an average bungalow. Let's say a 3 bedroom bungalow.
Mm.
Let's say you spend 15 million naira.
15 million. Where in Lagos? Which part of Nigeria you want to build that?
No. Let us even assume. Let's say you spend 15 million naira. So how much do you think in a year you can get as rent from that? From that, you can't get 1 million naira
You
as
must
rent
have
per
built that
year.
house in a gando or one of
So you
these.
can't you cannot get 1 million naira. Then so that means if you are even getting 1 million naira, it will take you 15 years.
I mean, those houses that they are building in Lekki now, they actually, I think yearly is around maybe 2 million, depends on where you build it. But to get the money by
So
even
do you
then,
know how much you are you to even buy a land in Lekki? You know how much you buy the land.
I
How
know
much are you going now to?
the land
So
is
if you are
even
even
more expensive than the house itself, the structure.
uh so
Whereas
if
in
you
this part of the world,
even if
the
you are
land is
so
the
if you
more
are
cheaper.
getting 2 million, let's say you spend 40 million or 50 million building that house, you are getting 2 million naira or 3 million naira per annum. Is it your lifetime that you are going to recoup that money?
No, it's for your generation, your offspring that to enjoy it, not for you. You know. I mean, it's still okay to some extent. It's just that
No, I
when
I
when
don't
when,
see it as a business. I think
when
if you have money that you don't
you,
even
you,
know
you know
what to use
you,
it
you
for.
know you know you know the thing is people don't usually do is that Nigerians don't know how to use proper management company to help them with such properties. And because of lack of trust too, because who do you even the company that you engage to help you manage it will end up duping you and even get to collect the money, I mean the house from you. But I think if something like that happened, there are still some reputable companies that are actually into property management and they can manage it. Depends on the kind of tenant that you want to live there. If the building itself is not like the one you find in the Gando or the Abule Egba and Coast, like a modern properties, that is well built in a way, you could make money, but it's just that don't expect it in the next 5, 6, 10 years because just like you said, you have to recoup that money back and it's going to take a while. So it's something that you build and you just forget about it, you know.
But the funny thing. One thing about renting house out, before you even we say before you make a little money, recoup some of your capital, that house is already ready for renovation.
Mm-hmm. Or forget about once you rent a house after like 5 years,
5 years, yes.
forget about it. You have to more or less rebuild the house because a lot of things must have been, you know, done and destruction, internally and all that.
I think the only satisfaction that you get is by telling people that, oh, I have one house in Lekki, I have one house in here. It's
Well,
not.
I mean, some people actually, those who who were the first property owner in Lekki and Co. They're making money now. They're making fortune now. Unlike those who are just buying a new one
And those are the people that are really dealing with real estate or selling lands.
and there's
You
one
understand?
advantage of being what do you call it? Being a first time owner, or what is it? First time owner, or the homeowner or landlord. What do you call it here? Imagination, so advantage of being a first timer, so that it helps. But before you know it, just like that, that's a Co-Atlantic now. Those people that have bought the property when it was just newly constructed will enjoy it when other, developers are coming in and having their building erected there. They will now enjoy it, because at Yoruba will say, "Atowodowo," unlike the one that you bought it cheaper, you know. Oh, sorry, Jared, but we're a little bit distracted, didn't we?
Okay, no, any other person can call me. We are just chatting. No.
I know. I think Maurice wants to call me. Hey, Patoski.
Follow me.
I want Trump. I want Trump. Good.
Adewale, be careful. Trump that is here.
Trump that is there, but as you might be. I want Trump.
Ó ti suspend the tariff Canada.
Kò tó bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò lẹ́ ẹnu máa ti pọ̀ ju bí ìtajà kàrà. Ẹnu ẹ dùn tó bẹ́ẹ̀. You just wake up one day, maybe.
Patoski, why are you saying this? When he did it, you are supporting him now. What are you saying now?
No, there are two sides to it. You can explain what you're saying. Àwọn bínú sí àwọn kan ní Canada ni. Bọ̀bọ̀ tó wà ń bẹ̀ yìí. He has to go. We want him out.
Náà kò sọ pé òun ò lọ.
Because the fẹ́ party ẹ̀ mọ́. Province wa yẹn, we produce oil, we do a lot of stuff. Oil tá ń tà, àwọn other province yẹn wọ́n ń gba àánú ẹ̀, wọ́n ń gba revenue inú ẹ̀, wọ́n ń gba ọgbọ̀n ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀, wọ́n ń ṣe revenue sharing inú ẹ̀, just like Naija. But for them to allow our gas pipeline to go through them to US, one environmental jargons. The project was on with Alberta. Trump the project was already on. If you see, economy was already picking up near Calgary, near Alberta. See, Bob Biden and the can stop any. I mean, people there were new jobs and everything. Trump was already helping us. So, in Alberta till tomorrow, no matter what people say about Trump, people will still like Trump.
I don't like Trump. They need to go and check themselves.
See, Patoski, this guy was, I don't want to say Kutube. So, Patoski, your leaders are begging. Shan born from Mexico, she's begging. Everybody's begging Trump to hold on the tax.
Everybody's always begging.
Hold on. You think what? Do you think Canada is putting pressure on America or on Trump? Is that the reason why he's holding back? He said it. April 2nd tax. If that goes into effect, there's no recourse. That's it. Okay. Right now, you're just trying to play ball with you guys to help your dragging economy. That's the only reason why he's holding up. Because there's any pressure from anywhere.
Sorry, Prince Daddy. I want to ask Adewale a question. And you, Prince Daddy, too.
is America a producing nation or a consuming nation?
It's no
Because
longer a producing nation. It has now transformed full-fledged to a consuming nation.
what I discovered
Well,
that
okay, let me answer my part of the question then.
you guys are using, especially consumable product. Most of 70% are from Canada.
Remy, what you have to discover about America, America is not they are not producing, but they are rendering a lot of services.
Yes, and I think it's very
Well,
difficult.
So, and that one it makes more.
I like your
That one
response. Adewale
makes
lives in America, but it's anti-America in every respect. We're not a producing nation. We're just consuming nation.
We are talking
But
of
that's not entirely true, anyways. But Simba get it right. We're more like a service-oriented nation, and we hold on. We offer high-quality services for a lot of money. A lot of money.
Right.
Okay, we understand.
Remy, I read yesterday, one of those Nigerian prince that was tormenting American poor women that always sending those email to them about one property. Happens to be a 67-year-old white American man in Louisiana. In Louisiana, so he's providing internet for which Nigeria is a white man.
Bring uplifting
So
story?
he's also renting. Is renting a service.
America is rendering security service to the world. Security.
Adewale doesn't know that. You know,
Of course, how would I know that?
Remy, to answer to your question.
No, I'm not. We are not answering. I'm not asking you any question. What I'm trying to say is that.
Trump Daddy, you should know where Remy is coming from. Remy is fighting for his own country. He doesn't want Russia to annex his country.
Russia already took Finland. Forget about it. It's already done. Trump already signed a deal. He already gave Finland to Russia. Forget about it, Remy.
Don't make it a laughing matter. It's not that because I'm here or whatever. I'm just looking at things objectively because I discovered that Canada is sending a lot of stuff to America. And this tariff, although it will affect Canada too, because Canada have to look elsewhere to sell their product.
Go and learn Russian language.
Hurry up before it's too late.
But I discovered that an average American, you will suffer because of inflation, no matter what. You cannot tell me that your price, especially consumable product, the price.
Remy is not wishing Americans well. Hold on.
Remy. Okay. Number one, the way you talk about America and Canada, you always talk about both countries as they're equal countries in every respect. That's where you make a big mistake. And I know you don't know much about Canada and America. That's why you talk
You don't know much about America. Everybody knows what's going on in this.
American consumers are going to suffer. You said fine. So what about Canadian consumers? By the way, let me see. For every Canadian product that comes to America, there are 5 other suppliers for that product. I guarantee you. And there are many other suppliers that they don't have. America do not have tariffs on their product. Again, I always say, just like Trump says, there's nothing Canada offers America that we need from you guys. The other day,
right.
Hold on. When it comes to one of the Canada's largest export to America is timber. But just like I think Adewale would know that when it comes to timber or trees in general, Canada doesn't come close to America. We got more than enough, plenty. Do you know where we are?
From them also, if you get more than
I try to explain to you guys all the time that Canada is a begging nation. We are doing them a favor.
You say you have enough timber. Why are you still importing from them? That's my question.
I just told you. You don't care. Listen, Canada is our neighbor, and we've chosen to do them a favor in order to trade. They are, America's number one.
If you don't take care of them, they will be a burden to you.
Thank you, Simba. Thank you. See, you understand. Remy doesn't understand these things. See, we don't. Canada is the first world country because
Simba
of
is
America.
making mockery of you. You don't understand.
Canada can. I don't know. I just listening. I've just been listening to what you guys have been saying, right?
Canada
600
need the market. You need the market in America to survive.
You know the funniest thing,
More than 60% of Canadian products
3 years
come
ago,
into America. More than 60% of Canadian products are sold in America. We are number one
What is
trading
the whole
partner.
population of? They cannot consume with what they are producing now. What is their population?
Exactly. That's part of the problem.
Simba.
So we do them a great favor. I mean, Detroit. If you know what Detroit is, right? You know, the Motor City. That's really the origin of car manufacturing in the world. Okay.
In the world, my brother. You know, you guys like to make. Well, I'm a patriotic American, so I don't want to say.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not. Only when you have your weak and lazy Biden in Kamala in the White House, that's when you pretend to be an American. But other than that, you don't care. I know you wish.
The Trump daddy, Trump like firstborn. No, I don't know. You know what is the funny is that all your
this issue we're talking about here, Simba understand the issue in detail actually because he knows.
Who is asking that question?
That's yes, it's me.
Okay.
What is the question?
What Trump Daddy is explaining to you people, I think you people should get it. It's very simple,
my brother.
It's very
this
simple.
Isolationists would not understand something that even though
let Simba talk.
Canada will bear the brunt of this of tariff the most. You just can't isolate yourself.
Why are they flexing? So why do you think? I mean,
listen, they can take their trades to another. Let me tell you something. It will hurt America so bad. And I tell you this: if they stop supplying us energy, it will hurt America. You guys remember 3 years ago? 4 years ago.
We have more energy. We have you know what opens in Alaska? We have more energy reserve than Canada can even think about. We have so much freaking energy. Natural gas.
Let's say something that would, better our own what's the name? Our own motherland. Canada suffer where? Suffer where?
I like Boris tonight.
Which motherland is? Who's talking about motherland?
You know, Abiy and Trump believe that America cannot, other country cannot survive without America giving them peanut. Like,
let me tell you something. In as much as somehow, this Trump overrated attitude has now reawoken so many countries to begin to, look inward and do certain things. Trump will only mess up America after 4 years,
He has started now.
Yes. I think, Maurice, you people don't appreciate what Trump is doing. He's reawakening you people because you people are sleeping.
I agree. That's what I just said. I agree.
So it's not overrated. The guy is doing you a favor. And you're supposed to be thanking him.
What is Simba talking about?
No, we can't thank him. We can't thank him. You know why?
I have no clue what is going on because they're anti-Trump. They just want to talk.
Who is Trump? Who is Trump? Who is Trump?
They just like things. They don't want to work. They just want to be getting freebies everywhere.
Who is telling you they are getting freebies? Who is getting freebies in America? What are you talking about?
Canadian security is 100% a burden on America. You know, right? They have no.
Let me make it categorically clear. Canada does not depend on America to survive.
I mean, that's what they don't know.
Okay, it's about mutual understanding. Both of them sign a bilateral agreement when it comes to trade. Listen.
Right now, I live in Canada.
Listen.
I live in Canada. If you go to our LCBOs, all drinks and products from America, they have removed them from counter. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, good luck.
All those
Yeah.
alcohol, all those
They remove them from counter and
tobacco
let's see.
coming to Canada, they will
Do you
no
know
longer sell it.
do you know the capacity of energy we supply you guys in US?
We
They
don't need
don't
keep your
know.
energy.
America
Keep
is
your lazy energy.
self-sufficient to
We don't
him
need your
as far as
energy.
it's
We
concerned.
got more than enough. We got more than enough. We don't need no damn energy from Canada.
Who
By the
told
way,
you that? You see,
Timothy,
that's the
you
thing.
understand?
Okay.
We're doing guys a favor. Rather than you guys be quiet and be like nice little boys, that's your leader Trudeau, and be respectful. So
Who be this? When they speak English,
Simba.
and be respectful.
Simba.
And be respectful. So we can help you guys. Rather you guys try to be
Simba.
so muscle at you overnight.
This
Are you still there, Simba?
This Ogbomosho guy
Are you
will
still
go
there,
US God they
Simba?
speak.
Are you
Yes,
still there,
I'm with
Simba?
you, gradually.
Okay, so for a president that is campaigning for isolation, our country can do better. What do you expect a company like Amazon to do that relied upon importation of those goods and services from abroad?
No. Actually, you are taking. It's not campaigning for isolation now. It's just.
He's placing tariffs as if his own country's products are not flooded.
Amazon will soon run down. Just
Let me tell you something. Majority of the company, this era started, I think it's late 80s. People started fleeing because they can't afford to pay taxes. And I'll tell you this, many of these companies cannot afford to produce their goods in America. They will run aground because tax will kill them completely.
It's not only that. It's because of what about wages?
They will factor all that in. People can adjust. They can adjust wages in America, okay? But I tell you, these people will not be able to afford the product, and that is why even his own time. This guy, is a what do you call it? He's an hypocrite. His own time was made in Vietnam.
So hold on. That's what you want to do, okay? So if you know better than the CEO of Apple, okay, Cook, that's already allocated $500 billion, $500 billion.
So why is Apple not being produced in America or manufactured in America? Why from China?
You need to pay attention. You don't pay attention. I just told you.
Okay, what is it? What is the incentive federal government gives them?
Investing $500 billion in America. In America, okay. They're moving part of their manufacturing back home. Okay.
I see. So why haven't they done it all this while?
Well, but because there were advantages of. Okay, I don't want to be teaching you economics 101. Okay.
No, give me the incentive that was given to them.
No, see, now that Trump is putting tariffs, why would you want to produce overseas and bring the product to America and pay tariffs here in addition to the cost of shipping and other costs involved in bringing the product to America? It is better now for Apple, for example, and other companies to build manufacturing plants here in America.
You know what is even funny is that the material used to produce that phone, half of it cannot even find in America. So tell me how they're going to ship the old manufacturing to America. That's a lie. That's a pure lie. It's never going to happen. Let me tell you something. Even Trump himself, his own tie was not made in America because he couldn't afford to.
I don't have time for this.
All this tariff that is placing on the goods and services. Guess who is going to bear the brunt of it? America, the innocent America. You know what he can do to help local manufacturing?
One thing or another. So I don't know what your point is.
You know what he can do
I don't know what your point
to help local manufacturers, including farmers and American farmers, because it really hurt them the first time. And this time around, I don't even know why the farmers are going to bear the brunt of it the most. Because number one, they will not be able to sell.
The farmers were the richest people in America during Trump's first term. They got billions of dollars in subsidy due to the tariffs put on China and other countries. So you don't know how it works. You just want to talk because
you have an
opinion.
You stop the hate going to them. America will suffer. They will go to store. They will grocery store. They won't see food on the shelf.
I didn't
I'll tell you what. Most of the perishable goods that are coming through the southern border,
from Mexico
I didn't
and
see the
South
crying.
America.
All the
Now
inflation
that
that we're suffering right now
tariff will
is
be
as a
placed on it.
result of Biden. Okay, Biden and Kamala Harris that you voted for. That's the
You know,
inflation and the
you
bad
know what?
economy
You know
that
what
Trump
America
inherited.
can do to help local manufacturers, or including farmers, including local farmers.
Yeah, not from you, not advice from you. Trust me. I don't think you have you have anything
The
to offer.
Democrats have tried
You
it.
should have given all
Unfortunately,
that
people that
opinion
are
to, or
that are
that
that are
suggestion
that are
to Biden and Kamala. I don't think we don't need your opinion right now. It's too late.
Simba, don't let
Too
me
late.
join issue with you tonight. Simba, let me tell you something. No nation can exist, in isolation. It's never going to. They will go
Simba
poor.
already
They
told
will
you.
go
Even
bankrupt.
Simba understand that that's not what Trump is trying to
There's
do.
no country that is
Even
interdependent.
Saudi Arabia has agreed to spend $1 trillion in America's economy. You don't get it, Adewale. I know you used to be any kind of a lazy
You don't know
administration that doesn't know what to do.
how much and the weaponry going to their country on a yearly basis. You don't know that. You won't factor that in. It's about give and
That's
take.
what they do.
Okay.
They're going to buy a lot of weapons. They're going to buy
So when Trump wake up and say, you know what the economists called Trump's idea on tariff? Dumbest idea at the most. Because at the end of the day, the innocent people will be the one to be at the bottom of this. They will be the one to bear this brunt. Those goods being brought in, guess what? It won't go for the same price they bought it last year. Factor in the current inflation that we have in the country, globally. So it is the most stupid idea to have brought it up. You are fighting the closest ally. Yesterday, Mike said, "Oh, what is Western Europe? What is America getting from being a partnership with Western Europe?" And I laughed. Some of these technological exchange that we're having, I don't know. We will see how this time will end.
Well,
It's
you're
just
right.
unfortunate.
You don't truly know. I know you
The
don't know.
guy
So that's why you're
is
talking.
planning to scrap Department of Education. Can you imagine? Some states,
Yeah,
some states like
I
Louisiana,
don't.
some states like
You are
Mississippi,
used to
some states
Biden's
like
kind of way of doing things.
what do you
You're used
call
to
it?
Biden ways of doing things
Even
that
Washington.
lazy incompetency. Lazy incompetent people. Let me tell you. Just like America spends the most in the world per person on education. But compared to our counterparts, we rank number 40 out of 40 nations. Even Finland and
Department of
Denmark
Education
are
does not
ahead of
interfere.
America. But when
Trump
somebody
Daddy,
comes about and tries to bring about a new
Prince Daddy,
idea,
Prince
people
Daddy.
feel
Maybe
resist
somebody
because
needs to school Trump what Department of Education does. Look, they do not create a standardized educational policy. Each state control their education, but what they are doing is
okay, thank you. So,
just
what is
like
the purpose of Department of Education? Tell us.
what the Department of Education does is they are doing so many things. Number one, they're trying to ensure that there's a level playing field. Remember the last time when there was a segregation in America where the whites are going? It's still playing out. We still have some neighborhoods, some suburbs that have the educational.
You're a funny cat.
No, hold on now. Hold on.
The purpose of Department of Education is to protect segregation. Is that
All
why
these,
they exist?
all these grants and subsidized money being given to state to help them to, build on the education. They attach condition to it. Number one,
there's no need for Department of Education.
what Trump is doing.
Listen,
What Trump is doing is that
hold on.
it's going to
Just like
set
Obamacare.
some states
Let somebody
backward.
talk too long. Just like Obamacare that was useless. Okay, before Obamacare came about, many states, especially
You guys are silent. Can you imagine Nigeria decided to scrap Department of Education? Tell me what some states would do with the way their preparation of what do you call it? Higher institution, the way they are springing up like a mushroom here and there. So a lot of people cannot even afford nursery and primary school in Nigeria because of
in America, you don't know the value
the standard will be so bastardized that
you can't even articulate what they offer. So let's forget about it. You talk a lot about subject matters that you don't verse in. The Department of Education America here.
Prince Daddy, Adewale, you should speak one after the other so that we can hear you. Nobody.
Prince Daddy would not let me finish. So
I want you to see something. I want you to say something. Adewale, you gave a good example. You say, look at Nigeria. If they can imagine the scrap Ministry of Education. Hold on. You see, if the federal government,
Patoski, what Adwale is saying is that he's not scrapping, he's talking about federal, not the whole
yes,
Ministry of
if federal
Education now.
government, if federal ministry of education in Nigeria scrap the Ministry of Education, it will even be better. Because I don't see what federal Ministry of Education is doing managing secondary school. What are the federal Ministry of Education doing? They are managing FGCs, they are managing federal universities. They don't need to do all
Unity school, even unity schools.
Even
Okay.
unity schools.
You may say that they don't do anything.
Adewale, before you continue, let me
we
quickly
don't
ask
need
you.
Ministry of Education in federal level.
No, let Patoski finish.
In Nigeria.
Right?
I know. I
You
just
understand?
want
We
to.
don't need.
I want him to take this question along. If they scrap Ministry of Education, are you telling us that in Nigeria, all unity school, all federal school, will be paying school fees? They are independent. Is that what you are saying?
Eh?
I mean, what you are saying is that if they scrap Federal Ministry of Education, are you saying federal university, federal poly, unity school, all of them to be wholly independent, charging school fees?
I don't know whichever structure they want to assume, but it should not be the job of the federal government managing those.
You must consider that you can go.
Apart from managing those schools that you mentioned, what Department of Education does most is regulatory, and they try as much as possible.
Chairman, let me tell you something. In Canada, at the federal level, we don't have Department of Education. We don't have it in Canada. The provinces and the cities, in short, not even the provinces, the cities are the ones running the schools. That's the local government. They are the ones running the universities, and if they say they have, so some of the university federal government might send support them.
So provinces control how the education is going to run, right?
Yes.
So how do they create a standardized method in a way that this is the method, this is the system, educational system Canada adopted in a way? So that means each provinces.
We only have it's going to be easy because we only have like 6 provinces and maybe 3 territories. So that's about.
Does the central government gives incentives or give scholarship or give some,
no, you have student loans. You don't need the Ministry of Education.
So who administer those federal loans?
Federal Student Loan Board, National Student Loan Board. It doesn't have to be a ministry where you have a minister, you have DG, you have PS, you have this, you have that, you have.
Patoski, which province in Canada is the poorest?
The province that is the poorest is currently the province where I am staying.
Is it a French area or an English-speaking area?
The northern area. The French areas are rich now. Quebec has one of the best economy. Ontario is also a French and English speaking. As I'm in the north, where the indigenous people live, I'm sure it's one of the poorest in your country too. But
you know why
the educational system
America
is very good.
Patoski, you know why America can't afford to scrap a Department of Education? Is that for every penny given to the state, they attach condition to it. Remember, this is a country that have history of segregation, all sort of, separation. Hold on.
Before we go ahead, so what you are saying that there are some states that cannot survive on their own?
Yes, that they can't afford to lose the support of the federal government. Okay, and the kids staying there are not there, by their own choice. So government understood that. Sorry,
which states are those states that are that poor? They are poorer than
Mississippi, Louisiana is there. In fact, virtually every state in America get what do you call it? Money from the federal government on a monthly basis. Because some of these states, I'll tell you this, states, America play lip service to things. If I tell you that in the state of Texas, Kalo money is one of the money being used to finance education in America. Kalo. Now, your property tax, certain part of it also goes into it.
It was during COVID. The whole Ashiri now became blown up. Do you know that some because in Texas they use independent school? I'm not sure what they use in other states. Do you believe that during that COVID, that was when they found out that some schools, they could not even afford to buy equipment in schools, in some private schools, right? In private schools, they have computer that they give to the kids to use. That they have their permanent computers, but in some places, because those areas have been what do you call it, poor people live there, and I could not even. I was saying something on this show one time that there are some places that even in Texas here that they don't have internet, light. They still shit on the what they call it in English. I don't know what they call it.
Really? Are you kidding or are you just?
I'm telling you the fact. I'm telling you the
in
truth.
America?
Yes, even here in Houston.
Is that true?
Look. Yeah, short put. I tell you, I saw him with my korokoro eye. Even forget about those things we see on the television, my brother. You can imagine kids living in those areas, where their parents cannot afford to pay property tax to finance their school, where they can't afford to play kalu except if they are, those people that have no money but they can drink all day long. You can imagine such environment. The kids that are born there, that they didn't bring themselves to this, but they were just unfortunate to have been born into the family that ended up living in those areas. Those kids, how would they be able to level up with their counterpart in the urban area? So federal government has to come in and help them provide those material. Even the shop, the board, the writing pen and all that, it's not available. Okay, they don't even use uniform. So those are the things Department of Education provided. Okay, so we now have people that choose to. People now.
Prince Daddy, are you there?
No, you should go and sleep. You don't want him to. Why are you calling on him to counter what I just said? I can take it. Look, tomorrow I can take a picture of those places and send it to woman to post it on this show, if possible tomorrow.
What's great about America that they want to make great again?
Well, they don't mind. It's a purely racist theme that they are just using. Look, they don't. Some of these people do not believe. If I tell you what, Patoski, in America,
people are not better now. That's
look, Patoski. Let me make something clear. Let me make something clear on this show. If America is showing something on the television, on those motion pictures that this is the way it looks, I tell you what, there's still a lot of segregation that's happening in America. In some areas, you will see purely white people. In some area, you will see the congregation of black because they can't afford to live in where white people is. So you can imagine the economic situation of those areas. You can't just compare them together. So in a country that have history of segregation where white are going to one school, black are going to one separate school, federal government comes in to create leveling environment. So for those who cannot afford to send their kids to private school, government provide opportunity to send them, at least to make those equipment and amenities, available in their area. So when the government scrap this department now, guess what will happen to those poor kids? The state will not be able to, level up. They will not be able to provide, and they will continue to be impoverished, and it's going to help. And giving even the teachers are against scrapping it because it gives them level environment to negotiate nationally. About their pay.
You can tell that Adwal is all about big government. He doesn't care for a new way of doing things. He's all about big government. You can tell it's a typical liberal. He doesn't want to downsize. He doesn't want to do anything. Yeah, he's more concerned about people that live in a reservation in America about their education. And if five states, for example, listen, Patoski, if 5 states, for example, in America, can afford to fund their own education, and 45 states can, why should we not scrap the Department of Education and let states be in control of their own education? And states that can afford it, they can find ways to go about it, or maybe the government can help them. But the notion that we should not scrap it.
What I was thinking is that America is so rich, they're supposed to make education free No, let me continue. From kindergarten.
Yeah, she that would tell us now how she spend her money. Okay.
No, listen. Let us even know what you want to say now.
What
okay,
I'm trying to
to
say
make
is
it
that
free.
The way people see America as number one in the world, that you are so rich, you are wealthy, everything is super good. I was thinking that education is supposed to be free from kindergarten.
It's free now. It's free.
Let me ask them now. They say it's free, but why is some schools
free, but you have to pay?
No, but do they pay? Do they pay? They don't pay for elementary education up to secondary school level now. Did they pay?
Let's let please that answer now.
No.
Maybe
don't pay for secondary school.
They don't pay now.
And
it's
if
only when you
government,
get
if federal
to
government
colleges.
scrap Department of Education, those states would not be able to afford it. It would not be able to be free anymore.
No, Trump daddy, the problem with Adewale is that people that like status quo, that doesn't like, yes, they just love
Otherwise,
status
it's
quo.
not creative. I can say it's not innovative. I can tell. But by the way, because it's scrapping a Department of Education doesn't mean that the states are not going to get money. It doesn't mean that at all. In fact, they're going to get more money. Hold on. Let me talk. Hold on, Remy. In fact, the states are going to get more money because all the damn money they spend on the Department of Education in DC for the buildings and paying all those damn staff.
Trump daddy, I think what people like Adewale refuse to understand is that it's for better supervision. Because if you are spending money at federal level and you couldn't see what you are spending, if the state supervise, I think they'll be able to do a better job.
The same way we cry in Nigeria that we should make the government governance local. We're trying to empower local government. The same thing Trump is doing. He's trying to empower the states so they can have more control over their own education. But Adewale is concerned about 2 or 3 poor states.
Please, Daddy.
The way of thinking Adewale is so warped.
Okay, let me comment. In a capitalist environment, it's not easy for you to just say states control everything. Because if you do like that, they will look at this as a business venture, and don't be surprised.
But the state have been controlling some form of education before
you don't know
now.
what you're talking about. America is a federal.
Obviously.
The states have power in America.
I know,
there was never a Department of Education. There was never a Department of Education.
But there are 2 things I want to bring up.
But let me even ask you guys something. Can you hear me?
There was never a time for Department of Education, but Congress make it.
Let me ask you something.
Because Mike said something the other day. He said the standard of schools in America, especially whereby poor people or maybe low-income earners are living, the standard and the quality of education in those schools is all-time low. That he went to that school and he always think that if he's here today, he will be able to put more light. So you guys are living in America. You can back up what Trump said. Here in Finland, most of the schools are nearly at par. Although we don't have.
No, when we are talking about country, we are talking about country of 1 million people.
No, Simba, please. I beg you. You cannot. Finland have one of the best education in the world. Finland has one of the best education in the world. So we are not joking. We are saying the truth. Education is free up to university level, even up to master degree or PhD level, if you are here. So what I'm trying to say is that considering the mighty America, the money they have, the resources they have, and then still the quality and the standard is very low. Even if it's free, I'm expecting something very good from them. But the outcome is nothing to write home about. So why are you boasting, Prince Daddy? Why do you guys always come here? It's the best. It's like this. The quality is very low.
Listen, I think you just want to hear yourself talk. That's what I said earlier. That out of the 40, listen, please, you guys, let me talk. Out of the 40 top countries in the world, including America, came. The last report shows America was 40 out of 40 countries in terms of the quality of education. So compared to your country, Finland and Norway and all these other places, Japan, China, they're superior to our education. And Trump, like, look, and by the way, we spend per person more money than the rest of the countries that we're talking about here. And Trump's like, hey, it doesn't make any sense. We spend so much money.
So you are not getting value. You cannot get value for the money.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Simba. We're not getting value for it. So what is the purpose of the Department of Education that controls billions of money every year to run that freaking department, and we are the worst in the world compared to our
if that
counterparts?
is the case,
What is the benefit?
you should also scrap your Ministry of Health.
You know what they are trying to do?
You also
They
scrap
want to encourage what you have in Nigeria, where you have mushrooms, private schools, and people will not be able to send their kids to the public school anymore. It's going to bastardize everything.
Simba, listen, maybe in the state that you live, they're going to bastardize it, but not every state. In fact, most states control their own freaking education in the first place anyways. The Department of Education is really
You know what?
overreaching.
They control it, but government is still giving them money. And they have to abide by those conditions of the attached to the money that they give her.
Okay. Again, just like I said earlier, because you're scrapping the Department of Education doesn't mean that they're going to stop allocation of funds to the states. It doesn't mean that. What we're trying to do, in essence, is that, just like Simba said, there's no value for the Department of Education as an entity to control education in America. So in a press conference today at the Oval Office, somebody asked a question. So who's going to manage the student loans?
He can't scrap it. You know why? He cannot. He doesn't have the power.
Somebody asked a reporter asked the question: who's going to manage the student loans and some other programs? And Trump's response was like, "Look, by the way, the Department of Education did not really equip, or they had a specialty to be managing taking loans anyways. Maybe the department, or maybe the Treasury Department, and perhaps another department will be responsible for managing student loans and some other programs." So we're trying to see the true value or the value proposition for the Department of Education, and truly, if you look at it on paper, it's non-existent. There's no value for that ministry or that department. So we're getting rid of it. There's no value for it. But people like Adewale, again, lacks knowledge in a lot of ways regarding this matter. It's concerned about
I lack knowledge. So what your Lord and Savior wants to do is to chip away from.
Poor state that can afford their own education, but that kind of defeats the crust of your argument.
Was Adewale educated in Mississippi? He got his education from Mississippi.
I guess so. Maybe so. Maybe so. It must have been, actually. So he knows about all this.
But Indiana is a red state now. Red state in Indiana now. From Prince Daddy.
Remy, you're not in any position to be calling any state in America poor. Every state you freaking mention, they're richer than freaking
don't listen to this guy.
So don't mention damn poor state in America.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is this: if it's going to scrap educational ministry, what about your health ministry also? Because we learned that
that one is moribund too. You want to say? You want to make sure
you should also scrap that one too. Now,
I wonder.
What about that one?
You know what? He doesn't have the power to. He doesn't have the power.
By the way,
to scrap Department of Education.
We're trying to reduce the size of the Department of the Health Ministry. Let's put it that way. NHI and these other ministries under the NHI. We're trying to
tell you something.
Because now it's quite.
People, they are forcing.
Listen, guys, it is quite. Listen, let me tell you. Give me a minute. Let me tell you. Over the years, most of these organizations, I would say this thing on the platform. When an individual or an institution becomes corrupt, it's very important that we pay attention and do what is necessary to change the course of action. Many of these institutions we're talking about here, initially, like the Department of Education and Health, the reason why they were created were quite germane. They were needed, but over time they become so large and become bureaucratic, in the sense that they make their own rules, and it has become a behemoth of itself, and it's not functioning. It's not serving the people right. And in regards to education, by the way, there's no damn way any department of any ministry in America can respond quicker than a state in America. It's not possible. The state is closer to the people, and the state can do a better job than any damn Department of Health in America. The reason why we have this department is to have a more cohesive information dissemination and control of federal resources to be allocated. Okay, that's the reason why states are independent in America. States are independent in America.
Tom Daddy, if federal government is not going to stop allocation, I think the state will do a better job controlling all those ministries.
Thank
but
you,
whether
Simba.
education
You don't
or
understand
else.
the issue. Adewale doesn't understand nothing.
Adewale is coming from the partisan level. He's not actually flowing with you.
So, Simba, what you are trying to say is that the resources of the state should be left for them, because how would they get the funding to fund the state if education?
Have you forgotten? This is you are the one talking about state autonomy, state control.
Remy,
this is America. This is not Nigeria.
States in Nigeria. States in America are not like states in Nigeria. I think you're really confused.
Are you not the same
You're
person
super
that
confused.
that some states are poor in America? Not all the states are rich. So some of them are extremely
relatively. All the states cannot they can't be equal now.
Exactly. Relatively, that's the key word. Relatively.
How would they get the funding? Is the federal government going to help them?
Federal government will still assist the one that need assistance. That's what he's saying.
Okay. So
I don't think that.
But the question, Remy, how many we have 50 states in America. I know you know that. How many states do you think are poor?
I don't know. You tell me. What I know
because you keep saying some states are poor, like 50% of the freaking
okay, how many states are poor in America? Give a figure.
Well, I do want to answer that damn question because he's the one that knows about 4 states.
4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And the rest are very.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't want to answer that
question. He said poor. He said poor, not
how
4.
How many states are poor? You give us a figure.
I do want to answer that question.
Adewale only mentioned 2. He mentioned Mississippi and he mentioned which other one? Louisiana.
Okay. Out of 50 states. So because of 2 poor states, we should not do what we have to do. That's a joke. Many of the states, many of the states are like they have a lot of money, especially in the Pacific Northwest. They have money. Which state is really poor? States like North Dakota, South Dakota, their population like freaking like Finland, like freaking 2 million people, 1.5 million people, and they're big states. They have a lot of natural resources.
Everybody, after this,
attracting more people to go to this state that are pure, that their population is quite low. Why are not more people moving to this side to look for better opportunity?
Because that is their lifestyle. You are telling people to leave their home because of water. So what would not become those states after everybody have migrated to the bigger state? What do you think is going to happen? You see, look, and I tell you what, it's not like that. When you have somebody who is visionless ruling the country, this is how you bring in somebody who has no idea about what education is all about. Look, each state control how their education sector is being run. But you see, Department of Education is there. They attach condition to the money, the incentive they are giving to the state, so that they will be able to have a playground. What do they call it?
Level playground.
So that every single person, every kid will have the opportunity to be able to, measure up to their counterpart in other states. Now, not that they will not be able to afford it, but they have a
poor education. Right?
You see the way mushrooms primary school is springing up in Nigeria, where somebody can just open school and call it Antia, your nursery and primary school, and they'll be calling A for apple, and there's no standard. That is what is going to become of the state.
I just gave you
you
a
understand?
figure that America is 40 out of 40
one question. Let me ask
in relation with its counterpart. 1 second. Adewale, you should be making an argument to substantiate or support the Department of Education, but every metric shows that we are failing. So what is your argument really in trying to save the Department of Education? What is your argument? You have no argument to substantiate what you're talking about.
Let me ask you guys one question, please. Let me ask you one question. So there are states in America who cannot even afford to fund their own education. And you people are busy looking at how other people are ruling their country. You have places in America where you don't have toilet and you do short put. And you are busy looking for poor people in the world.
It's about optic, bro. It's about optic.
And then you have places, you have now eventually we now discover that you can even have tyrants. Imagine as
No,
a leader and you are looking for dictator in
Patoski,
other places.
Patoski,
Abeg, ayé ti dàrú.
Patoski, let me tell you this. Let me tell you, Tom Daddy, let me answer. Let me answer. You will talk. You know what Adewale is doing today? He's just becoming like our southeastern people in Nigeria. You understand? He's just looking for negativity. Do you understand what I'm saying? When you know, it's like they don't like TINUBU, and that's because he
Simba
doesn't
is
like Trump.
playing both sides
So
this month. Don't play. He's playing both sides.
he's just looking for how can Adewale be saying all this rubbish that he's talking this for
Simba.
eh?
You are evil, Simba. Look.
No, it's not. It's playing the truth. It's not playing any side. If it's playing both sides, then it's playing himself. It's playing the
He's a Kenya of America.
It's
He's
true.
a Kenya of America.
Simba understand the issue. Great. Okay. In regards to fourth state, you got. Let me land real quick. In regards to fourth state, you have to be careful what you're saying. Do you know this so-called fourth state, like Mississippi, for example? The University of Mississippi, for example, they have a stadium that they play football. You know, they're a great powerhouse. They have a stadium they play football that seats 102,000 people. The universities in these four states, they have money. Let me repeat myself. The universities in these four states, they have money. They have big time money. So you got to be careful when you call them poor.
Adewale, where is your rebooter?
ọ̀rọ̀ mi ò lópinlẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ mi àti Prince Daddy ọ̀rọ̀ mi ò lópinlẹ̀ mi àti ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ti sú mi because I don't know why people will be advocating for the eradication of the Department of Education. Look, this is not an era of.
No, but Adewale is not saying they should eradicate. He's saying that they want to hand over to the state for better supervision.
No, the state have always been in charge of the education sector. But when you have what do you call it? Sorry, I'm getting distracted here. So, the State Department. I'm sorry, I said the State Department. How long by me? I'm talking about Education Department. No, see, you guys look at it from an enterprise angle, like, oh, this is about business. No, what they do, what that department does is, if care is not taken, if no matter that state in the a lot of kids will be disadvantaged. Honestly, a lot of kids that are supposed to go to higher social will not be able to make it, and some of these states do not care.
Why do you think so? Why?
Because some of these states, they will do things a way because states have control on how they do things, but because of the incentive the federal government is giving them, they attach conditions that they must fulfill. Not just education alone, even in the criminal justice, okay, the same thing. Even in agriculture, the same thing. Okay, they attach these conditions so that they will not be able to taking advantage of the
So you still have a lot of non-functional states in your state.
It's everywhere. Human grades. Can you imagine? Okay, let me give you as rich as state of Texas is, as rich as Texas is, they are the property tax that is being paid in Texas. Part of it is going into education to finance education.
Yeah, that's normal.
That is normal. So you can imagine the disparity that will create when you have some neighborhood that have the middle class and the one that are just can't even classify as any class. So tell me what kind of disparity that will create. And kids that are born that lives in those areas, how do you expect that their classroom will be able to measure up?
But the federal government,
you guys, I'm done arguing. What Patoski just said now just kind of hit me wrongly. You said they will adjust, right? So those kids, their parents will move to. So the parents are not a 6-figure salary here now. So what would they do? They should go and die.
You have no argument. So are you saying?
So I want to get something clear. Adewale, what you are saying is just like what federal government is doing, as like a universal basic education in Nigeria. Is that what?
In a way,
because it guarantees that those kids will be able to remain in school. It does not just produce. It doesn't just about education only. The food that they will eat is free while they are in school.
Just like
Okay.
Nigeria. You know,
No.
Hold on.
Yeah, because it's the fundamental right of those kids. But if you leave it to the state alone,
in America they even have quota system. In America
they don't have quota system.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion. That will not be quota system.
No, see, you guys always mix things up. Look, if you know this country, what this country was in the early 60s, you guys won't be saying all these things. This was the era, where if you're a person of color, you do not measure up. You don't have any advantage. If you like,
that kind of America today? Do we live in that kind of America today?
no, it's a systemic. It's a
just like I
systemic.
said earlier, and Simba
Is
supported.
a
Listen,
systemic
you don't have any
problem
vision.
that has
Stuck in
been
the past. You have
identified
nothing to offer.
from
You have
time.
nothing to offer.
Even in academic, it's been identified as a problem. When you have a country that chooses to, let me tell you something. Even up to this moment, okay, if you go to some establishment, they would rather have a person of white color skin to be in charge of the management than a person of color. It's a known fact. Okay, it's not because I'm an immigrant or whatever that I'm saying this. Is a known fact. I mean, this is
And
a
where are
country
you?
that have
But
history.
this
So
topic, this what you
all
are
this
talking about is a
DEI,
totally
all this
different
DEI, all this
discussion.
see, all this DEI, okay, favors the minority the most because they realize that the minorities were
Why
not.
don't you want to call it quota system? It's quota system now.
We don't call it quota system. It's still a merit base, but it's just that they want you to have an inclusive, so that people like you and I that are migrated to this country will also have a fair share, in the national
I
cake.
wish Babati was here. Adwale knows nothing about DEI.
These
He knows
people are so
nothing about DEI.
Americanized in a way that
Hold on.
they believe it's just
See,
all white and black. My
Patosi,
brother,
hold on.
if you move
Patosi, let
out
me
of
tell
that
you.
cocoon where you live, you will realize that America is not black and white the way you see it.
Patosi, let me tell you, and Simba, if you care to listen. See,
These people, they live with the Republican people. They believe that is how the world revolves around them.
Hold on. The DEI you're talking about, only the black people you're talking about don't really benefit from DEI. It's been shown.
It's not about the black. It's about the. I just said minority. I never said black. Minority covers a large range of.
But that's the thing. The minority actually, the Indians that you're fighting for, the foreigners that you're fighting for, the Chinese and the people you're fighting for. Trust me, they do very well with DEI, and after DEI, they will continue to do well. But you should rather be concerned about your own people.
Adewale is contradicting himself. You say because of segregation. You said because of segregation, that's why they brought BI. We now say blacks are not benefiting.
No, I did not say because of segregation.
You said,
let him talk, Adewale.
If you know what happened in this country before, segregation, that was the argument we were making for DEI. Now, Prince Daddy is saying the blacks are not benefiting. You say, no, it's not for black again. So what is it for?
No, I said it's not for black only. I said
segregation.
Listen. I never said everything is about black people. I said for the minority. As long as you belong to the minority, even women belong to the minority. The veterans that left a war front that couldn't get a job, they were classified as a minority because they were not even employed. These are the country. I mean, it's a country where women were not allowed to work a certain time, and then they started doing secretary job for them to raise kids at home. And
let it be clear. Let it be clear.
Yeah,
Adewale is fighting for the
white homemakers. Yeah,
Adewale is fighting for the LGBTQs and the transgender.
Did I ever mention LGBTQ here?
Are you kidding me? Who are the minorities benefiting from the freaking DI?
Let me tell you something, Patoski.
That's what Adwale is fighting for. That's exactly what he's fighting for.
Don't let this smooth talking guy fool you.
Tom Daddy, you want us to be questioning the Adewale's gender? What do you mean now?
I'm not saying anything though. If you want to put that,
you guys use
Adewale is not LGBT.
You're on your
Adewale is ABCD. ABCD.
Oh, you just sue me, man. When somebody come to America, they will come and they will live in the.
Do you identify as a car?
They will live in the city, just like Patoski is
Or
living
you feel that
in a
your
suburb.
body is close in it.
And they will say, "Oh, this is America." When I mentioned that there's a Oriato in this place, you guys was like, "What? Seriously?"
I was
Look,
surprised though.
let me tell you something. When people come to this country, okay,
Canada, we don't have that.
and they go, you know, why most immigrants stays in the cities because of the protection. If you started going to the countryside or the rural side of America, where the majority of Americans reside, you will see the true color of what this country is all about. Especially when you come to the
Adwale,
southern part
you're
of
too
this country.
pathetic, man.
Let me
With you, it's all
finish.
about
Let me
race,
finish,
man.
Prince Daddy. Let me finish. Let me finish. But because majority of us stays where we are protected in the city, we think, oh, everything is just the way it's colorful, the way it's being projected on television. A lot of these people do not allow the immigrants to stay in their midst. They will push them away. They will gentrify them one way or the other. And because they feel protected in the city, because the city is where you have more nationalities, most especially. And that is how most of the nationality congregate in one area so that they can feel protected. And sometimes the job becomes saturated. Look, in some places you will apply for you to even get the job as a foreigner, living in America. I don't know about what you guys think. You may get the job. You may say, well, of course, somebody get the job. How come, there are some places that for you to get that job, maybe you are the only minority among them in that area, in that company. But you see, all these things are systemic in a way that if you don't really pay close attention to it, you may not really see it as a big deal. But it is. It is.
Otherwise, sorry, I want to quickly ask this scenario because you said America is about merit, and from my own finding, I discovered that America
It
is
used
like
to be. It's
no.
supposed to be about merit, but it's no longer about merit.
Let me quickly finish. I discovered that people live in different communities. So if you live in a wealthy neighborhood, and then we have a kid that is extremely brilliant in a poor neighborhood, is it easier for that boy to be admitted to like high school or secondary school in that wealthy neighborhood?
No, you can only go to school that in your area where you live.
So there is already segregation from that.
Yeah. If you don't live in that area, you will not be admitted to the school in those areas.
That is different from what is operational here. That is totally different. I've seen so many people
local country now.
Remy, your locality where you live is where your kids will go to school. You can't take them outside.
I'm trying to say that here they mix them very well. That the schools are nearly the same path. The standard
No,
is
and it's well funded. The place you are talking about is well funded. This place is not. Look, you know what Nigerians does, President Remy. You know what Nigerians does. The Nigerians that lives in those affluent area, they will go and talk to one of the parents to put their names to register that child name in the name of that particular Nigerian that lives in that affluence area, so that I can be able to attend school in those areas. We've done it. We've done it to a couple of
so at the end of the day,
family
you have
friends.
to pay through your nose for your kid to get to good schools like that.
Yeah, because that is what we do. But you can imagine people that do not have such advantage.
It's not easy because when you look at it, even the income you're earning, you're also paying a lot of money for your children's education. So where is the free? Where is it free now?
Well, in a way, what you are paying,
Adwale and Remy, you just
what you are
get
paying,
excuse me,
Remy, it's
hold on.
not going
You've
to
been
be.
talking. Let me talk now. See, I don't take the abnormally to be the example for everything. Tell me, most people go to school that is closest to them. 90%, 99% of people, families send their kids to school that is closest to them. In Nigeria, in Ghana, in everywhere, that's the way it works. So I'm not sure how many parents want to wake up in the morning and have to drive 40 miles or 50 miles to go take a child to school in a different locality. Who does that?
Well, I've done it for a family
Your
friend here
argument
too.
trying to make a point that only schools in rich neighborhoods
I
are
am
where they pay
looking
property
at the
taxes.
merit base. I'm looking at the merit base you talk about. So if you are a poor kid and you're extremely brilliant from your primary school, that means you still have to go to secondary school in that environment where the level of education is very low. That's what I'm talking about. You don't have that chance to go to a more better
Okay, if
school.
your parents, Remy.
Everything now depends on
hold on. That's kind of a that's kind of an anomaly. Hold on, Remy. Let me respond, please.
Please, that you will talk.
That's kind of an anomaly. So if that child is so brilliant,
relax. Like in Nigeria now, whatever you can say, if your kid is good and he happens to do that entrance into just unity school, he can get in easily. It doesn't matter whether the parent is poor or rich. It's
no. Okay. Allow me, Remy. Let's look at this. Hold on. Let's look at this logically. So, a poor child, a poor child a smart, brilliant child that lives in, let's say, where I don't know, in Nigeria, right? And the child is so brilliant, and he can afford to go to school in where? Some school in Afar. So let's say some school in VI. That the child has to travel, and the child can get admission into that school because the child is brilliant. So I send it to poor parents. They are supposed to wake up every morning to make accommodation to transport that child to that school 40 miles away every day.
Not talking about transportation here. I'm talking about opportunity. When you said it's merit,
I get it. So the child should be living on the So the child should be living on the school campus or on the street next to the school, so they can go to school, right?
The excuse you are giving is not right. I gave you a very good example in Nigeria, the Unity School. For example, in most federal colleges in Nigeria, they have the hostel facilities, which is free, virtually free.
Okay.
So if your kid is brilliant,
which we are even trying to get them to scrap. They should scrap it.
Yes. So if you scrap it, then those will become more expensive. That means it's only for the rich that you go there. That's what you're trying to say, Patoski.
Your argument doesn't hold water because you're using the anomaly.
This is not abnormal. That is the truth. Okay, let me ask you a very good question.
But hold on. See, in America they have boarding schools also, and it's usually they are not public. Although there's some schools that have boarding capacity or capability for students. And usually you find those schools in the remote areas, not in the city. Okay, so you want to redesign our school system to fit your narrative. It doesn't work that way. Adwale just deceived himself also.
I'm not redesigning anything. I'm just talking about merit based, and you guys already told me that even if you are working and you're swimming brilliant, you won't be able to get to this better schools with better facilities.
Well,
it's not about
then do what Adwale said. If you can find somebody to use that.
In Nigeria, for example, we have seen a lot of kids that they came from poor families and they have to trek to these good schools because they were admitted to those good schools because they are brilliant students. That's what I'm trying to say. So all
why did they have to trek there? Why did they have to go to that school? Why did they have to go there?
Because they were admitted there because they see me as a material.
The school are supposed to have very good standard. That's what we are saying. Let's have good
but unfortunately, whether you like it or not, you might plan it on paper very well, but what about?
Let me tell you the point here. In Canada,
if America is a mighty country as they used to claim, I'm even surprised.
In Canada, let me tell you what's happening here. What the system that America is running is what we are running. The schools are standard. They are based on the place where you live. But the point is that we have three categories of school. There are public schools, there are Catholic schools, and there are private schools. The Catholic schools are also like the private school. They are like the public school, even though we pay stipend. That's where my kids go. They are like the public school, but they don't teach them homosexuality or these things there because they are Catholic schools. You understand? So you choose that to go there with your kids. But the point is that the standards are the same, except for those that they think they go to private school. But when I see kids from private school here, I just see that they're wasting their money. I'm telling you, they're wasting their money.
But can you compare the standard in Canada with America? Can you compare whether it's the same
the educational standard? The educational standard.
Yeah, in Canada with America. With America.
Yeah, because like Canadian students, we have Canadian schooling in US. We have American schooling in Canada. I have some of my friends in my church that They are Americans, but they came here. They are now living in Canada. They came as students. The point is even that the schools in Canada are cheaper than the schools in America, like universities. They are cheaper in Canada. So the student who is coming from US to school here, even though he's a foreign student in Canada, it's still cheaper for him. This my guy is a black American guy. The guy lives in the US.
No, but I'm not even looking at the university setup. I'm looking at those kindergarten and primary
standard, yeah, the standard.
You said you are using the same system like America, and I'm asking you the standard.
Yeah, the standard are like US too. I don't know anyway. Let me not say.
Do you
I don't even know that they have all those kind of. I don't know the kind of. I don't know they have those kind of neighborhood that Adewale was talking about. So I can't say they are the same.
It's all over the internet. They are showing Mississippi.
Because my kids, the neighborhood where I live, before I moved to my house now, I think we're just 2 black people in that neighborhood where I used to live before I moved to my house. My son and my daughter, they were just the only black in their classes. Now in my neighborhood where I moved to, got a new place. Yeah, now we're beginning to have some Nigerians there. Mainly Nigerians, because they also feel that, oh, this is a better neighborhood, there are good schools here and stuff like that. So that's part of what we do. If it means pay more to get a house, I would rather do that. You understand? That's the thing. I saw when I first came, I saw cheaper places. There's a part of the city I could go to, but someone said, I don't go there. So when I got there, it was purely white, and then I'm very peaceful, no security problem, nobody's attacking me, no knife attack and all those stuff. And when we got to the school, it's fantastic. In short, when we went to the school district and they now told us, so we are going to Our Lady. They say, oh, you people are lucky. That's one of the best schools in Calgary here. And the school was good for my kids. So you have to just do that, stretch yourself too. If God give you the grace, you understand?
Still thinking like a Nigerian. No, why she said I'm a very cool big on me.
Close on.
You're still thinking like a Nigerian where education is not free to anybody of you. She said, it's a right of those kids. But you guys always think that, well, you spend so much money, simply because you want the best for your kid. What about other kids that don't have the same advantage? It's not like that.
Easy now.
This country, we don't see you.
America.
I'm telling you, man, if you see the ugly side of this country.
Adewale, sorry, don't you think this disruption is getting too many in America for the last 20 years? That is why more and more countries are catching up and people are looking elsewhere.
America is not what they claim. America is not what they claim to be. Because think of what fantastic about the place. I'm telling you. At all. They are just busy bullying. We are the #1 country in the world just because you said so.
Only America went to Vietnam. They could not fight. The usher wanted Pepe. And I told them, Mike, money, it's only because the European countries did not even support the war in the first place. Because
Vietnam.
Yeah, they went to
America lose in Vietnam now.
Both Afghanistan and Iraq, didn't they lose? They lose.
What lose in Afghanistan now?
About Macpaoku, they died. China already told America anything they are ready, whether it's even physical war, they are ready for them now. So.
But China will go for the unless they America did Taiwan break away independently. But China is not going to fight any war with anybody because they are not
surprised one. In Toba try, China must shock one.
I shock one. No,
You
know what? Let me tell you one thing. In the I think I think it was 2014 or 2013. China built their first aircraft carrier. Like, you know, America had like 4 or 5 or whatever. And I was thinking, can they do it? They finish it. Now they have about 3 or 4 in the space of how many years? 6 years.
China now, Jali. They know how to commit the espionage.
They will now improve on it better than you.
Yeah, they commit so much espionage in this country that they steal their technology in a way. In fact,
but you can't blame them. I think
that's I don't blame them.
Because they opened their door for all this multinational corporation. I've been to big factory. I've been to that place in China. I've been to where Tesla have their factory in China because of this cheap labor. And before you can turn around, look at Chinese electric vehicle now, even performing more than Tesla all over the world. So they will understudy you, and by the time they come up with their own thing, they are more superior. It's more better. So what I'm just trying to say is that they know what they are doing because there is continuity of policy in China. Maybe one authoritarian, what do you call it? The authoritarian leader, maybe not good for the West, but it's working for them. You need to go to all these countries. You need to go and visit China. You will see every city, skyscraper, good road, good amenities.
Everything. I'm very surprised you have not mentioned Guangzhou tonight.
If I need to mention, not only Guangzhou now. You can go to Suzhou, you can go to Kunshan.
I always hear Guangzhou from you. One of these days I will travel to that country. Honestly.
If you go to that Guangzhou, anything you are looking for, you will get it. Anything you want to
I've been to Guangzhou.
Guangzhou, not Guangzhou. You don't call it Guangzhou. If it's called, it's not the zoo. You are pronouncing like
Guangzhou. I want to Guangzou. If you see that country, I respect one.
I respect one. She be part of this job.
I respect that.
Ìgbà tí mo dé ìgbà ni mo fi China ti lọ. Ìgbà tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lọ sí Europe káàkiri mo pé ẹ wò China yẹn ti lọ. Kò sí kankan bí náà tó wá fi compare àwọn ọbẹ̀ yẹn.
So mo kí tó lọ sí Yankee, kí tó lọ US, mo ti kọ́kọ́ lọ China. Ọmọ ìgbà mo dé US. Nothing for America. Gbà bẹ́ẹ̀.
America, báwo. Answer. America is the best. America the best. Be best.
More documentary can be our Chinese they build, construct long bridge. I want to construct a long bridge. Aircraft carrier and small thing now. Aircraft carrier now ordinary now runway with the inside ship now. No being aircraft carrier. I know we say now aeroplane they even carry fighter jets. I want to call long bridge suspended bridge to good to the 5 kilometers. It was for aircraft carrier now waiting. They'll build it now and put it inside boat. They'll build boat to carry out. I'm telling you.
If you see that, I know what you're talking. If you know they constructed that long cable bridge from one city to another city. And another suspended bridge from Guangzhou, a city very close to Hong Kong. There are so many wonders that you are going to see. You just go to Chongqing. You can be on the 24th
floor.
You can be on the 24th floor.
America, infrastructures want to go on the replace them. They're not replacing them.
But you see, we go our train station. Look at all those train stations they put in Lagos. Look at it. Within how many years? Nothing. Western world. I didn't call anyway. What she mama so
high speed rail.
Walk very fast and they are very
high speed rail.
Good night, guys. I gotta go to bed.
Remy, look at the number of people see our train and move. Train station is busy bàjẹ́. Wà máa rí èrò, wà máa tú jáde yà. Mo pe what?
Ṣé o mọ̀ pé nígbà tí wọ́n kọ́ dé mo lọ sílùú kan. It used to take me 28 hours to travel from that city to their financial hub, which is Shanghai. 28 hours. Later, Later, after about 5 years, when they reduce the hour from 28 hours to 8 hours through their fast train, they call it bullet train. When they reduce it 8 hours. And there's, from Beijing, the capital city, to that their financial hub, is around maybe 8 hours. Now it's about 4 hours plus. Half it.
Remy, what I noticed about China, let me tell you, that is working for them. They are a team player. You understand? Everybody belongs in that country and they work for the country. Yes, they work together. They can even sacrifice once this is something, maybe is a task of national importance. They can even do it for free. That and yes. No, let me tell you, a country like America, you cannot even compare them with China. China's are built by Chinese. Do you understand what I'm saying? China was built by Chinese. America is not built by the American. It's just a congregation of, Iruwa, Ugiriwa, Urishirishi. They take the best from where and then gather everybody together. And that is
even at that, for example, the Tobago America, some few years back, it's a very good shining example to the rest of the world. But just opposite to today,
bully everybody.
Want to bully everybody. They bully, so at the end of the day,
everybody's a cogmo.
No, people don't want to go to any war. People are not interested in fighting anymore. We want to develop our country. We want to develop us. We want businesses. That's what we want. And that is what is attracting more and more countries to China. China is not coming to your country to dictate who is your leader. They just want you to help you build your road, construct your build factories and so many stuff like that. Look at when the Portland Cement, they sold off to, what do you call it? It's a Chinese consortium that bought it.
Lafarge.
Yeah, Lafarge. It's a Chinese consortium that bought it. And in a split of time, they'll pump in more money. And if care is not taken, they'll start to compete with Dangote in the future. So that's what they want to do. They just want to do business around the world. We are not interested in fighting. It's of no use. If you see what is Russia today, Russia itself is not developed.
You know what China is doing. You go to every country, you see. In fact, as far back as 2010, I was in airport in New Delhi in India. And I saw these Chinese, they were the one repairing their airport for them. You understand? They all these, what's they call it? This thing that they used to load baggages. The thing was not functioning. The Chinese that I saw they
look at that Lekki DC port.
And you see that. So and they render services for whatever. Okay, let me ask you now. The only advantage, I think the advantage that the America has over the rest of the world is because maybe they control everything. Their money is what we use as the
payment system.
You understand? Then the other things like services that's what I mentioned. Services like, okay, you talk about Google, talk about all those things that everybody is using in the world. They are the owner.
Chairman, I will not drive internet yet. I will not drive it. Indians,
Indians.
But they are driving it. They are driving it for them. They are not driving it for India.
Very soon, one you control more.
Even go Patoski, ní Europe gan, màá tún jẹ́ sí àwọn India náà tún India náà tún control bíbá yìí náà. India náà control bíbá yìí náà. Wọ́n ti gba gbogbo market everybody.
Even níbí náà Indians ni. So America wọn ò ní kankan. They live in past glory. America, by the time, let me tell you, America to realize
if you say America doesn't have anything, what can you now say of UK?
Of UK, àwọn yẹn náà, àwọn yẹn ti
all over the world.
Unfortunately, UK lọ kúrò lára Europe. Ká ní wọn kúrò lára EU ni a sọ pé wọ́n ní nǹkan. Àwọn ìlú tó wà productive ní ayé yìí. You talk of China, you talk of Germany, you talk of maybe our country Middle East at least one year we want that for the rest
I
of
saw
the world.
nípa Japan.
Want you understand? Japan.
China, Germany.
Patoski, is there? I think there is somebody at the background. It says City Boy. I don't know if you know who is City Boy.
Okay. City Boy.
Maybe
There's nobody
before you
here.
bring him in.
I can't
Because
see
he was
anybody. There's
asking question
nobody.
whether the studio was full or not. Okay. Maybe he has left.
Simba, Prince Daddy, Remy. That's all.
Yeah, is your friend that is Kinyuna.
Ola. Tekuru Ola.
No, ó fẹ́ wọ́n àti wọ́n máa jọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ láàárọ̀ yìí ni. Bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìsọkúsọ náà ló kọ́kọ́ sọ tó fẹ́ máa sọ̀rọ̀ Natasha tí o.
Natasha, but the point is that àwọn ọkùnrin Nigeria they must learn something. You should leave these women alone. Ṣé dandan lèèyàn fi ń kọ́ ọkọ obìnrin ni? Ẹ kọ́ wà tiwọn, káwa náà wà tiwa. That's all. That's all.
You should go into celibacy, eh? You are what you are saying. I should go to celibacy.
Tó bá ti níyàwó, keep to your wife. So my Nigerian men won't respect obìnrin kò dá. Respect obìnrin kò dá. You think you can buy women, you can touch women, you can this, you can do that. Kò dá now. Let these women be. Leave them. Leave them. They want to leave. The
funny thing is that can they live? Can they even live without them? Can they survive without them? Can they survive without the men? Can they survive without the men?
Let that be their own problem to worry. Let us not be the one that will be asking that question for them.
I asked that question, but it's funny. I said, is it only a man that can sexually harass a woman? Can't a woman sexually harass a man also?
Because the common junior in Nigeria, how can Nigeria? I want to harass and won't be go down.
But it's already time. Anytime, sorry. Let me take it so thorough. Sorry, a beauty and looking away from right. Ló fi ń ra gbogbo nǹkan tó ní ló fi ra gbogbo nǹkan tó ní. Gbogbo everything that she achieved is because it's by virtue of her beauty. Mọ Natasha.
Ó fine gan àbí.
Ó dà pé mọ́mí Ukrainian is like an half-caste now. Ọ̀dọ̀ mọ̀ pé àwọn ọkùnrin Nàìjíríà orí wọn róbìnrin kò pa sójú. Tó bá tiẹ̀ rí the funny thing ọkọ ẹ̀ tó tẹ̀ ń tẹ̀lé káàkiri bí ọ̀dọ̀yọ̀ yẹn ló ń bí mi nínú. Ó tẹ̀lé lọ sí house wọ́n tún kiss nínú house wọn wò ní kéde irú rẹ̀dẹ̀rẹ̀dẹ̀ òde lè jẹ́. Former governor. Àbúrò former governor Delta ẹ̀ ni.
Professional colleague ẹ̀ ni governor yẹn.
Forget about it. Bí professional colleague mi ni Saraki náà, ṣé àwọn èèyàn là ń sọ ni?
No, ojú àgámà tẹ̀ sí practice there.
But lady yẹn mi lérò pé ó ní any evidence tó bá ní yóò ti kò rí ara ẹ̀ ò balẹ̀ débi kó má ti ju kinní yẹn síta.
Ìwé tó ṣe sọ̀rọ̀
àti jù ọkàn I think ó ti ṣe mistake yẹn believe me tí ò bá dẹ̀ rí nǹkan jù síta ó ti ní ìlara ẹ̀ pátápátá ni.
Wọ́n ti lọ kóòtù sí ààrẹ.
Bẹ̀ kò ṣe yẹn ló gbé lọ kóòtù náà.
No, ìyàwó Akpabio ti gbé lọ sí kóòtù.
Ìyàwó Akpabio ló gbé lọ sí kóòtù òun ò gbé kéèsì sexual harassment yẹn lọ kóòtù náà.
Kí ìyàwó Akpabio gbé lọ sí kóòtù náà next time kò ní ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ because mo gbọ́ pé ó sọ fún Renan dẹ̀ sọ pé ó máa gbé lọ kóòtù tàbí Renan tẹ̀ gbé lọ kóòtù níbi tí ẹ.
No court ó padà wá withdraw ẹ̀ náà. Ìgbà tó pé Nàìjíríà náà by time tó bá ti
Reno ló withdraw ìgbà táwọn èèyàn bá ti
àwọn
lọ pé
máa sọ
òkè o
pé ẹ sílẹ̀
wọn máa
nìkan
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni má dá
kó jẹ́
lóhùn ọmọ
kẹ́nìkan tẹ̀
kékeré ló ń
sọ́fà
ṣe
kínní
ọmọ kékeré
kó
ló ń
jẹ́
ṣe
kẹ́nìkan
ṣọmọ kóbìnrin ni ọmọ àwọn obìnrin yẹn tá bá ti ń ṣe nǹkan oṣù wọn orí wọn máa ń ṣe bákan bákan ni.
punishment yẹn kó jẹ́ kẹ́nìkan jẹ punishment yẹn nǹkan tí mo sọ nìyẹn irú social media àti ìtọ́kọ̀ máa ń gbéyàn jáde tán lọ àràlà kó jẹ́ kẹ́nìkan jẹ punishment ní social media inú mi máa dùn pé at least àwọn yòókù máa lẹ̀ tẹ́nìkan bá lọ sẹ́wọ̀n lórí social media yẹn tó á mọ̀ pé o lè máa sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn níhà o ẹ̀wọ̀n wà bẹ́ẹ̀ o àwọn yòókù àṣekínni wọ́n á sì tọ̀.
bet sórí nàkàrà yìí tèmi tiẹ̀ rí ni how can you as a senator tó wá jẹ́ pé bíi bẹ̀rẹ̀kẹ̀tẹ̀ kankan àwọn kinní yẹn náà ti máa bá ẹ kí ló ń ṣe ní gbogbo àwọn area yẹn.
ó lọ fún
that
help
also clearly show pé irú Natasha yẹn kò yẹ kó wà ní Senate House rárá.
ó lọ fún help ni.
woman kan sọ yìí ó ti wà ó ti máa àwọn tó máa ń flex ní corridor of power yẹn fún contract abẹ́rẹ́.
báwo ló ṣó mọ́ ni.
ohun tó ń pè ní bottom power tó ń pè ní bottom power nìyẹn náà rẹ̀ ní.
ibi tó ti máa ń mìtì
Rẹ̀mí ṣó mọ́
ní ìmọ̀
Rẹ̀mí tó bá ló ṣe mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń sọ kọ́lọ̀ ń dárí díẹ̀ gbogbo alábí obìnrin gbogbo yóò ní kálẹ̀ where I'm saying this ni pé tóbìnrin bá achieve nǹkan most people torójú obìnrin so all the hard work all the study aláwọ̀ ọmọ tí wọ́n I'm not saying you because abímọ obìnrin we know the effort I'm putting to our girls and simba between you and me mo ti sọ àpá àwọn ọmọbìnrin máa ń serious gan ju àwọn boys lọ so observe kìíní yẹn.
No, if you have female children, you have peace. So. They are very.
Wọ́n máa ń serious gan.
Ẹni tí wàá kò serious ìjọkùnrin lọ pọ̀. Wàá pè tó fẹ́ kàwé.
Dọ́tà mi, mo kàn wá wò pé ìgbà ọlọ́mọ yìí di báyìí suddenly.
A máa tètè ń develop wa then tó bá bẹ sọ̀rọ̀ gan wà á rí i pé ó máa make sense ju ọkùnrin lọ.
Patoski, somebody's in the chat. Patoski, somebody's trying to request to come in.
Ó wọlé tó jáde padà ni.
Who is the person? Make sure it's not some fake person.
City boy, àbí nǹkan.
Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sígbà tó mọ̀ pa ọmọ ọkùnrin by the time tó wá máa fi jáde school star wá síbẹ̀ sí ilé gẹ́gẹ́.
The person want me to send the link or what?
Ó ti gbé wọlé tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ tún kó mbẹ́ padà fúnra rẹ̀.
So
it's not your fault.
So àwọn ọmọbìnrin yẹn wọ́n ń tà
èmi mo gbẹ́ nìyẹn wọlé but mi ò bẹni tó jẹ́ so that's why I'm not too sure.
Òkè ọlá ò ti jí.
Mo ti jí àbálẹ̀ ṣe bàbá mi sùn.
Ọlá àwo Natasha.
No, but I mean, to me, I just feel that Akpabio Natasha should pursue that thing to the end. It's true now.
Kò rí kankan tó máa pursue kò evidence kankan gbàgbé lédi yẹn jèrè.
It should not be encouraged. Harassment should not be encouraged. As far as I'm concerned.
Patoski kò sí nǹkan tó lè ṣe wo storyline woman náà gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣe ọkọ tó fẹ́ gangan tó ń tẹ̀lé ó ti gbé lọ court fún sexual harassment tẹ́lẹ̀ 2 years ago kó tó ti pé wá fẹ́.
Ta ló sọ yẹn fún ẹ story ara àwọn story tẹ máa ń sọ náà ni ọkọ tó kọ́
fún mi. Òótọ́ ni ṣe story is true.
Ṣé wọ́n wà ń bẹ̀ ṣé wọ́n mọ̀?
Àní pé
gbàtàwọn kékeré sí bàbá ní o má jẹ́ ká gẹ́
àwọn áńgẹ́lì.
Má jẹ́ ká áńgẹ́lì gbẹ́ lẹ́nu. Rẹ̀mí má jẹ́ ká áńgẹ́lì gbẹ́ lẹ́nu.
Àwọn áńgẹ́lì woman yẹn náà ní ẹsẹ̀ gan náà ò mọ̀
no ó jọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Rẹ̀mí ó jọ bẹ́ẹ̀ tó sọ ó jọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bébí tiẹ̀ ṣe rí.
Patoski Ola, this person came again. Is in the chat room. Wanted to get it.
How?
Rather in the studio chat.
Is in the studio?
It says the
Okay,
way
Is the
City.
backstage? Backstage.
backstage.
Let
Yeah.
me send him in. Add to stage. Okay, I've added him. City, is he in now?
Is it?
Have you?
Okay, identify yourself.
City, please identify yourself. Oh. Are you? Is it?
Hey, I don't think I'm in. It's still showing that I'm at the backstage, I think.
Okay, but you are in now.
Oh, am
Hold
I?
on. We
Yeah,
can
here
hear
you're in
you.
the
Yeah.
show.
Oh,
We
okay.
can
Thank you guys for letting me in.
Okay,
You're
what's your
welcome.
contribution?
You are hearing
That's
us
my
so that.
contribution.
Yeah.
Initially, I came in to help out Diwali because I noticed
It's been bullied by Trump that year.
exactly. So I was listening to him on the
No,
drive.
that's what they do. Their rivalries it cannot end. It's every day. Don't
Oh,
mind
okay.
each of them.
So I should probably not get
Stay
involved.
away.
Then. But
Stay away.
No, no,
yeah, it
no.
was
But
more.
so make your own contribution. I want to
It's
hear what
a
you have to
game.
say. I'm interested.
Yeah, I know you're a Republican because I listen to the show. I'm an avid listener. Um,
It's not just a
you know,
Republican. It's a MAGA.
I know. He's a Trumper
First
and a
line.
Republican too. So I know that
I want to
very
tell you
very much.
about.
But when he was mentioning the Department of Education and the need to scrap it, if you understand the historical need for a Department of Education, then you would know that it is needed. Dewali was. I don't want to say Dewali didn't canvass a very good argument about the need for a Department of Education, but it creates a standard. Not every city in United States has the money to fund education. And we know that one way to get poverty out of almost every place here in the United States is if you have the right to education, to a certain extent, you're assured, a minimum living, standard or wage. So without that Department of Education, there were some cities, if you know how gentrification works. People move out and those places are not catered for any longer. You would find out that the schools there in those environments are nothing to be written home about, and it will just go down the drain. With the Department of Education, you are guaranteed at least a certain stipend to those schools to make sure they keep on being functional. They may not be as good as schools in better zip codes with wealthier families, but at least it keeps them a fighting edge. So that's the reason why Department of Education is necessary. So when you say, hey, it's become a behemoth, and why should they continue to do that? Are you saying that there should be an amount placed on education, knowing full well that even in America, we are probably number 13 or number 14 in terms of, kids that are well educated. We are lagging behind, and you're still saying, hey, don't put
We
money
are
into
number 14
education.
now.
Maybe number 4, even lower,
No, no,
probably.
no. Try 40 out of 40. We're number 40, not 14 or 13.
Aha. So exactly. So, and we know that the way this country is
But
structured. Go
let me
ahead.
tell you this. Let me say this. But America is apart from maybe when we talk about security. I mean, I think in terms of your this thing in terms of security, but in terms of anything in the world, American did not rank first in anything.
Yes. So the more reason why if you have a Department of Education that makes you want to
He
be
said
a little
apart
bit
from what? Sorry,
competitive.
Gary Chairman. Let me ask him about something. He said apart from
Apart
what?
from being the superpower in terms of maybe
Security.
military might,
I was going to
It's
let
that's
because
Citizen land
nobody. It's because
to
nobody
challenge
has
him
tested
back.
them. They might not even be number one in that area too. It's because nobody has tested them.
No, we're
If
still number
Nigerians
one.
have tested now,
We're still number one.
you
said
not
nobody
test.
has tested
Has
them.
anybody
So
tested you?
maybe we should set them up
That's
with
that's
China.
the that's the that's the more
We should
reason
set them
why
up with
if
China.
no if Simba
Yes,
and
now.
Patoski, if the more reason why nobody has tested them, put Abialagbara and secondary school ni If nobody has come to you to fight you, it means that you're still number one. So it's the same
That's not
thing.
even true. It's China that's not
Let
been
me tell you the
tested.
point.
It's China the
China
superpower
should
that's not been tested. America has been
wait
tested
now.
so many times.
China should give their weapon to Vietnamese.
Who is in all
Let
honesty,
China hand over their weapon.
Puff Daddy, I said Puff Daddy, Prince Daddy, who's the person who's tested America? Nobody. Are you talking about the 9/11 attacks? Those were just
let me give you
No,
trying
when
to.
tested, at least we've been to multiple
Vietnam.
wars. Because I mean, we've been to from Vietnam to Desert Storm to Iraq, and I mean, we've been everywhere. We've been, but China is the
Vietnam.
one with all the weapons
And you are
that
failed
has
in all
not been
those places.
tested.
You are still in Iraq today.
Because
struggling.
the reason we go to those wars out of necessity, because those companies have to make money. Northrop Grumman has to make money. All those missile
All those
making,
wars are just business. They are business. They are business for
exactly. It
America.
is business. Exactly, it's business for America. So if you understand that, then you know that that's the reason why we go to war. Republicans like it. That's why the Trump message now resonates that we're spending too much money on wars. The normal Republicans
But
and
you
all
know
those
that
people.
Trump is actually more instead of us Americans fighting the war. Trump is rather more is happy selling the weapons to Saudi Arabia and these other countries so they can go fight the war.
I don't think it's more about Trump is a very transactional person. Is what can I get from you? What can what can I benefit from you? The fact that he's dealing with the Saudis, is it's pretty much his in-laws have done a backdoor deal behind, and they've made sure that every $300 billion US that is going to either Northrop Grumman or those defense, those missile making companies, those boys are getting a cutback, a big deal out of it that we don't know about, that doesn't make the pages. So he's very transactional. Same thing that you're seeing with Russia right now. Same thing that you're seeing with Ukraine.
Those are the transactions that are funding your pensions and everything now.
No, they don't fund our pensions. It's money for those fat cats.
This is public information.
Those
Even today
companies are
in
the
the
ones
Oval Office, it said in the Oval Office that
in the asset management companies.
Saudi Arabia has really promised to spend $1 trillion in America's economy. And a large portion of that funds is going to go towards the military. It said it right there. So nothing is hidden. We all know that. It's at the end of the day.
Puff Daddy, I sorry, I keep saying Puff Daddy. Prince Daddy, I'm sorry, and I don't want to.
No, that is his name.
Your name with
no,
Puff Daddy, because Puff Daddy has a bad rap right now. I think, sometimes I know you're a Republican, so you would, you see things from that angle and not, every time Trump does something, it's transactional.
Sorry.
It is, there is something behind it.
Sorry, Chairman. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Is Ola there?
Ola is on father now.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
I want to take some break. I'll get back. You hold forth.
Now, if I want to go sleep, then I can put everybody in the background and discussion can continue.
Just tell Simba to pack up.
I have some presentation tomorrow, so I may need to sleep in the next 3 hours. So.
Okay, and I know the reason why all these you people in Canada, the way you reason, you people are behind. So
that's our 51st
somebody is telling me that I want to sleep when I'm already at 10 o'clock here.
Simba, don't be rude. Don't be rude and don't be
Hola Kilumu.
Kilumu. Anything, kilo day. Because I change my voice.
Because I
change my voice.
So, me too, I want to quickly join in Natasha's issue. Natasha, I think, is, I don't know, She miscalculated. She
part
was.
of Canada are you? Which time zone are you using? Is it the Eastern or the Pacific?
Are we mountain time? Mountain time.
Central
In
time.
Canada, they use Mike. They use American time. They use American time.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm asking now. They just change the name, call it mountain. Which one is mountain? Is this central? Or, so that's like so you're at 11 right now. Then you're 11:21 right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, East Pacific.
And I'm
Pacific
going to sleep
time.
in the next 3 hours. So what about
No,
it?
it's Mountain Standard Time. That's what we call it here. Mountain Standard Time.
In Canada.
Do you how many time zones do you have in Canada, or you use only one time zone?
No, they have 3. Is it 3 or 4? East, Central, and
UTC.
Pacific.
We have Pacific, we have Mountain Standard Time, we have Eastern Time.
I think it's 4. There's Eastern, Central, Pacific. I don't know
They
which
have
one is
3. You are talking about the one you have in America. They are talking that they have 3.
No, America and Canada is the same. We use the same time zone.
We are the same.
Almost the
They
same
are
time.
on top of us now.
We have Pacific, we have Mountain Standard Time, and we have Eastern Time.
So you don't call it Central. So that that mountain, that your mountain, if you're saying is 11 right now, then it's not Central here.
11:21. The same time
No,
zone.
like in Central Time in America, it's 12:21 right now. 12:22.
That's 12:21. That's 1 hour ahead, right? That's
1 hour ahead of you. That's what I'm saying.
But in reality, there are 6 time zones. In reality, there are 6 time zones. What am I even talking about?
In North America.
Yeah, we both American and Canada, we are the same. So
we are the same kind of long.
Let me look it up.
We are the same longitude, right?
Please let me lend my voice. I was going to chime in on the what's her name?
Okay, make your submission
Natasha.
about your
Yeah, Senator Natasha. I think she miscalculated. This is the reason why I said she miscalculated is this. I think initially her fight was more about losing her seat as the chairperson of social media and everything, and when she found out that she was also going to get a different seat, I think it kind of just changed her calculation and everything. But when she now found out that, hey, I think I may be in the wrong here, I think that is the reason why she now started to talk about all these sexual advances and all this nonsense that she brought up. I've listened to different people, that talked about what she's done in the past. Reno Mockery saying that she had done something similar. Fayemi also saying she had done something similar. This is also not to excuse Akpabio that he may not have said, what he said. It's possible. But I think
Fayemi also. Did you say
said
Fayemi
something
also spoke
similar
about it? Or?
Yes, Fayemi also accused her. Cardi Fayemi.
City boy, when they say sexual harassment in the workplace, you know what it means. It does not necessarily mean so is what that lady is saying. It is possible. It might not be the way we are looking
but the
at
one I mentioned, Ola, was not in the workplace now.
it. Doesn't matter, but they are colleagues, right? They are
But it happens right inside Akpabio's house.
Even the
exactly.
way
That's what I'm
going to say, it's not even sexual harassment.
In America, for those of us who are here, I hope we all know that even if you go to after hour from workplace, it's now if you do something stupid at after hour where you're with your co-workers, it could still it's extended to the office. So if the same kind of system that we run,
but this one that they are in a ceremony, but they are doing birthday.
No. Simba. Even ordinary touching, if the lady says stop, if you do not stop that, about is
that one
another.
is sexual assault.
But did you hear
But
what
that's
she
not what they're
said?
talking about.
Ola, did you hear what she said?
He said, "Hope they can have nice time or whatever." I can't remember. You know, I
No,
don't.
she said, just hold on. She said that she with him in company of her own husband were walking and he was taking them through his house. And he passed that comment that, oh, if you don't mind, we can spend nice time together here. You understand? And at that moment, because his word, her one word contradicted what her husband said. She now said that her husband heard what Akpabio said because they are family friends. You understand?
Simba, maybe that might not be how she narrated it. How she said it.
Wait. She said the husband heard, and when the husband now asked her, she denied.
Hold on. Let's even focus on what sexual harassment means. If that statement Akpabio made, that we can spend good time here together, maybe she took it out of context. That's not a sexual harassment. What does it mean? Does it mean our families can spend good time here together? Parties here or something? So things she accused. Hold on.
Mike, stop playing, man. Stop playing.
Exactly.
Wait.
You have to use the context now.
That's what I'm saying. You have to use the context.
Mike, use the context.
The way even our older generation, the way they put words sometimes is me, the younger person, can take it as even some of our when I go to Nigeria, when I'm communicating with older people, sometimes I would think they're saying something gay, to be honest, sometimes. Because the way they put their statements, you understand? They are not very urban. Someone like Fabio, he doesn't sound like someone urban. So he's a rural kind of person. So with the way they will word their statement,
comments.
You can take out
somebody said
what
that.
it means.
Mike,
I can't even imagine.
Good
that
night,
a woman
everybody.
is with her husband, and then you're now it doesn't even make sense. You are showing any way around the house. So a good time around here could be, first of all, okay, if what's his name? Akpabio wants to do good time with her.
because there is nothing that
Akpabio has family in that house. So now it's in that house that he will now be telling you to come and have good time with him. Come on now. So
Mike, you don't know how
what he most likely meant is
Akpabio is out of control. He can't control himself.
No, this is what I think. I think NATASHA
cannot control his baby do, eh?
NATASHA is used to being sexually harassed by Nigerian men all the time. That's what I think.
It's possible. Mike, you're right there. You hit the nail on the head.
Girl, Nigeria is always sexually harassed in that country. That's just a fact. In Nigeria, I don't know what it is.
But she's been thriving with that. I think she's been thriving and she's been enjoying it.
She's been enjoying it. She's used to use them, you know.
Simba and Mike, do you know that thing is very common on the street of Lagos? And women do it more
than men. They even
men.
touch you anyhow.
Yeah, women do it more than men, and because they will not be hearing you to touch
that's
them.
the first time I'm hearing that though. I'm hearing that for a first though. I think it's more of the men that do that, you know.
Woman need to be sexual harassment.
If you're excuses for Fabio, listen. Ashao can do that, yeah.
No,
but not normal women, girls, no.
For instance, the point I'm even making, the accusation she made, based on the things she described, those are not. It doesn't even convince everyone that the man actually sexually harassed her. Because
no. My problem is when you are coming out to accuse people, always come with evidence. If there's no evidence, then get away.
No. When it comes to sexual assault, I mean, if we have to wait for evidence, then all the women will just be.
Baba, then you know how many.
In most cases, you're not going to have evidence. A woman will not have evidence. Trust me. In most cases,
you know how many men have been destroyed. Yeah.
Mike, but what she's saying has been debunked. You know,
no.
There was another senator.
Describe it is enough. It's not even sexual harassment.
There's another senator who said that all through the drive from the airport to the house, he was there, and there was never a point in time where Akpoti or NATASHA was alone where that conversation could happen. I think he's the Senate, maybe deputy
whip.
Chief Whip. Yes, deputy Chief Whip. Yes.
But of course,
So he said,
people will always side with one person. And Nigerian,
but that's so because so then if you can't prove your case, then don't bring it. So that is why I say the immature. Yeah.
You can no, honestly, I would advise. I won't be saying that, to be honest. Like if a woman cannot prove her case, she should not come out and say it. What me I would say is,
Mike is dangerous. If you see, it's dangerous if you don't have evidence, because anybody
it's dangerous if you are lying. But if you are being
It can
honest,
end a political career.
It is.
But I definitely don't think, based on what she said, that one I think she's wrong for even coming out to say.
Look,
did you?
Mike, where I think she's wrong is the accusation. The accusation, right? The accusation is not sexual harassment. That's where I think she's wrong. But can it be? Because she's saying, "Oh, you said this comment." That comment is not. It's not sexual harassment enough, or it's not even. It's more like you may have taken him out of context, and don't come out with that in public when it's not really a clear case of sexual harassment. So that's where I disagree with her. But however, there are some cases in Nigeria.
Mike,
there are many cases of women get sexually harassed all the time.
It is inappropriate.
Okay.
What is inappropriate?
Mike.
The comment.
If you make some,
it doesn't warrant sexual harassment. Trust me.
It doesn't warrant sexual harassment. You're right, but it's inappropriate, and that's why we're saying maybe for someone who holds a high office like him.
Nigeria now.
No.
Even in Nigeria, because he's the number 3 man.
We are very social. We are very
Mike, in your workplace, if you use romantic words against your colleague, and if that person tells you to stop, and if you do not stop, it's harassment.
Yeah, that's harassment.
But the qualifying word that you use there.
To stop? Did Natasha claim she asked him to stop? Or did she even ask him to clarify what it meant? By
Patrick, the qualifying word there is the fact that she's she's asked you to stop. The first time is always permissible. You can make an advancement to a woman. If you report that to HR might just tell you, hey, she doesn't like it. That's it. Nothing is going to come off it. But if you do it at the second time after she's refused the first one, then that's where you're going to get dinged.
Oh no, you're using American standard.
In America, Americans, where most of our law are common law, British law, so it flows.
No, that sexual harassment is not it's not a law. It's not really. It's more policy. It's more of a workplace, corporate rules. It's not really constitutional stuff. You understand? So everybody has their standard of.
So you're saying we are
using American standard.
No. Mike,
it's not American standard,
Mike, there's no exactly. See, when you quote case law, Nigeria would allow you to import case law from America to actually justify what you're saying. We would use case law from here.
From America, that's not true. Are you kidding me?
What are you saying? What are you saying? If you don't know, say you don't know. We do. We use. So thank you. We use case law from Britain. We use case law from America. To adduce your case.
That's what I'm asking. Define what you mean by case law.
Judicial precedents.
Judicial precedents.
Meaning,
so
like if the scenario, right?
Exactly scenario. So don't say. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I've watched you so many times, Mike. Just hold on. Okay, let somebody else finish. Then you can debunk. Don't ask me to hold on. Don't ask me to hold on when I haven't landed with my question. My reason.
Inject something. What about cultural differences, like cultural value or differences within the two societies? Don't they put that into factor?
Definitely. Where we have cultural values that are what's it called? That crossover, then those are going to be looked at by a Nigerian court to come to their conclusion, in terms of a man who's married under customary law and who's married under the legal system, how do they share their property? Here in America, it doesn't know which one is customary law? There's only English law. That's all they know.
So
But in
it's a good
Nigeria, that would be
argument.
But
so.
sorry,
In Nigeria,
what Mike said is really poignant. I mean, you can't American culture. If you
Mhm.
listen,
I'm for you, Batty and
it's completely different from
no,
the
Master Yoruba,
context.
no, if you guys prefer that, you know, and I'm sure, yeah, it's both relatable.
It's not. You can't go and use the case in America to come and use
Mike,
it.
let me tell you, I'm not a lawyer, but within the few,
Then why you pretend to be one a lot? Let's
exactly.
see the talk.
See them.
No, I'm not pretending to be one, but let me tell you something. You understand?
Yeah.
See, what constitutes like harassment is whether you agree to a particular type of interaction or not. You understand? You know, harassment can even be simple disturbance. Please, I don't want you to disturb me. You keep disturbing that person. You understand?
Yeah.
It's annoying. That's an harassment. So now harassment will be categorized based on what it relates to. If it's sexual, it's sexual. If it's another type of harassment, it's another type of harassment. The thing is, whosoever you are dealing with, is your negotiation. Is the person in agreement with you? If the person does not want that, automatically it triggers something else. It's just like
you guys agree that case base you're talking about, you are wrong on that.
No, I'm not wrong. I'm not. Hey, I'm not. You can go back and talk. You know, go back and talk to other lawyers that are back home.
Mike,
you can import cases.
Let me give you one example.
Mike,
give me the example.
In America, for example, hold on, wait now. In the Western culture, for example, when men greet women or men and men greet, they kiss.
Mm-hmm.
You can kiss a woman in the cheek, right? Even if she's married, you hold and kiss, right, in the cheek, both cheeks. No,
in where?
No. In Nigeria, go and kiss another
in where?
man's
In
wife
where?
in the cheek.
In where are you saying that kissing is allowed? I don't know what workplace you work where kissing is allowed.
Hold on now, wait. Hold on, wait. Mr. D, agree. Wait.
I don't know what workplace you work where kissing is allowed. You know, Mike. You tell me.
Are you kidding me?
I heard you're a military man. You're allowed to kiss your fellow coworker.
Let me explain what I mean now. When people in the Western culture, when people come to greet, even if you watch it during the presidential, Biden do it all the time. When you want to greet a woman, you hold the two hands.
Mike, you're going off the rail. Biden is always getting the flag for over touching.
Mike, do you remember that
English culture.
The guy carry don't papuka now.
In English culture, when they greet, they kiss both cheeks. They do that. It's a clear. Even they do
Mike,
it, yes. Go and kiss another man's wife in the cheek in Nigeria.
You're Mike, I don't know what you've been watching. Maybe you've been watching too many movies. English culture. English culture is handshake. In the Arab, in the Eastern, maybe more Arabic, you know, they may act like they're kissing both cheeks. English is always handshake.
Trump, all the president, all of them.
Please tell me of the.
Sorry, can I quickly come in? In some Middle East country, you can also kiss on the lips. Men kiss other women on the lips.
So, but this one that Mike is saying,
same gender or different gender? Is it same gender or different gender?
A man and a woman.
Different gender in America, in the Western culture. When they greet
tell me one. Let's go look for one, Mike. Mike.
Question to Remy. Remy, I think an Arab man will kiss an Arab woman on the lips. Is that what you're saying?
You can ask Simba, not me.
I don't know about that one.
No. Here. Men to men, yes, they do that. Women to women, but not across the gender.
Okay. Exactly. So that's what I do. So Mike, go back to that same point you were making about American kissing. Where are you talking about? Where? So tell us.
Hold on.
Making emphasis that you guys kidding you doesn't prove your point. Tell us where you've seen it. where it's acceptable.
I'm sorry.
Business leaders meet themselves and they kiss each other.
You guys telling me
it's an English culture.
Western, where they greet women, they don't kiss both their cheeks. When they shake their hand and kiss both their cheeks, you don't see that all the time.
Where? You said all the time, so give us a reference.
Okay, let me even pull videos up. Hold on, just give me a second. Go ahead, continue.
You will find any video.
You just choosing to ignore what you know.
Mike, I want to ask you a question.
Please go ahead, sir.
Spanish. Do you remember that Spanish head coach?
Referee.
The coach,
which one?
The coach that went to.
Coach. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't know where Mike is coming with this Western culture that he's saying he's adducing as evidence of how that works. You're totally wrong, and I know because I listen to you a lot. You always like to, ram your ideas through. Sometimes take the L once you know you have it. It's a big L on your part.
Something that I do all the time when I'm greeting.
You do it all the time?
Yeah.
Be ready for a lawsuit coming your way.
My business colleagues, when I meet them, I greet them, I greet their wife.
You
God, man.
You're lucky for the time being. America is so happy, and I know you're in Texas, huh? Or wherever.
Mike, can you see my screen? Can you read this?
Okay.
This guy is different. You're talking about kissing their lips. We're talking about cheeks.
Okay. I don't get
Prince Daddy, add a word to this. Is it an American thing? I'm sure you've also been here for some time too. Is it something we do?
Well, what Mike is talking about in a party setting, if you meet opposite sex, you're allowed to kiss on the cheek. Not direct kiss with the lips, but cheeks touching each other.
Yeah, like both sides of cheeks. Yeah, they do it all the time now. That. Even presidents when they are meeting, that's what they do all the time. It's not like they're hugging and smooshing them. No, they hold both and they kiss both sides of the cheek. Like it's not even like a hard kiss, just peck, like a peck both sides of the cheek.
Not what that coach did, though. Not what that.
Not
coach
exactly.
Did.
Not that what that coach is holding.
But those are acquaintances. Those are people you know.
And these guys are not
you don't go to a club and say every time you meet a girl that you're trying to check is give her a peck on both sides.
This guy don't understand what I'm saying. That's why I keep telling you, listen, I'm not saying you meet stranger. No, when you meet people you know, like the setting of people like they know, they are greeting, like corporate. Hey, I haven't got a video here, sure enough. I'll pull it up right now. So when people that know, like they're meeting colleagues, they're meeting, they introduce, this is Miss Chika, like it's not like they don't know each other. In fact, when president they all meet, they don't stay, they come on, they will from distance they will hold their hand and then they just kiss both sides of the cheek, like they will turn. I'll play for you. In fact, I see a video up right now. I'll play. Continue, guys. Continue. I'll play a video for you now.
Okay, so me going back to Natasha, which is what I just wanted to add to. So I think she made a mistake. She goofed on that part. Now, what what I think is wrong with what she's done is that when you're a woman and you're a senator, which is also a very big position, you trivialize what you're there to do when you start to talk about sexual harassment. And I think I was listening to people when they said, oh, yes, but did it not happen to REMI TINUBU? But REMI TINUBU never wrote a petition against, what's his name? Senator Dino.
Dino. In fact, the REMI TINUBU was even worse. It happens in the floor of the house, and the guy said that I can
sleep with you, pregnant you. I'll come to body loan, and he came back to do video. She didn't make it about her. That's the mistake that Natasha is making. When you're a woman, don't make yourself look feminine, because you're in a place where it's all about masculine energy. You don't want to play that card. I think that's where Natasha is getting wrong, and where, the likes of Ireti Kingibe is going against her. The likes of Senator Giwa is going against her. The likes of Ogunjimi, the former senator too, was going against her, because these things are normal occurrence that you would see. You should have reason beyond, people making comments about how you look or how beautiful
the question I want to ask. Who is the advisor?
She mistake me. Orokwe, because she had found that her first mistake was that there was a rule that said, you can only raise a point of order from your assigned seat. So to cover up what she had goofed about, she was looking for other things. So what other things could cover it up? It's, oh yeah, he's always on my case because he wants to sleep with me, which is and that's what the likes of the REMI TINUBU are saying. Don't bring such,
In
gutter
fact, that was
issues.
what Itagiwa said, that is too weak. It's just a demonstration of your weakness if you are using that one.
Exactly. So, and we're looking for places where we want more women in positions of power. Then they'll be saying, I like to try. But look at what you bring up when you come to close to men every time. Is it every time they want to sleep with you? Because somebody said your hairdo is nice today does not mean that they want to sleep with you necessarily.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I'm going to talk about kiss it. And let's not get
So I think, that's where, now I think she's done a lot of disservice for the people of.
I just played the video for you. So they don't do that in the West,
We
right?
saw it now.
No. I'm saying it's not the culture. Nobody's saying they don't do that in the West. You said something is a culture.
If
they are accustomed to doing it.
Culture.
No.
What is this guy talking about?
Toripe, people, men. No, I'm not shifting the argument. I'm going to adduce. Hold on. You just see. This is where your argument is false. So because in Nigeria, is that a culture that we have that is accustomed to Nigeria? Do we do that?
About, man? You are denying that they don't do this in America, in the West. And
no. I didn't say they don't do it. You said it's a culture.
Social kissing etiquette. That's what they call it.
Oh, I see.
He's educating about when
Mike, stop shifting the goalpost. You said something is a culture. When something is a culture, listen. So listen, and listen so that we could both enjoy the free flow of the conversation that's coming from it. I said it is not a culture. You're saying it is a culture. And I said, because some people practice, I don't want to say words that may get whatever, men to men things in Nigeria. Does that mean that's the culture back home too? It's not the culture back home.
Men to men? What do you mean men to men? I don't understand.
I don't know what can be flagged if we say it.
So you're saying, you're saying in Nigerian, publicly men are men. They are what? What are you talking about?
I don't know.
So in Nigeria, it's not against the law?
No, it's against the law. You're getting the point wrong. And so you're saying in America, they always kiss leke. That is not always because it's not the culture. So or unshare at all. That's not what I said.
I get your point.
Your said was it's not the culture.
Hold on. You don't. Do you categorically say if you try it, if you try it, you in trouble? And
no, I said if you try it, that's what I said. You may end up in a lawsuit.
Bro, don't try to this argument. I'll introduce to you that in the Western world, there's social kissing etiquette, which is even what they call it here, where they greet. And everybody here can agree with me that you see it all the time. Even presidents, all of them, when they meet.
I don't see it all the time.
Okay, I'll put more videos. Now, when I put on that video now,
because you can no. I'm not trying to. You said something is a culture.
Let me land. The fact of the matter is, we all know here that
you said something is a culture.
Let me land.
And I said, be sure to check. You said. I said,
let me
be sure to.
Let me say what I mean by culture.
You said kissing is a culture.
Yes,
here in America. It's not.
What do you mean kissing is not a culture in the West? We teach you how to kiss in Africa. Nobody they're going to teach you. What are you talking about? What do they call French kiss? What is this guy talking about? His kissing is a culture, but a different kind of kissing in different occasions. Like that one is a greeting kissing, greeting. It's a Western culture. The Western way of greeting is that thing you saw there, where they kiss on the cheek. And then the romance kissing is the one which is the French kissing in the lips. That one is a romance kissing.
Because
it is a Western thing, and then the
West named it French kiss does not mean our forefathers never did that. Stop getting things twisted.
When your grandfather had a kiss, come on, get out of here.
Seriously? Are you going to say that it's foreign to us that we don't do that? I don't know where you're bringing your
city boy. Well, yeah. We don't kiss now. Kissing is not part of our culture.
So we agree with. Are we agreed? Exactly. Nǹkan tí mo ń sọ gangan nìyẹn. Tí Mike ń sọ like.
Ọlá tí wọ́n bá ń ṣe olẹ́ẹ̀nẹ̀ ni it's not part of us. Kissing is not part of us.
If you go to how many people you see the kissing?
Torí pé àwọn bàbá yẹn sọ pé ọkọ máa ń sùn gbalaja does not mean that these things we never tried other forms of fun.
It's not known. Don't say they try something.
Wait, Mike. If you
torí pé àwọn lọ́kọ́kọ́ kọ tí wọn mean pé it's not known.
That you lost the argument about Western.
No, I did not.
City boy.
Yeah, very.
Jokes apart. Our kissing is not part of our culture. Anybody that is doing it, we borrowed it.
That's not totally true, Simba. At least
that's not totally true.
What I read is if you've ever read the you know, some of those is book. I hope all those are one.
It's not part of us now. But at what point do we kiss?
We are not Simba. Exactly. Simba, we just don't do public display. That's what we're saying.
Even till now, some people still don't kiss.
You say don't do public display. It means we see that something wrong in the public. So now I'm telling you that if our people, like corporate workers, do it to another person's wife in public or something like that, or another woman public, they go fight you.
You're still losing your argument because you said it's a culture. That's what we're talking about. Those are two different things. Culture.
I don't think, City Boy, don't let us overflog this issue. I don't think we are not looking for a winner or a loser here. So continue your
anyway. So yes, on my so I think that's how NATASHA. Because now, after following up with a lot of the things that are coming out now from the spokesperson of Akpabio, then you now see the connection of Okwe Ati, Nalasasha's husband and this man are very close, or could be deemed as very close friends. Like, how on earth would he have made such an advancement to her? So the thing is now looking even very murky, that this probably can't even happen, and she's probably just looking for a lifeline to hang up on. That's why.
Even City Boy, Akpabio slept in Dangote Cement Company when NATASHA was doing her wedding, so they knew each other very well. And why can't NATASHA said that Akpabio had her hand, and the husband was walking behind them. The husband saw it. It's a lie. That woman is a dangerous woman.
I think so.
She's a blackmailer. She's not a good person.
We don't know. Don't let us say so.
What do you mean? What? You cannot say you don't know. Look at her timeline. Look at her tendency. Don't always say you don't know. She's not a good person.
We don't know.
No, Ola. She has been
the only issue I have with her is that she come out with evidence, nothing more.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If I see a beautiful lady and I say, you are not looking attractive today, am I body shaming her or what? Is that also sexual harassment? If I say that, you are a beautiful woman. I will not like I saw a married woman and I say you are a beautiful woman. That is also sexual harassment, right?
If you say it all the time, not just the first time.
That's all. That's why you come economist. At least you are
that is the.
To me,
you're right. That's the reason why we are saying.
You know what?
I will advise you accordingly.
Here in Finland, there are two things we respect here: women and children. And because of that, because you don't know what all the harassment. So, it's also part of the reason why they are not getting husband also. Because you as a man, you don't know what you are going to do or say that they are going to use it against you. And the law protects women more than men in Western world. So because of all these factors, you see a lot of
nǹkan táwọn obìnrin wa ń dánwò mí báyìí ó máa affect àwọn ọmọbìnrin wọn nǹkan táwọn obìnrin wa ń dánwò tó máa débi tó máa kẹ̀yìn sọ́kàn
olóṣèlú nípa àwọn ọkùnrin ò ní nǹkan mi láti ṣe ju pé kó máa ṣe sophia àbí kó lọ máa join àwọn the other side because o lè bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ o lè rí kó appreciate beauty wọ́n ní body shaming wọ́n ní harassment kí wàá ní ẹfẹ́ gangan pàápàá. So sometimes you look at it at the end of the day, women, but we have to be, nobody is fighting our war.
Èèyàn wà lórí ìyàwó àdídúró tí ò bá dẹ̀ dúró ó ti di nǹkan mìíràn.
Ó ti di sexual harassment yẹn. Wà ó fẹ́ bá ìyàwó ẹ̀ pa tó bá fẹ́ kò ní this way, á lóun harass òun nìyẹn.
Remy, women in today's world, women are empowered.
No, please, you are women.
Let's not pretend, guys. We are guys. Let's not pretend like men don't overstep their bounds.
They harass these women all day, man, 24/7.
I have problem. I have problem with men like Prince Daddy that always done to women this thing. I don't. What?
No.
Simba, there was one video.
Let's not lie.
There was one study.
Let's not lie. Okay,
but Prince Daddy, in our own space there in Nigeria, let me tell you, if you allow this kind of thing to fly, you will see how we will actually make
and that one,
a mess of the whole situation.
You see, when you look at the space between 2017 to 2019, before 2020, it was a serious thing. You know, when you see women coming out and be telling someone that harassed them like 30 years ago, all those things. And you know what really happened within that space is that when some people call themselves NGO, that they need to be accountable, to need to say, to need to talk why they spend money, they encourage you to come out so that you will say something that you know you cannot win and you just harass yourself. So the thing is, yes, we need to deal with sexual harassment and all those things brutally, but it should not be a weapon for blackmailing, because when you start using it for blackmailing, it's a dangerous thing. Because when you look at our space, is that thing really common on the street of Lagos? Honestly, if you want to try people for sexual harassment, 2 kisses
on the cheek to greet each other. Sweet moment, Prince William and Queen Camilla, 2 kisses on the cheek to greet each other. Sweet moment, Prince William and Queen Camilla, 2 kisses on the cheek.
So if you want to go by that way of Nigeria, I can tell you, more than 80% of Nigeria will be behind the bar, both women and women. I can tell you.
But I was going to say this. I've not working in the Nigerian government before. Okay, but I tell you this. I've heard a lot of stories where bosses, right? They abuse the subordinates all the time.
They do Nigeria.
I'm sorry.
Nigeria all the time. Before they get a job in Nigeria.
Culture is notorious for undermining women and abusing women sexually. So let's not pretend here, because Natasha may be a wayward person and she may be lying. Let's not start pretending that we don't have such a big problem in our culture. It's a big problem.
It's a big problem in Nigeria.
In the workplace, when women are subjected to like really bad stuff, and we're talking about married women here. being subjected to sexual harassment, we can't pretend that it doesn't exist in a society. It's a big problem.
Okay, I agree. Prince Daddy, I agree with you. What about what women are doing to men? That a lot of sexual harassment towards men too. You go outside.
It's also there's
Listen.
law against that too now.
In your place of work also, there are some women that will be throwing their breasts at you. They'll be throwing their body at you.
But it's illegal. It's also don't they have rules against that?
If you have that problem, that's your problem. Me, I don't have that problem.
Prince Daddy,
I don't have that problem.
Content.
Most of the show that cleavage.
Let me tell you the truth.
Let me potential Nigerian context nìkan even gan nílùú tí mo wà yìí gan nílùú tí mo wà yìí.
Wọ́n á jù sí ẹ dáadáa kí ló lè bóyá ìwọ̀n tí wọ́n gbé dídé lọ́wọ́.
Obìnrin kò ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé kíní bóyá mi ò mójú tó pọ̀
Oh, my dad, Prince Daddy, little pretender, Nigeria.
But Simba, there was one study they did because even me say I used to be kind of like 100% where you guys are. Like I'm like, what the hell? What is going on? But there was one study they did where they took a camera to follow some women around the day, and this one lady, she like literally, I almost cried with this chick, man. Like when they walked through the street of New York, and almost over 150 sexual, like literally, like even men that went overboard, like just comment and harassment, like she, like literally, like just constant comment. I'm like, wow, this is what these ladies go through. Like, I mean, it was too much, man. So that's why society felt like, no, let's put a curve to this.
So
like some male just using it's like those guys just normal. It's become so normal for them. Even me, like some of those things, it changed me too. I had to change my attitude because some of those things, some of those guys said to me, I used to think it was just normal. I just to give you a compliment, that kind of thing. But then I'm like even me saying when I see fine girl before, I go always say something. But after I just realized that it's not good, I need to stop. So that thing kind of educated me because the women.
Now, if you have a genuine intention,
don't use example of few percentage of men that may be sexually harassed or because women are aggressive in the program.
How many men walk down the street where over 100 women they make comments to you like that? Even you're gonna go tired.
I think
it comes to that point.
I think the problem is, pervasive is all across, even in Lagos too. You see
it's on both sides. It's on both sides.
I wouldn't really go that it's on both sides. I think more of the men is not equal. Remy, I'm sure you can remember maybe some places in Yaba, probably
let me tell you,
on Lagos Island. If a girl walks past and you see people pulling her to come and buy stuff. Mm-hmm.
You know why it will be more for men? It's because men, the only thing you need from that woman is just that sexual. A woman, it's only when you are in a position of advantage that they will make sexual advancement to you. They know that they are going to gain something from you, and that's why it's actually more from the men than the women.
Simba,
because their own is transactional. Their own is transactional.
It's only prostitutes that do that now. Like they go around
which is fine. Transaction means there has to be agreement on both sides. But in the workplace in Africa, where the boss or guy will grab the secretary or just come on.
That's a workplace. Please, Daddy, let me tell you this. Maybe because you have not been in that position before. And we have experienced it. Let me tell you, they will come to your office. There's a guy
It's not all the time. Stop.
That's a woman that's already wayward now.
I know, but it's not always the case. Don't use that. Come on now.
Remy, which one is also much more? Which one do you see a lot of too? Is if you went to school back home, lecturers and students, for marks. I think, women have always been at a disadvantage. They've used.
How many female lecturers we want to sleep with young boys for their grade to give them?
Exactly, you're right there, Mike. So it's always the other way around. Me, I know of a professor who failed a girl. I know of a professor who failed a girl in her final year. Then the girl went to him and cried, even after I slept with you. And the man said, I didn't know that you wanted to,
City boy, that statistic using our institution, the statistic is too small. See, I'm telling you.
It's something that's common.
Pretty girl to get a job in Nigeria.
You people are just falling for these ladies. Let me tell you, even students, female students, because they don't want to read, they are the one. Most of them make advanced
Patrick, the argument you are making is not something we are against.
Patrick, I know.
Girls. We know that.
Patrick,
go to social media today. Àwọn wo ló máa harass àwọn èèyàn jù ní media content.
We understand that they are wayward ladies, but we are not making argument for wayward ladies. We are making argument for actually girls that they are well
so when a woman is doing it, she's wayward, but when a man is doing it, it's normal.
He's also wayward now. So we are going against waywardness, but what we are saying is way too much with the men. It's in Nigeria, for example.
It's way too much. I agree. It's way too much for the men.
All those prostitutes you deal with, all those Asha we deal with at Oshodi, they grab you all the time. You don't complain.
Okay, Prince Daddy, please. How many men will have to sleep with somebody to get a job? In Nigeria, it's almost impossible for a pretty girl to get a job without sleeping with somebody. I'm telling you that in Nigeria, it's almost impossible for a pretty girl to be given a job without somebody saying you got to sleep with somebody first.
Oh yeah, Mike. To even buttress your own point, there was a point in time in Nigeria where girls in banks were given, go look for 1 billion to keep your job. Go look for this amount of money to keep your job in Abuja. So if you're telling a girl who's just coming out of school, just because she's pretty, go bring 1 billion, that's what you need to bring in, clearly you're almost asking her to go sell herself.
No, City Boy, you are beginning to talk around where I'm talking to now. Because Mike,
we need protection.
They need protection now. I always say women always go against
now. Everybody's pretending like we don't have a problem of that in Nigeria.
No, we do. We have a major problem.
Let's not use Natasha to dispel what isn't the case. Let's not do that. I mean, it's a reality for a lot of women in Nigeria. So let's keep it real.
No, we agree, but you are not profiling it appropriately. That's where I have challenges with, because people, look at when they were doing a law about sexual harassment now, not until some men stand. Until some men stand say, no, this thing is not gender-based. It's both sides. Because people don't even believe that women are men in Nigeria. People never believe. But some people, that's why they now change some of the law to non-gender based. That's just a person.
But sexual harassment is they didn't say it's a gender based now. Like
no, you don't get it.
The law doesn't say only
wait, Mike, you don't understand. When I say R, you know what I want to say. The point that some people have a.
So women go around hiring men, Abi.
So you don't know. Look at you. The thing
it's such a big problem in society that we have to really make it tough law against women hiring men.
Go read the new law. They have to make between 2018 and 2020. So that's
what's the chance of you being hired? Please tell me before you start fighting here.
The fact that don't mind Mike.
You're afraid of being hard, Abi. So I should come and fight for you.
No, Jackie, but the question, Ola, you work in the banking sector. So you want to tell us that Ria was subordinated with short skirt, those mini skirt, trumping their press in front of you every time. Asking for one favor.
You understand the harassment now.
One pretend.
No, I don't think we're pretending.
I think you guys are just.
I don't think we're pretending. I think it's more of self-discipline.
City boy, if a woman is dressed inappropriately, seductively, is that not an harassment towards you?
No. Emilio Yekini are much more self-disciplined than
women, we are not being fair to ourselves. By the time the team backfire, everybody will suffer. Just continue.
Because in the olden days, in fact, it was a crime for both men and women to carry out sexual advances, all those kind of things. So fornication was a crime. You understand? So even a woman like just doing that kind of stuff, it was both a crime. But when modernization came, they give everybody freedom, right? So men started making advances and all those things, and then women also making advances. But then it came a problem where women are becoming more in a hard situation and becoming more victimized. So now they started making moves to help the situation, right? But you have a point that in olden days they made it the rules for both sides to protect both sides from being, because a woman, just like you said, the one floor, you know, who can all of you manipulate, they cause you to destroy your family, your marriage, all those kind of things. So yeah, I agree with you that maybe we gotta get to a point where they take a step back to in the beginning where both sides have to be corrected. But I think the measure they're taking now is because of the level of victimization towards on women, you know. So I think that's why they're more focused on
Mike,
the women's side.
do you think that Monica Lewinsky used that charm to attract Bill Clinton on your shaking
Now Major Law guilty now.
So kill our zombie by it.
Yeah. So I don't think anybody.
No, Mike, you. This is where I disagree again. Our Mejeji Kolowa guilty. Monica Lewinsky is small compared to
Exactly.
Clinton.
Clinton is guilty.
What do you mean?
It's Clinton that's guilty.
Make advancement to him now.
Barely. So he should be the one. He should be.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Office, yeah, it could be, it could be deemed as that because Office got penetrated. If my memory serves me well, Office cigar, White House, Office,
power. Because in power, there's no way.
I tend to disagree slightly with you guys in a sense. Okay, who has more strength to say no when being asked to get laid? Is he a man saying no to a woman that say, let me give you something quick, or a woman saying no to a man that say, let me give you something quick?
Is a woman saying no now?
Exactly. Most men
Mike,
find it difficult to say no to a fine girl saying, "Come, let's go and do it."
Mike, look at the scenario now. Why? Because this is the most powerful man in the world. You can tell somebody to disappear tomorrow and you disappear tomorrow. That's the way they look at it. So
that's not third world country now.
I understand. No confusion.
Powerful man.
No. I mean, see, this is what I mean. The balance of power is towards Bill Clinton.
That's not true.
You know. Okay. I don't want to. It's too late for. It's too late. That was why he went and he was impeached. You know.
I would say the only part where men
the reason
is when that woman is desperate for money or desperate for a job. That's when a man has power over her. But if that woman is not desperate for any of these things, I don't see what position. I don't care what position you are in this world. If she's not interested in banging you, she will say no. So I don't think Monica Lewinsky, unless you can prove that she was desperate for a job from Bill Clinton, which I don't think.
No, those were not even the ingredients of what they needed to use to prove the case. Anyway, his own was even the fact that he lied about it. You know, that nothing of that nature ever happened until when she was able to, bring whatever of saying, oh yes, there's this underwear here's somewhere or whatever. We've done it multiple times and all that. But it's the balance of power, when you see a strong man and,
But let me tell you, let me ask you, if you have done something multiple times with somebody, will you consider one as an harassment?
Because, any position of power, that's why this one is the
Why are you twisting things now?
No, I twist it. It's because of
I can answer the question and say yes. Yeah, categorically say yes. Yes, you can harass somebody that you've had multiple, interaction with, sexually or otherwise. Yes.
But I would say only if in a same company, like in a same work environment, and the boss kind of agree that we can say, yeah, it's
but Shenyang fit into Mike. Shenyang fit into case Clinton and Monica Lewinsky.
Yeah, I would say that too because she's
just fits in right into it.
Hold on. Is it the hiring or the one in charge of giving her positions and things like that?
Onkolo in charge, but is the number one person. Obasopomo like your Jew intern you ni pada wa lọ́jọ́ kejì.
The way America
that's the way America is structured. You know.
Yeah,
no,
that's
it's
true.
so different.
Clinton has a final say when it comes to that. Anybody's position, Clinton has a final say, just like Trump does.
Exactly.
So in that case, I would say, yeah, I agree with you guys.
So the balance of power tilts towards him. In that case, that's the way they would consider is that you should know better because you're the more powerful
now
person.
You guys, now looking at the world generally, you find men in the position of authority more than women. So what can you say about that?
That's where those self-discipline, self-discipline. When you become that powerful, women would always try you and test you. They will always. It's just the nature of the beast.
Forgotten that actually it's not as if they are crying foul just because they are harassed, because they wanted to use it to